Ladies and gentlemen, as another attraction, we wish to present those Loco Americanos. We hope you like them too many. Thank you.
I hope we like them too many, too. Look who's back here. We got the Hogue Man back in the saddle. Hello, traders, friends, family, and, of course, everyone else that's been asking, where the hell has Hogue been? So glad you could make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And, of course, we have that front row seat with your name on it. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and best names in the trading world on this show. Not going to find it anywhere else. This is Opening Call, and he's Rock, and I'm Roll. We have an informative and educational programming for you each and every day. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, the neighbor, your biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you, truly great friends are hard to find, difficult to leave, and impossible to forget. I'm never going to forget about this guy next to me. Love him dearly. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, the missing link here at Topstep, but we have found him, and we have connected the links. Our trading mentor, our very own man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hogue. Welcome back there, brother.
Hey, thanks, Eddie, and thanks to all of you. I've missed you. I've missed the markets. I've missed everybody. Seems like I've been gone forever. Had a great time, caught a lot of fish, had a couple of Kentucky snow cones, but I'm so happy to be back with everybody and back into the markets and back with you, Eddie. Welcome to the opening call. As always, our focus here is always going to be on context, risk management, and patience. It's great to see everybody. Thanks for saying hello and welcoming me back in such warm fashion. It was a nice vacation. It's always good to get away, and it's always great to get back, isn't it?
It is good to have you back, and just want to give props to JD for covering the big shoes. Did a great job. So thanks, JD, for being with us here in the morning. But let's get busy here. Let's get this show started. Fire up the machine, light the wick, whatever you want to call it. News for today. U.S. stock futures fell today, retreating from record levels. We did see that the tech sector taking a hit of the selling after a downbeat forecast of Dutch semiconductor, ASML. Well, the Dow future contract was about 70 points lower, 0.2% lower. S&P dropped 0.8, and the NASDAQ down about 1.3. Now, the main indices closed higher this past Monday, with the blue chip Dow Jones Industrial Average rallying more than 700 points and closing at a record, while also posting the best session since 2023. Amazon, it is the last day of the annual Prime Day 2-day shopping extravaganza. The event that concludes later today, spending by the online retailer giants could rise 10.5% from last year. That's according to forecasts from Adobe Analytics, a firm that studies e-commerce transaction data. So shoppers likely spent roughly about $12 billion. That was over Tuesday and today. Amazon turning July into a slow time for retailers, important components, and its results here kicking up about 1% to 2% here, net global sales. Amazon said day one of its 2-day Prime earned the biggest sales ever, although it didn't disclose total sales for Prime Day. Yes, it was a big day, but we're not going to tell you how much. So there you go. Adobe said maybe about 12.7 billion shoppers had last year, which is about 6.1% more than what they spent during 2022. So if they said better, it's better than 12.7. Across the pond, doubts are growing whether the Bank of England will start cutting the interest rates at its next meeting in August. It's after British inflation held steady last month. They're talking about consumer prices rose 0.1% in June, annual rise of 2%, and that was unchanged from the previous month. So the Bank of England will be meeting next month, and rate futures now show investors roughly 1 in 3 chance of a rate cut, down to almost a 50-50 before the inflation data. So Johnny, that's what I've got. What do you got for us today?
Well, as far as economic numbers, this morning, as usual on Wednesday, it starts with mortgages. Applications rose by 3.9% last week. And probably because the rate is now finally under 7% on average, 6.87%. Now the average mortgage rate. We had housing starts come out at 7:30 this morning. They came out a little bit higher than expected. They were looking for 1.3 million. Came out 1.353 million. Permits were also a little higher than expected. They were looking for about 1.4 million. 1.44 million at 8 o'clock right now, seeing that one of our talking feds barking is barking. 8:15 industrial production, 8:35 another talking fed Waller is due to speak. 9:30 EIA petroleum status report. The API came out yesterday, minus 4.4 million barrels in crude inventories here in the U.S. At noon, we have a 20-year bond auction. Keep your eyes peeled on that. And at 1 o'clock, we're going to send Andre to go get the beige book. Beige book out at 1 p.m. Central. Of course, these times are always mentioned in Central Chicago time. The VIX this morning up about 5%. Last I checked, 13.86. Dollar index slightly lower at 103.8. And the yield on the 10-year slightly lower, but slightly higher on the day, but a lot lower than when I left. We're currently, or last I checked, at 4.19%. That's what we've got as far as economic or known economic numbers today. And Eddie, what's going on? Dude, where's your crude?
Well, dude, I'm going to tell you where the crude is. And dudettes, pay attention. Taking a look at crude today, my goodness, we were sort of floating around that 80 level last week, earlier this week. But now, I mean, we've broke through it. Now we're coming back up again here, topping out at 80.56. We had a low of 79.84. Crude prices edged higher today as signs of a tighter U.S. supplies helped soothe the fears over the weakening demand in the rest of the globe, in China, in particular. So we talked about that yesterday with JD, big factor over in China. We did see the WTI climb 0.4%, while the Brent rose also 0.4%. Inventories fell. We did see that by 4.4 million barrels last week, according to API, considerably more than expected, point to a tight market with the world's largest oil producer and consumer. EIA, we're talking about later today, as Johnny mentioned, and crude markets suffering a sharp tumble over the past week as weak economic data from the top importer, China, ramped up concerns over slow demand. And dude, that's where the crude is right about now. And we got Gabe. Gabe is up and ready to go here, fresh and exciting. And Gabe, can you share with us the tip of the week? Thank you, sir. Follow your training plan. My goodness. How important is that? I'm going to talk about the topic of consistency. Consistency is a long-term success in trading. Be consistent. You got a trading plan. This ensures that you follow a consistent approach. Anything off of that, if you're just sort of putting together a trading plan and not following it, I would consider that reckless. You want your performance to be accurate, and if necessary, make the correct adjustments. John, what do you got about trading plans?
Man, I couldn't agree more, Eddie, with your idea of consistency. I mean, I don't know how many people have asked me, how do I become a consistent and profitable trader? To which I have answered that with a question, well, what are you doing consistently before you get into the markets? And we're all supposed to have a trading plan. And if we do have a trading plan and we're not following the trading plan, how do we even know that our trading plan is going to work for us in the long run? Of course, trading plans do change over time. But if you're not following your trading plan, you're never going to know if it actually works. So have that trading plan. Whatever consistency you can bring to the markets is only going to help you bring consistency out of the markets, and have that trading plan and just give it a chance to work. Just give it a chance to work.
All right, Johnny, we're going to be going to charts here, but folks, let's stay positive today. Do the best we can, and do the best you can, and keep respect and honor at your sides. So, without further ado, let's get to them charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, while I've been gone, you've all been doing a very good job on keeping the equities to the upside here. It looks like all-time highs, 3-4 days in a row, at least in the S&Ps we see. Those all-time highs have come in regular trading hour sessions, which is a good thing and maybe not such a good thing. Volume has been pretty good on these pushes to the upside, or at least the maintenance of higher pricing. Open interest, we added 4,700 yesterday on a brand new all-time high, but we see today that the market has come off those highs and relatively considerably. Not even thinking about reasons for it, just thinking technically. The market seems to be a little bit overextended, maybe to the upside, you think? Maybe just a little bit. The buyers that have been coming into this market have been late to the party, laggard buyers. The market needs an opportunity to pull back and to even out a lot of that inventory. Technically, the market is set up for a rest. Yes, 2, 3, 4 days we've put in new all-time highs in the regular trading hour session. But think about how good of a job it's been doing. It's just been barely taking out those highs, Yes, volume has been good. Yes, we added open interest yesterday, but think about how good the market has been doing in its continuation move to the upside. I'm giving this current the current upside grade, a C minus. I don't think it's doing a very good job. Market seems to need a rest. It needs a pullback. It needs some sort of adjustment or a way to adjust inventory. And I'm thinking we're probably going to be seeing that in today and in the coming days. I'm not suggesting that the highs are in for any amount of time. The market just needs a little bit of a rest, a consolidation. Current long time frame upside grade, again, giving it a C minus, lower than average. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. All right. New high, new high, new high, barely just eking out new highs. Overnight inventory is very short. We are going to be opening with a session gap and a settlement gap. Gap rules are if we can't close the gap relatively early, which would bring price back to, let's just call it roughly 56.97 quarter or thereabouts, that would be a session gap close, and settlement gap close would take us all the way back up to 57.17. Well, by the gauge of how far the gap is, I think it's a lower probability of closing that gap. We've got a visual target down below in the form of a naked point of control, TPO point of control at 56.40.75. This looks like a very reasonable target for the downside and continues to adjust the inventory, which I believe in shorter time frames is a little bit too long. So that naked point of control, 56.40.75, a really tasty looking visual downside target for us. So are there more downside targets? Yes. Am I expecting to see them? Not really, unless something goofy happens or one of the talking feds says something, again, goofy, but I don't necessarily see that happening. They're usually very guarded, and some of the things that they say, they may be hawkish, they may be dovish. We're all looking for at least one rate drop this year. We don't know when, we don't know how, we don't even know why, but that's what we're looking for. Anyways, opening with a gap, the inability to close the gap, I think, gives us that nice, tasty target down to 56.40.75. That nice little naked point of control down below. S&P's actually put in the profile a late spike to the upside. I don't see that late spike is going to really come into play very much today, but in case it does, the base of the late spike, 57.16. 57.16. What is a late spike? Eddie, a late spike is when price leaves the previous range at the end of the day and closes above or below. This happens to be a late spike to the upside. Again, the base of the late spike, 57.16 even. Well, opening below that, the base of that late spike indicates acceptance of lower pricing. And overnight, I would say, yes, we saw some pretty good acceptance of lower pricing and continuation. Overnight inventory, remember, is very short. Gap close, remember, takes us back up to 56.91, half approximately. We'll see if we can get that gap close, which offers opportunity. There's always the value area special situation play that might offer opportunity for us today. But just getting back into the markets, the market is going to be opening out of balance, out of range from yesterday. Got to be thinking about looking for opportunities earlier in the session today. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. The NASDAQ is telling a little bit of a different story. Our recent high was back on the 11th last week. We have not been able to put in new highs. We've been just kind of already sort of consolidating. Last week's low in both of these markets, I think, is going to be somewhat pivotal for us. If we maintain price or bring volume, participation, or momentum to the downside below below last week's low in the NASDAQ, which is 20,335. Maybe we're going to see some more moves to the downside. We do have a naked point of control down below, which is very close to weekly kickoff low, which, by the way, in the NASDAQ, weekly kickoff high and low remain the same from last week. There was no change. There was no adjustment in longer time frame inventory, so they remain the same. We've got a naked point of control down here at 20,098. Weekly kickoff low, 20,100. Very close to those levels. A lot of those weekly kickoff levels do depend a lot on some of those naked point of controls that we see from the past. So what did we do yesterday? Well, we added 2,300. Volume was actually pretty good, but the market, NASDAQ, I should say, has been the weakest of the three amigos, if you will, the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ. So we're looking for some potential continuation to the downside. I'm not worried about anything really major changing unless we can find some acceptance below that 20,100 weekly kickoff low. And again, in the longer time frame, obviously, we're all well aware that the market has been moving higher. Well, basically, since it was born, we're looking at a potential pullback here, which is needed and would be healthy for eventual continuation to the upside, which I'm really expecting at some point in the near future. We just don't know when. That's one of the things that makes this so much fun and so difficult. So, all right. Let me see what else I got here. There was no late spike in the profile yesterday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart, and we'll move on to gold, to crude, which has rolled into the September contract. We'll talk about that in just a second. Overnight inventory, short. We've already, in the overnight session, reached that naked point of control we were just talking about at 20,300. That's one of the naked points of control. So the visual target that we might be seeking in the S&Ps, we've already achieved in the NASDAQ. Again, NASDAQ is presenting as the weakest of the three amigos, the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ. Overnight inventory is short. Last week's low we talked about. Last week's low, 20,335. Interesting area. We'll see if we can hold below that level for some possible continuation to a move back down to that 20,100 or 20,098 weekly kickoff low and naked point of control. We're trading level to level. If we accept below this 20,300 naked point of control level, trading level to level takes us down to that 20,100. So it'll be a 200-point move. Gap rules. We're opening with a gap. Session gap takes us back to 20,464, and a settlement gap close takes us all the way back up to 20,598, which is the settlement price from yesterday. Remember, gap rules. We can't close the gap relatively early. We're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for shorts. I know it's hard to say, even with these equities. It's hard to say, hey, we're going to go short when the market just continues to just kind of run over shorts. And that's what it's been doing for the 40 years I've been paying attention to it, the market has a tendency to get short time frame traders short and then just run them over. It just eats shorts. I don't know if that's going to happen today. The profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day. Price is likely to look for new levels to facilitate trade. And no, there was no late spike in the NASDAQ. What's it all mean? What's it all mean, Jim? All right. Well, we had our head and shoulders. We've got another potential head and shoulders here in the crude oil. Let me get the volume and the other stuff up here. Here we go. All right. So here we have weekly kickoff high. Now, remember, these levels are now adjusted for the September contract. Volume is now greater in the September contract. If you are on Topstep X, you don't have to worry about that because it's already changed the contract. But if you're on another platform, trade the September contract. The September has more volume, and that is why that's the contract that we currently want to trade. Okay, well, we had a head and shoulders back here. Do we have another one here? Head, a shoulder, head, shoulder. What's our target for this? The target would be right around 7,700. You take the high of the head to the neckline, and you extend that. Takes us down to about $77. We've got 79.10 weekly kickoff low. We've got our neckline, which is 1, 2 points of contact here. If we get an opportunity towards that trend line, that neckline might offer us some decent opportunity. The volume yesterday was pretty good, but you got to remember, we're in rollover. The volume is now split between the August and the September contract. We added 31,000 in open interest, but remember, that can be largely created by rollover, people legging into and out of the spread, moving from August to future months. So it's very difficult to use that as any kind of analysis during rollover, which if you're a crude trader, rolls over every month. And that's a bit of a pain in the patoot. But we are potentially creating another head and shoulders. Remember what happened the last head and shoulders. We actually reached our target eventually. So this information is from the August contract. This information is now from the September contract. When we look at this in the September contract, remember it is switch day. We're trading September. We've got no overnight inventory. Maybe the overnight inventory is a little bit long. Why is settlement all the way down here? Well, because this is the September settlement. This is August information. We are opening and have opened with a gap to the upside. Does that tell us that we're maybe rejecting lower pricing? Yes, absolutely. If you look at this in the September contract, we've opened with a gap. We've been unable to close that gap in the September contract. So at this point, we are probably looking for longs. The range yesterday in the September regular trading hour range, and you might want to write these down, is 80.21 was the high of the range in September yesterday. 79.33 was the low. Obviously, we've opened with a gap. We are driving higher. As long as that remains, we might be looking for the opportunity to look for some longs. Not sure if those are going to be long-term longs. We are, kind of holding a head and shoulders pattern. The profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral, even in the September contract. So some of the information that you're looking at on this chart might be a little skewed because remember, we're looking at there's about $1.10 discount in the September contract to the August contract. So adjust your levels accordingly. Take a look at gold. And we'll get moving on. So new all-time, forever all-time highs in gold yesterday. Volume, pretty strong. Open interest, adding 17,000 contracts on a new all-time high. The rally yesterday, I'm giving a B+. It's very difficult for me to give any auction process an A. But yesterday I gave it a B+ because, man, we added a lot of new longs there, giving the trend a B. short time frame, of course, we've been kind of in balance for a while. We're breaking out of that balance, ladies and gentlemen. We are breaking out. We're looking for and monitoring for continuation to the upside in gold. Of course, keep an eye on the dollar if you are trading gold. What do we have?
Will do.
Well, there's our rally yesterday. Settlement 2467.80. Again, adding 17,000 contracts. We've opened with a gap. We have been unable to close the gap. We might be looking for the opportunity to look for longs as long as we can't close that session gap or the settlement gap. If we do, there's always the possibility of a value area special situation play back to the downside. But we're holding above weekly kickoff high. We've been unable to close that gap. Yesterday was a double distribution trend day to the upside on good volume, increasing open interest. I'm thinking this market is primed to continue this move to the upside, particularly after the consolidation that we've been in since April. Consolidation, high, low, high, low, high. Breaking out, seeing more volume, more open interest. Here we go. All right, folks, take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Let's have a great session.
I love gold.
Yes, many of us do. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Coming back here with Fast Markets, Andre MP. Andre MP, Hogue, Deanna, Nick for Dick. Oh my goodness! Don't go away. We'll be right back. Here. All right, let's get our John Hoaglands in the gate. Very nice to have him back. And good morning, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. We are open. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. My man John Hoagland back in the house, looking fresh, recharged, relaxed, looking great. John, we are open. Let's get right to it. What are we seeing right now?
Well, equities have opened with a gap to the downside. We've got a lot of overnight inventory that is short from overnight. We've been putting in 1, 2, 3 all-time new highs in the S&Ps, not so much in the Nasdaq, but I don't think that it has been doing all that well. It's just been eking out new highs. I think we're a little bit long, watching to see if we get any sort of move towards closing the gap, which in the S&Ps takes us back up to 5690 quarter. In the Nasdaq, where does that take us back to? If we get a session gap close, takes us back up to 20,464. Right now, overnight inventory is pretty short, but the Nasdaq being the weakest, I'm thinking short. Let's take a look at the opening range.
Absolutely.
Opening range in the Nasdaq, the low of the session so far. The opening range is the low of the session, which as long as that remains, we're looking for potential longs for a potential gap close.
Ooh.
Man, that is a big gap close.
Wow.
Session gap close all the way up to 20,464.
464. These levels.
This is gonna be fun.
464. All right, John. So we got back here. You saw these prices. What did you think when you first came in? Were you surprised, not surprised, or you just kind of roll with it?
Well, I was. Believe me, I'm always watching, even though I'm probably being told not to by my wife. But you can go hide somewhere and check where the markets are. I think you guys did a great job of keeping the S&Ps on the upside. A little bit of weakness in the Nasdaq, which I'm looking forward to, because I've got some bids down below in some of these stocks that I'm trying to get into, but I don't want to pay the high. So I'm looking forward to a nice little pullback in some of those.
Awesome, man. Everything feels right. John is back here doing the opening call on these opening bells. Great stuff. All right. At the bottom, you got that cowboy. That is Nick for a tick, the forever bear, complaining that overnight they sold off while he was still sleeping. We're going to have to see if we can still make some money to the downside. Of course, to start opening call London, we got D just above him. Welcome, everybody. D, how's it going? Are you hanging in there? How's the London show going?
Yeah, it's going great. Yeah, well, a lot more people have turned up in the last 2 days than I expected them to. So we're having a lot of fun. There's a lot of good questions. So yeah, I'm kind of turning into a little educational session as well. And we look at a couple of trades here in London. Actually, Carl Hungus, the meme lord, he gave me an idea to look at copper for London. And it does seem to move pretty nicely for London. So that could be something that we might be looking at during the London session as well. So yeah, it's been going really well. I'm very happy, very excited.
Excellent. Nick for a tick, cowboy, sheriff, call him what you will. What's going on? Why are you chuckling? What's going on with these Nasdaq? How this Nasdaq's currently trading 20,249. What is going on?
I don't know. We had some poor semi earnings from what is it? ASML. Gosh, I can't speak. I know their earnings were poorly received, as well as some comments potentially by Trump with an interview with Bloomberg talking about the whole Taiwan situation in China. And I know that very much can have a pretty aggressive effect on the semiconductor space. So naturally, with that, we are seeing a bit of a sell in Nvidia. We're down about 4%. I am going to be watching the 120 level like a hawk, since that continues to be kind of a larger, bullish or bearish pivot for the stock. And what we know, how much that can actually move the Nasdaq. I think that's an important level to keep in mind here today.
Thank you very much. Hey guys, I just want to let you know, we do know that we're having some chart issues on Topstep X. Tech team, support team, everyone has been notified. We'll address it quickly. I can assure you, for all those in chat, we got you. We know we are working on it diligently in the background as we speak. I am seeing it. My Dow's working. Are you guys seeing issues as well there?
I'm not seeing any.
You're not? Interesting. Okay, I think I'm starting to see some movement here. My ladder is moving.
Yeah.
But
ladder's good.
Ladder's good. My ladder's good too. Currently seems
to be
sellers.
mostly on the Nasdaq.
I'm on the live though, so maybe there's something up with.
Well, you're on live. All right. Well, there's buyers stepping in here in Nasdaq. Last trade 20,258 to 20,260. We do know. We're working on some charts are working fine. I got Eddie saying Eddie's charts are working, or Eddie's charts are working okay. They seem to be working.
Mine
okay.
are too. So
I just took a long in my
yeah.
XFA off 50 and covered for a quick 15 points there in this whipsaw.
My
But
man,
they
the
was
bull.
yeah, my single XFA. I did just take a quick long, and I did it. You guys are looking at my live account screen, so my XFA is currently sitting on mobile on my phone that I was trying to potentially go. I might have gotten out way too early, but since I have one XFA and I'm continuing to try to get that off the ground and finally get one of those to a payout these days. I actually do like longs. I think we are sitting basically at an older value area high here on the NASDAQ. So, and with the divergence that we kind of saw out of the gate with, ES basically being bid right out of the open and NQ's continuing to show some weakness, it's an area to watch. It's something that I have no problem longing, provided that there is still some strength in ES. ES starts looking weak. I think we may roll over.
Well, Dolby Time says it's just ES and NQ. Other products are working fine. My Dow charts are working fine. Crude's working fine. Gold's working fine. I think Dolby Time's onto something. I think it's NQ and ES. Shout out Dolby Time. Good job. We know, guys. We know. We got you. This really sucks. We don't disagree there, Bermie. We are working on it. We know everybody in the background, tech support, everyone's working on it. We got you. Focus on the ladder. Maybe this helps you guys read the ladder a little bit better, Who knows? Create an opportunity out of this. Trust me, they will be up and running here shortly. Our tech team is working their behinds off to get it right.
Good point, Andre. Good point. Learn the ladder.
Learn the ladder, read some order flow. That's how MP does it.
I mean, that's how I pretty much trade.
Is that right?
That's how I manage trades, no question. I mean, my entries is very much still candlesticks, but the price action on a DOM is still a lot of what I use.
Yeah. So let's use it to your advantage.
It's hard to teach that. It's almost like you need screen time to really learn it.
I agree. You can't teach. I don't think you can teach it really. I know some people do autos.
You need to be watching it with watching candles, with understanding where we are in terms of MGI and how things react. And then you can kind of start to put things together. But it is a good concept to understand. I'm still getting better at it.
Me too.
But I say I read the NQ. I think I can read the NQ DOM. I would say that's a grain of salt with that. It's easier to read on ES. There's no question.
It is easier in ES. The numbers actually stick there for at least not a millisecond like they do on NQ.
Yeah,
I actually learned how to read.
You're not getting a seizure watching the NASDAQ.
Yeah. MP helped me learn how to read. MP helped me learn how to read the ladder. He takes it off of Auto Center. We'll bring him in here shortly. I know he's working behind the scenes also to get this issue righted for us, remedied. But Auto Center versus not Auto Center. We'll talk to him when he comes in here. But yes, read the ladders could help. All right, move it. There's slowing to the downside here. John, we're starting. So, Hogue, you like some moves. I know you got 20,464 as a gap fill to the upside, correct, in NASDAQ?
Right.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the NASDAQ is still continuing to present as the weakest of all the markets.
It is.
I mean, at least the Dow, the S&P, the Dow and S&P still have the opening range at the low of the session. NASDAQ is currently trading below it. I like Nick's idea of looking for, that 20,200 level, below that 20,100, which is the weekly kickoff low, and a naked point of control. There was a naked point of control here at 20,300, which we have not succeeded in getting to, at least yet, in the regular trading hour session. So I'll be looking for a target to that and a potential target down to Nick's 20,200 and then the weekly kickoff 20,100, kind of like a ladder, right? But so far, I mean, the NASDAQ, the Dow, S&P holding up much better. Delta in the NASDAQ is negative 1,300 already, negative 1,400 already, positive 1,100 in the S&Ps, positive 800 in the Dow. A lot of aggressive selling coming into the NASDAQ. If we start to see that, some accumulation without continuation, I would be looking for a possible launch.
Hell yes, John. Getting my. We are clicking today, folks.
Ready?
We've got Fed Waller speaking here today, and some of the hot biscuits coming out of the oven right now. Fed Waller, time to cut policy rate is getting closer based on the analysis of potential scenarios. Also, he says the Fed's getting closer to time when cut in policy rate is warranted. So a little pressure, more comments coming up with Waller, but it's got a lot of comments, to be honest with you. But those are the two hot biscuits coming out of the oven.
They are sounding more and more dovish every day we get closer. John, they're starting to talk about the other day. I think on Monday, Eddie came in and said Moody's and Goldman are raising the possibility for a rate cut at the end of July. It's not being priced in Fed funds futures just yet, but Moody's and Goldman are starting to raise that possibility that it could happen. So
Yeah, no.
yeah, Hogue is back, everybody.
I'm in Hope's camp there. I still don't believe it. And come on, every time we get on a new Fed funds futures forecast and cutting rates, they've been wrong for like 2 years. Why would they be right now?
Everyone's fired up today. I love it.
All right,
Absolutely.
get the boss coming in. I'll be in the background here.
Unless something happened behind the scenes where it's like, yeah, now we can cut. It's something needs, something needs to change and we need a cut. Like I haven't seen that. Not at all time.
Everyone is feisty this morning. Feisty. I love it. I love the passion. Love the energy here on Topstep TV. Bring in the chief, Mr. MP. We know we're working on the charts, guys. We got you. You're frozen. We got you. Learn to read this ladder, though. There's something to be gained from this. Learn to read price action. Learn from this guy. He can read. He reads the ladder with the best of them here when we get him in. Ding dong.
Yellow.
All right. Oh, he answers the phone too. Yellow. That's how he
Yellow.
answers the
That's
phone.
how. The color yellow. It's a form of hello, Andre.
Coldplay has a song called Yellow.
It's a form of hello in some countries.
Yellow. Hello. Adele has a song that starts hello. Your favorite.
Hello.
All right, bring him in when he's ready. I can't read the gold ladder because only 10 up, 10 down. That's you can learn. There's something to be gained from this. All right, the charts will be back up and running. We are 12 minutes into the trade. It was all yellow. Yep, that's right, James. Bring him in.
Topstep X has 100 deep.
Gotta get that level too. All right, D. Gold. What a bull run for gold. Currently trading 24.82. I know Dakota was talking about the 2,600 price level yesterday. I think you said you still see more room to the upside when we last visited on Monday. What are your thoughts on where gold's been?
Yeah. So yesterday I had the idea that we're going to keep running in the overnight to the previous all-time high, which was 24.77. Unfortunately, I wasn't completely in on that because I decided to go to bed early and I just couldn't watch it anymore. Nice. But it did end up happening. So I don't really want to get in front of that. I think there is still some room to the upside. We're having a bit of a pause now from yesterday. At the moment, I am seeing extensions on both sides of the initial balance range, which is the first hour of trading. And that not never, but it usually doesn't lend itself to another huge day. So I'm going to stay patient, see what they want to do with it. But somehow for now, it smells a bit range bound. And if that's the case, then I'm going to be working within the 85 tick range that we already have for the day. Well, actually, the whole day is 94. And that means I will be focusing on tops and bottoms for any kind of opportunities and trying to take profits in the middle of that. So I'm probably going to be looking at, anywhere from like 30 to 40 ticks per trade. It does mean that I have to give it a little bit more time, as always. So, yeah, we'll see. Crude oil is rolled to a new month. That always tends to be a little bit strange. I find it hard to read, especially on the first day when we roll. So, again, there might be an idea for me to stay a little bit patient there with crude oil. I do see something interesting developing in platinum, which might be the trade to take, which is a gap fill down to the previous day's value. So we have about 100 ticks, the range there, space, however you want to call it. So I might be getting involved in that, but there is a danger of failed auction higher because of all the bullishness that we've had in the metals. So again, probably going to give it another 15 minutes before I make my decision on what to do there. But that's my plan for today. Again, slow and steady. Wednesday, middle of the week. So yeah, let's just sit back and enjoy the developments while we gather some more data here.
Excellent. Hey, Nick for a tick, can we get a P&L update? I know you took a little scalp to the upside there. Let's get a P&L update so we can update our board.
I'm up 1,600 in my one XFA, and I'm currently in a long that I'm about to get out of in my live.
Okay.
Maybe. Trying to balance accounts, man.
I got you. I heard some orders getting filled in my ear. Everybody, we got pinned to the top of the chat. You'll see Topstep daily levels. I got them up. I know MP's got them up. Make sure you have those up as well. Keep an eye on that for potential house account trades. It's rock and roll. MP, the master of reading the ladder. What are you seeing over there in the NQ, Mr. Michael Patak?
I'm trading. The charts are the charts are delayed or they're not working on my NASDAQ. We understand that. But I'm up $229 trading a couple lots here and there on the dome. We call it the ladder from the trading floor. Guys that are upset, please have patience. If you're talking about jumping over other companies, then I guess you don't have patience.
It's not like you
if
can't
you're
trade.
talking about jumping over other platforms, you always got to find the platform that you're most confident in. And it's technology. I'm not a technology guy. I trust it. And when it's not
you have no choice.
Working properly, you have no choice.
We have no choice but to trust that.
Yeah.
There we go.
So don't MF me. Don't do all that kind of stuff, or my team or anybody like that. Don't even go to support right now. We already know, and you guys already know in here, that that's a little bit of an issue.
We'll get fixed.
Yeah, it takes an equal amount of energy to be nasty as it takes to be a nice person. So let's all just try and, give some time to the support team. As you guys know, whenever something happens in your combines and XFAs, Topstep always rolls back the P&Ls. So whatever happens, just, it's going to be fine. Okay.
The voice of reason, the star of opening call London, Deanna in the house, the star. Already putting up big numbers over there. Just going to get bigger from there.
Awesome. Deanna, when you go out, do they go already? Do they go in the first couple of days? Are you the girl on opening call? Do they say that
of course. Yeah, because everybody says that around here. And I don't go out anywhere either. I just go dog walking.
So they knock on your door.
I don't have a life. This is my life.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out of my long and
it
my
has
XFA
happened to me a couple of times, though. Sorry. Yeah.
Hey, that's a good long. I was going to get long with you. That was a really good long. Would you get long for the 14s, 10s area?
Yeah, it was down in like that 10s to 20 range in the XFA, and now I'm at 2,300, and I'm probably done with that account for the day.
Woo, baby! You gotta say yeehaw when you do that with that hat on.
The upside. What are you guys doing? You guys are getting long.
This is, naturally we're going to have a limit down day like tomorrow because I am now trying to long.
Oh no! Oh no! I love it. The universe is flipped.
The top. I have signaled the top.
The cowboy is now.
As Anne-Marie said, the NQ top is clearly in now if I'm trying to long.
No. Yes. There you go. You see the message there at the top. We'll be rebooting data services shortly. We got you. We know. I'm sure the chat is still saying the same thing on repeat. We got you guys. In the meantime, watch Larry. It's not like you can't trade.
And we sold right back down.
Yes, we did. Nice cover.
But ES is still showing not strength necessarily, but I guess resilience compared to the NASDAQ at this point. Something to watch. Yeah, I'm going to sit on my hands now. That's probably the right word, right, Hogue?
Heck yeah. Yep.
Hogue is back, dude. It is.
It's good to have Hogue back. I can have somebody else to yell about Delta outside of just me.
Yes. When he gave me the Delta update, I'm like, damn, that sounds like good right there, man. It's just some reassuring stuff.
Vix is fake.
Well, we all knew that. It did get it tagged 14 in the pre-market, and then I think somebody naturally suppressed it a little bit to get it under that strike for Vixpiration here in the AM session.
Can we get a y'all suck? John, you haven't caught on yet. Or not caught on. You haven't been caught up yet.
Yeah.
Johnny.
Mine is y'all rock.
Y'all suck.
No, in the chat. Y'all suck in the chat.
We're gonna roll with negativity and turn it into a positive thing that we all smile and laugh about. Y'all suck.
All right, y'all suck.
We got that on Monday.
all suck.
And what's funny is we're trying to get Google, whatever, YouTube, because you guys are all getting these hidden y'all sucks in here because it's like filtered for us. Might just turn it all the way off, Jack. Can we do that? I don't know if Jack's on, but
MP, we're already in zone 6, man. We're already in zone 6.
We got to be able to say y'all suck.
Well,
yeah, I think you can set whitelist. From what I remember on YouTube, I think you can set whitelist sort of
we'll
name.
take a look.
Words.
I think it's the prevent bullying because it's not something we have banned. So we'll look into it.
Why don't you drive out to
preventing
Palo
bullying.
Alto? Drive out to Palo Alto and see if you can. I mean, it worked with the data center, so just see if
the
you
data center. You are the expert now, Jack.
I do know data centers.
You don't know data centers now.
You know your way around data centers.
Yes, he does.
Pretty good.
A USB drive that just has the y'all suck file on it and plug it into the data machine.
Did you take a USB and be like, I think this is our box, and then plug it in there and just download everything? No, actually, this is our box.
They would not have liked that.
No,
they would not have liked that.
All right, now we got Williams talking here on CNBC. Interest rate cut could be warranted in coming months. All right, so they're signaling that September's all systems go.
Nice out, Nick.
Yeah.
Tick. Nick, for how many ticks? How many ticks is that? 30? 20?
There's a lot of ticks. I don't know. I'm up like 2,300 now. So I don't know. That was two trades.
I'll take
that. I was mobile trading, so I was trying to, get my life together there.
I'm missing a zero at the end of mine to catch up to you, but I'm right behind you. 229.
You guys you're cracking me up, man. I'm giddy this morning, not gonna lie. I think Hogue being back got me giddy. Saw him in that bucket hat. Saw you in that bucket hat, man.
Selling.
Oh yeah, here we are.
Got me excited today.
Yeah, me too. Woke up this morning, I'm like, hell yes, here we go.
Yeah, man.
Usually people are like, hell no.
We just may have a two-way action type of day, which is just good to see.
Hey, we got a pure trade on our hands today, folks. Eddie, I'm gonna you, Eddie, if you're ready. What do we got? Eddie, my man, what do we got on the calendar for economic numbers? We got some speakers out of the way.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go.
Well, we had a good breakfast. Well, we had a good breakfast this morning. A lot of numbers coming out. In about 37 minutes, crude oil inventories. Waller is done speaking. We got the most important comments from his pie hole out. We shared those. Also, we do have like I mentioned, crude oil inventories coming up here at 9:30 in about 37 minutes. We also do have here at 10:15 Atlanta Fed GDP. Gas storage is going to happen with our crude oil inventories and beige book. So, Andre, a little, if you got time this afternoon, we're going to have you, if you can go get that beige book for us, and we'll read what it has inside for us. But otherwise, let's watch for the 12 o'clock high noon with Jackie Cooper, the 20-year bond auction, 12 o'clock here. Remember, these are Central Time, folks. Central Time, and right now it is 8:53 Central Time. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie. Yes, I'll be heading over to the Chicago Fed to pick up that beige book, if they'll allow me.
Pick up a gold bar. See if you can get it at 1,800 over there.
That would be really tight. Speaking of gold, last trade, new highs on the day. 24.85, 24.85, 2,500s in sight. $2,500 an ounce for gold. Wow.
Oh, come on.
Hey, incredible. Yeah.
What's up, Nick?
I was trying to get long. Let's see if I get another chance here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I tried to get long 18 and it just did this.
Sheesh.
I sat on the bid. I didn't mark it in, which I never mark it in, but I didn't even get a chance.
All right, my ES charts are working, folks. My ES charts are working.
Wow.
Wow is right. That would have been really nice.
That was literally reading the DOM. You just saw the order start to pull on the sell side real quick, and there you go.
Guys, you can still trade in the chart or in the DOM. You 100%. Can still trade with an order ticket. 100%. So those that are saying I hit my loss limit, all that kind of stuff,
not this
chart
time.
Only you need to have an order. You need to have an order ticket up. We said you have a DOM. Is anybody out there?
That's kind of how I use it. I usually have an execution platform and then a charting platform. I think you see Hogue doing the same thing. He's got a charting platform and we got an execution platform. This is exactly why, because sometimes charts go a little bit screwy and then you have to rely on the DOM. But, everything else is working. It's just a bit of an adjustment.
My ES chart's working.
I mean, all of my charts are working. I don't have the ES on there, but I have crude oil, gold, I have platinum. That all seems to be working for me. So obviously, it's just some accounts that are affected.
Yeah. You still execute trades. Okay, take a look at the tilt. 77% long YM. YM, just the bulls are in the house in YM. We're well into the 41,000 handle. 41,500, not too far off. Last trade, 41,364. 41,364. Crude chilling, just last trade, $80.99. See if we can do this $81 level. I've got my eye on gold. Gold, like Rips was saying yesterday, took forever to get in the $2,000 handle, and we're halfway to $3,000. Halfway to $3,000.
An old Rusty shot out of a cannon again.
Is it? That's an interest rate play, wouldn't you say, Nick? Like
that's what I said like 4 days ago, and it continues to do what it's doing, which is I would assume there's something else also happening there, whether it's firms that were very, very short the Russell, long tech, and are now getting just obliterated. Like there's something else now happening, because that's like, if you look at that chart, it looks like Nvidia's chart.
Interesting. What does the Russell?
The
Which
Russell,
one?
it's just gone straight vertical for the last like 10 trading sessions.
No kidding. Nice catch.
It broke out of like a 3-year range, which is kind of crazy.
Huh. All right.
Yeah, like I said, it's just something to consider, because I think, like Jack said it, I have said it. Obviously, the interest rate cut, having positive influence, but now the way that's so vertical, like there's clearly something else happened there too.
Okay. Nice catch.
Like I look at that 4-hour chart and it's kind of insane to see for the Russell.
Okay.
Guys, Gabe's got the box. Figure it out. The other platforms. Guys, Gabe has the box. Help him out.
And Pete, we're in zone 6 already. Well, we're in zone 6 already, so we just blew through all these support levels overnight. We got upside target. If we can close the gap, Hogue likes 20,464 to the upside. We got to find some buyers before we get into a house account trade, I would say. So let's stay patient. Gold, 71% long.
I'm still waiting. I'm not looking to long that 18 level right now after we came right back to it.
Okay.
Shows that sellers are somewhat serious here and continuing to.
Yes.
So I would say until they kind of get their footing above 240, I'm going to be hands off. Or if we continue to kind of build volume here at these lows.
Awesome. What's up, MP? How's that trading going over there? You got any levels you like? Any trades you like?
I'm up money. Yeah. I don't like when traders are pissed off. Guess what? I care. And
I know. I can tell. I get it. CEO.
If you're going to talk shit, then I don't have no problem if you go to promote other companies. You can go to Apex. Good luck. You can go to My Fund of Futures. Good luck. I'd go to Trade Day or Earn the Trade. There you go.
Good job, Chad.
So all you have to do is make a decision. Just don't
pollute the chat. Don't poke
the bear that's trying to help you. And I get it if there's an issue. It's a technical.
You remember when he pulled the fire drill off from you guys last week?
I know. Yeah, we're pulling fire drill. Just so everybody knows, we are pulling it and won't be having it. So we're also going to find out who sticks around. This is a big month of no promos. You won't see any promos. Nothing. That's another thing too. We're done with that game too. If you get frustrated, you got those other firms to go to. We're doing just fine over here helping the traders that are actually all in, which there's a shitload of you that are all in. It's just that little percentage.
72% long ES, 79% gold as we continue to make new highs in gold. Last trade, $24.88. $12 from 2,500. Oh, 2,500. All right, seeing some selling here. I can see 100 lot in the NASDAQ at 20,207. 20,207 easy even. 100 lot on the bid there. See if it gets filled. And quite yet. Not quite yet. Low of the day, 20,204. All right, my NASDAQ charts are working, so we're good.
Little stop run there.
We're back up and running, folks. So let's.
It can't catch a bid, man. This is crazy.
No.
Look at this.
This is where it gets slippery down to about 20,100.
Andre, did you catch zone 6? Top of zone 6, 2210 was holding. Even Nick for a lot of ticks caught it. And then when it slipped through it, we're now 30 handles lower.
Nick, that 20,100 is weekly kickoff low.
Yeah.
And then we got the 20,100 between the 20,210 all the way to 20,100. So this could be, if we're understanding these zones more, and JD, great job bringing these zones to us. They're really interesting. I watched them all day yesterday and into the close. And they jump, and it's kind of nice to see them go from zone to zone. And in between the zones, it's a pretty fast move. I don't know. Watch it on your own speed.
I am. We're still selling off here.
Yeah, and ES is starting to show some cracks. So
Okay.
this is where do we just continue the trend from the overnight?
Wild.
And maybe buyers show up, back towards 20,000 on the NASDAQ and probably back towards 50, where it was last week's low on ES.
Last week's low in ES.
5610.
Yes. And then we made our new all-time highs, Monday? We just made new all-time highs. Air horn. When air horn?
We've had air horns all week.
When air
We had air horns on Friday. I think we had 7 straight days of air horns.
Gosh. Marcus,
We're giving it a break right now.
So much for summer doldrums. This trade's been rocking and rolling this summer, and
Yes, it has.
It is OPEX week, so at least there is some volatility. Sometimes they're a little boring.
Yes, it can be.
I got a question here. We got sellers back in gold. That's a big question here. Popping off the top here, 88 wordies. Change of heart.
Long. Tilt's getting long. Bottom feeders, bottom pickers.
Yeah.
I'm still going to wait.
We've got a failed auction in
week.
platinum. Long platinum.
You are long platinum?
Yep.
All right, you want to give us a price and how many times so we can update the board?
10. Sorry, the dogs are going
All right,
nuts.
when they calm down, we'll come back to you. All good, but yes, manager.
So we're back into basically all June's balance here, basically between 20,250 and 20,000, more or less, which was majority of where June's volume took place, or the second half of June.
Wow, this is a red candle on it.
All right, Bears. That's what you've been waiting for.
We haven't had a red
sleeping, Andre.
Oh, Nick, you've been saying it.
You knew we were going to have, a red week finally, where maybe we lost 5% total in a week. Something like that could happen, and it looks like we're having that in the NASDAQ. Finally, a little cool off.
You guys have been
just in time for tech earnings, but a nice little cool off.
Oh, we busted out of that 5 lot only in 1 week. Get long on the open 5 lots.
Yeah, I think that trades.
And the Dow, putting in highs.
We got the Dow making new highs. We got gold making new highs. We got the Russie on, whatever it is on, and now we're selling off in the NASDAQ. So still probably rotation, but crazy to see finally.
When air horn. All right, trading 20,157. Last trade in NASDAQ. Weekly kickoff low, 20,100. Shout out to John Hoagland back in the house.
Y'all suck.
Oh, there you go, John. There you go, John. So we were struggling on the trade. We were struggling trading or something on what happened. Yeah, these Monday struggling trading. They're taking it on the chin a little bit. Some jag in the chat just goes, y'all suck. And I'm like, man, because when we're down. We just took it.
I happened to be watching at that time.
Yeah,
were you?
Yes.
That's awesome.
We took the ball and ran.
We bought the y'allsuck.com, and yes, we will do. We got Hindsight Capital. The I don't know what it is, .com or .tv. Some of them are going to be .tv, just play along as a parody. It's going to be our new hedge fund that we're opening. Jack is opening it up with building out the copy and the content. It's going to have a little tongue-in-cheek fun.
I think you're pooching the joke a little bit here, MP, but yes.
MP's loving it.
I don't know how to twist it and say, oh, I guess there's a hindsight capital that really popped up. So, but yeah, pretty transparent, I guess.
That is true.
ES making a run here on low of the day.
Okay, let's take a look at some ES levels here. ES levels. Yes, we are in 55, 6, 7. Oh, yeah. Definitely NASDAQ is the weakest of all the indices right now. There's no doubt about that.
Next level on ES I have is basically down to whatever 56.45-ish, which is just a longer time frame point of control from the last last week or two.
I think you just saw
looks
NASDAQ.
like crude sellers woke up here, topping off at 81.11 and sort of following in gold footsteps.
Man,
I just got that short a little bit.
Catch the short. Hogs got 20,100 weekly kickoff low. Hogs levels are good. It's just
okay. How's the count on a 20,100?
That's where we're going.
It is a falling knife of sorts. It could rip right through 20 handles. It's been ripping through stuff like I don't know.
There's
good
just
rip
no one
through.
on the bid.
Hot knife through butter. What was your
hot knife through butter? There you go.
S&P's just took out the opening range low.
Say that one more time, John.
S&P's just took out the opening range low.
20,100 incoming.
I think as a John weekly kickoff number and tribute to John, I'm going to work a. Well, first and foremost, what would Nick and Deanna? What do you guys like in the NASDAQ as far as any levels down here?
Nothing for me until 20,100.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Shout
nothing
out,
really
Jay.
for me either.
Okay.
I would probably wait to see what happens in the C period. So if we start to extend further down, then we're going to be in a situation where we have another mad trending day down. So wouldn't really go against it. I would maybe look for some sort of single print or low volume node or something like that. Even initial bounce low, like as a bounce to it, if we're not too far away from it, and then just to continue going lower. Because we've smashed through all of this. We've smashed through all of the statistical averages, so there's nothing to see there. And this could be a correction.
See if we get some sort of structure down near that level. Let it go through it, come back above it. Some sort of other reason than
something to lean on,
just because it's there.
Yeah.
All right, and he was down
Fed
2
Waller is not done speaking yet. Just a couple here right now, talking about the labor market and the sweet spot firms have the workers they want. Also, it's important for the Fed to maintain the current labor market conditions. And what he says with a little grin, the exact timing of the rate cut doesn't matter a lot. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Waller.
20,100 incoming.
We just melted 100 points from where I was trying to long last time.
Yeah.
So let's see if we firm up around 20,100. We built a lot of volume there, like I said, in kind of the middle to end of June. So I would expect buyers to show up in that general vicinity above 20,000.
All right, here we go.
Johnny, about
look out below.
About a one lot in tribute of Johnny being back at 09.
You fade everything. You were just Darth Vader, man.
What do you mean fade everything? John has a number at 20,110. Actually, hold on. It's 100. No, I'm looking at the 210 zone.
You're Darth Vader.
Yeah, mine's technically like 20,090, but give or take.
Andy, I know. Andy, these markets are wild right now.
Yeah, speaking of wild markets, Nick had mentioned something, so it might be a good time to hit a few news stories real quick. As mentioned, so like the S&P Small Cap 600 has been up 10.7% in the past 5 trading days, which is the best since 2020, which was also wild times. Also, there hasn't been that much movement in the top 50 of the S&P 500, but as Nick mentioned, it's just all the money pouring into IWM and a few different things like that. But this is the biggest differential between the two on a 5-day basis since they started that one ETF, the S&P 50. So, yes, mad rally in the Russell. Also, some news from Trump saying that in an interview that he would let Fed Chair Powell finish his term if he wins in November, which Powell, there it is right there. Daddy Powell cannot be stopped.
He's a little bit more stable this time around. Didn't say like, oh, I'm like you're fired to everybody yet. Powell seems like he's doing a good job though.
I think Powell has done a good job.
There is one more news story we're going to hold off for now because the markets are moving and it's a little bit out there. So that'll be a teaser for later.
Okay. Falling out of bed.
Heck.
I'm sorry, gold. Gold falling out of bed.
Oh, gold is
so I'm back. I'm back on that idea for the gap fill on platinum because I was looking at gold, whether it was going to keep going up, and it didn't. So I killed the first trade immediately and went back to my first hypo, which is the gap fill down. So now I am short. So got hit for about $170 over there. But now I'm short. What is this? Hold on. Where are we? 1026. One lot.
Do you like the 100s?
We're at the hundreds. We got one check mark, but we are selling so hard.
Yeah, I wouldn't get in front of this.
Trade. Yeah, man, these sellers aren't playing. We're down over 2.
We had that other level like 56.45. So on ES, so you have support there at least from last week as well. But yeah,
we're down.
Let's see. I mean, like 2%. I said, this is kind of do or die. I would like to see buyers step in like right here, right now.
Yeah, the Nasdaq just
I have an order sitting at 20,090.
Down to a naked point of control at 20,098. Talked about that on the opening call. So that's a visual target level. You're gonna see some buyers there. I don't know if they're gonna hold up there, but we just traded one tick below that 98 level. And we're getting a nice bounce off of that.
I have an average session. Yeah, come on, D. I have an average session range low in Nasdaq for 252. Let's call it 253. It's Nasdaq. So that's where I would expect to see something because we're still inside the initial balance. And if we look at some statistics on how often the NQ breaks the initial balance to one side. So give me a minute. I'm just going to have a look on Edgefold.
Michael, are you still long that one lot?
No, I got out.
Yeah.
Nice call, John. Those are check mark. We had
the checks. I was a little greedy, wanted a little bit lower.
Yeah, so NQ, so we are looking at about a 73% of a chance of a single break in NQ. Now, obviously, it doesn't tell you which side, but since we are pretty close to the low, I would expect to see that smash to the downside. If you can see, there's only 2% of days in the last 6 months that have had no breaks, and then we've had 24% where the initial balance was broken to both sides. So I think we should use this maybe to find some better levels and to expect that breakout first and foremost, and then maybe see what we're working with. If we are going to have a failed auction long from average session range low, it's actually a really strong setup. And if not, we have a possibility for further downside. How does that sound?
What a bounce. Gold. Eddie, gold just fell out about $20 or 17.
Almost from the high to the lows here.
Wow. Gold just
Put the
got
brakes
hammered.
on just a little bit above
Range.
that. But
Range.
Yep.
I did say it smells of a range, didn't I?
You did. You did. You said it reeks of a range.
It went great. So just look at this. This is so interesting, right? This is why I love trading. So we had the overnight high at 2487.5. We went through it, only went about 6-7 ticks above it, and then went back. So, you know, very good. Very good. I mean, I wasn't going to short that because that doesn't work as well usually. Do we have a neutral day type before?
We are trading right now.
All right, I'm pulling my order. Looks like it's going to build and continue higher here. So that was the right read. If you took the 20,100 long we were talking about, congrats.
It's on your daily levels at the top of the screen.
Is.
It's zone number 6. We didn't take it. Should have thought about it in Hindsight Capital. Would have taken it. Everybody who works at Hindsight Capital would have taken that one. Guaranteed.
If only I had my Patagonia vest.
Yes. No. There's nobody at Hindsight Capital that wears a cowboy hat because those are the true and authentic traders. It's the ones that wear the Patagonia or the vest.
Patagonia, maybe some Allbirds.
Allbirds, yep.
You know, maybe a plaid collared shirt under the Patagonia vest.
Hold on, you're in Austin, aren't you, or Dallas?
I'm in Dallas, but I mean the tech office is very much the finance office as well.
I thought you described what you see the sidewalk in Austin.
Was that an F-bomb? What was that? What was
no,
that?
I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought I heard an F-bomb. You're getting a little too chill, a little too casual right there.
Let's see. Sellers trying again here on the NASDAQ.
Yeah. Well, we burned through all the levels. We ripped through all the levels.
We're flying blind.
Well, no.
Yeah, we are.
I still have the average session range low.
What is it?
It's 253.
53.
So it's lower down.
Okay, there's still more room. We're down over 2% in the NASDAQ right now. Remember,
it's awesome.
Overall, on the day. But for the session range, we're still not there. It's still within the statistical average of the session, yeah?
So 20,053.
Where does that put us on NQ?
253.
Okay.
SSS, NQ bid, 110, 110. SSS, I told you, hit us up. Email us. Here comes some buyers. Yep. I want to talk to you, get some levels from SSS. I like their levels.
Yeah. So now it comes back to like, hey, do we reoffer towards the 200 area again?
Share levels, guys, because if we kind of either
in real time,
we'll watch. Yeah, we'll watch it real time. We'll watch them, and then we'll see your name, and then we'll kind of start scouting you like Andre did.
Yeah, I like SSS.
And I bet you if
email
you're really,
us.
really good. Yeah, if we're really, really good,
I've got
we'll make it worth your
good
while.
levels, yeah.
Boy, gold just fell out of bed. D said, range smells like a range trade. YM chilling. We're near the highs here. About 20 points off the highs. Last trade, YM, 41,403. High of the day, 41,432. Thanks, JD.
So, D, my daughter's in London.
Oh, yes, for the wedding, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know which part of London is she staying at?
I don't know, but I sent her a picture of you. So if you're out walking the dog and somebody comes up to you and says, "I know you," it might be Sarah.
Yeah. 13 million people, though. So, unless she's around the corner, which is not, not beyond the realm of possibility.
I tell you, man,
Somebody
I've been everywhere,
I'll
and I
know.
always run into somebody I know.
Do you know, it's funny you say that. There's one time when we were actually in New York, and we just did a random club, and suddenly one of my drummers walks in from Belgrade, and I'm like, Like out of all the places that you could have gone, like what the hell, man? So yeah,
Go
that
figure.
was a bit random. Yeah.
I was in Disney World, and with my, when my kids were little, and all of a sudden I hear Hogue.
No way.
I'm not kidding. We were leaving Northerly Island in Chicago, which isn't unusual to run into people, right? But I started doing the cow because it was like I felt like we were being herded like cattle to try and get off of the island to get back to our car. So I started doing the cow, and from half a mile away I hear, "Hogue, is that you?"
No way.
I'm kidding.
Dude.
So these bounces
you
off the
do
100.
the cow really good.
Yeah, the bounce off 100 was nice.
Now, where are we looking? It's still like in this zone of 6, and we're learning. We're learning with these zones because
we are. This would be the sell the rip right here.
Levels from trusted folks, but 210 to 100.
This 150 spot, it could be a reoffer too, especially because ES is sitting right at VWAP of the session. So let's see. Here you go.
Sellers. Boom. Damn. All right, we're learning.
As soon as it's stalled there. Yeah, it's with us kind of having no down days recently, like it's kind of like getting it back into your brain, like, hey, where typically are we seeing sellers come back in? Where are they reoffering? And these trend days down, we just haven't had them because usually they get ripped back to the top side recently.
It does take a while. You kind of get your gears stripped when you have to think a different way, and it takes time.
Yeah.
Yes. I was just going to say, when the market state changes, that's why it's kind of hard. But like, I'm going to take off the summer. Well, okay, summer's been pretty hot so far. I'm going to take off. I'm going to come back when it's, you trade in all market states, whether it's high volatility, low volatility, not barely moving, ripping your face off, all that kind of stuff. You get better and better because you learn to shift gears, like John just said. I mean, write this down if you want to. It's helpful. Yeah.
You want to wait. Absolutely.
It's kind of like when you see athletes be like, hey, the game was really slow or there's a fast-paced game today. Like true talent can rise up to it and do it.
Greens are really fast today. The greens are really slow fast today.
Exactly. You got to adjust.
And that goes perfectly with our tip of the week. You have a trading plan, but your trading plan should include your ability to recognize different contexts and trade different markets in different market states.
Okay, so TradeAvate's reporting that they were down this morning. Other firms, I'm not naming names, from what I understand, have said things about our reporting issues. I don't know if it's what it is. Needless to say, if it is that, then it's like always a bigger issue. Because it could be, I don't know, a feed from the direct feed that you get from the exchanges. I don't know. I don't know the answer to this.
Removing negative trades from the charting issues?
No, we're not doing anything right now.
I don't know about that.
Let's figure it out.
Yeah, more information.
I'm not saying yes or no in real time like I did last time. It's not fair to my team. We're not doing promos anymore. We're not doing that's all. I'm changing things. It's not out of anger. It's just out of like we're getting some folks in here that are just like, dude, quit it, please.
Handouts.
But again, small percentage.
A lot of
like 99% of absolute badass cool traders. Just if we could prune the 1%, that's what we'll do this month.
Yeah, it's
got to prune to grow sometimes, Andre.
That's true. I actually need to go prune my bushes here after the close here. Got a little under all that rain. I got some shrubs outside that need some pruning. All this rain got a bit overgrown.
I had some prune juice this morning. I'll be right back.
Here we go. Here we go. My goodness. I think we have EIA here. D's favorite number in about 6 minutes.
Yeah.
5 minutes remaining.
I mean, crude doesn't roll over anyway. It's already weird. So, yeah.
I was going to take the 150 reoffer short, but I just realized I'm just going to wait for initial balance to set and kind of make a decision there.
Nick, when does the initial balance get set?
5 minutes.
Yep.
Chris Muldoon, that's very, very funny. That's very, very funny.
When those words are coming out of my mouth.
Locker room talk.
The words were coming out of my mouth. I knew instantly where that was going. And I said, "Uh-oh." Yes, proving the 1% to grow. Agree. People are expecting, hey, just because there was some sort of minor tech issue, erase all the negative trades. Well, we'll erase the positive trades. We should erase all trades then.
And that's why sometimes Nick fires at the hip when he trades, because there you go.
What happened there?
Quick 30-point rollover.
Yep, sell the 50s. Did you sell those?
No, I was going to wait for initial balance.
Oh, yeah.
I got spooked just because you get that kind of, that influx of liquidity usually right there too. So it's like, I'll just wait.
Oh, man, I want to trade more.
Yeah, those 50s were nice.
But we're getting movement today. So this is a very tradable market today.
It is tradable, yeah. It's if you're impatient, you're going to get ripped for 20 or 30 ticks or handles. No problem on NASDAQ. If you're impatient, you don't wait for your entries and whatever.
Well, it was like that. Like, okay, pricing or buyers kind of stalled at the 160 level, and logically, even looking at volume profile, hey, that kind of makes sense as a spot that they could reoffer. Sellers could reoffer, and there you go. They stepped right in and did, and are going to push us back probably to a new low here.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Eduardo?
Comments coming over the wire from Barkin. Hello, Mr. Barkin. Another hot biscuit coming out of the oven. I'm sure the U.S. Central Bank will debate at the July meetings whether it is still appropriate to describe inflation as elevated. He also does say he's been very encouraged that deflation is broadening, and he says he hopes it continues. U.S. labor market remains quite healthy, and he says no single 25 basis point interest rate cut matters one way or the other. The issue is when to change the narrative. Well, you can do that right now, Mr. Barkin.
Yes.
I barely know him.
Jesus, oh my gosh.
Huh?
What?
What?
Yes, bounced off the overnight low.
Yes, it did. This is all right. Now let's get a little choppy here, Nick, for a tick.
Mm-hmm. But we got initial balance, like I said. Let it set and
we have EIA
time to
coming
see
here.
Where we are.
EIA inventories D in about 2 minutes. Are you still in that platinum trade? Can we update your board, please, D?
So I closed the long trade because I was looking at gold and it was starting to roll over. So I was like, yeah, this is going to be a gap fill. So I'm in a short right now. So I got smacked on the face by minus 172, but I'm 255 up now. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But I'm looking for that gap fill now. It slowed down a little bit, so I don't like that. But we'll see. Yeah, so I'm short from 1026. Just one lot.
Okay, sure. 1026, one lot. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, zone 6, 20,100.
100.
All the way up to 20,210. And 210 is literally, look at the chart. Look at the chart. It's where it fell apart. It was holding there because Nick got along there right before about the 14s, 214s, however many. He said he got a lot of Nick for a lot of ticks at that point. And then he got out and then it fell apart, came back to 210s and then ripped through it like butter. Down to the 100s in no time, firmed up at the 100s. I'm liking these zones. Inside the zone, you got Coach J. You got Hoagland.
Traders, 30 seconds.
Thank you, John.
Coach
Thank
Paul.
you, Eddie.
Coach Paul, Coach J.
We're going to tighten up this. Let's talk after this, MP, how you're seeing these zones. Also want to talk to you, MP, after this oil number, how you read the ladder.
All right. They're expecting negative 1,008,000. Previous negative 3,443,000. And the number going to hit the wire here right now. Negative 4,870,000.
Wrong again.
Did you see that?
D couldn't help
yes.
herself. D couldn't help herself.
Yeah.
What is the
Why
point
do
to
they
that?
bother?
Nothing.
The interns.
Yeah, you're off by
And,
like 3 million.
Yeah. G, your gasoline inventory is coming in at 3.328, 3,328,000. And they were looking at a negative 1,230,000. So a miss and a miss and a miss. Back to you guys and girls.
Hey, yo, wrong again. Jay, that's D's air horn. Wrong again.
Pew, pew.
Pew, pew, pew. Q, 5-minute range right now. Yep. Overtime. Shout out. Bottom end of the range, about 100s. Upper end of the range, 50s ish. All zones, all ranges. Look at the tilt, 50-50 across the board. We saw gold 78, 79% long up the highs, and we just fell out of bed. Crude not doing much after that number came out. To be expected.
Can 42s hold? They just sold 42s.
Did you? MP, I like you trading your personal with these zones.
Yeah, I'm right in the middle of the zone. I mean, I don't like this one.
Upper end
Edges
42
of the zone. There's no 42 levels on here. It's between 2210 there. Look at how fast it firms up.
Yeah. MP, yes, is still holding above overnight low too.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to get up. 20,210. Big 100-point gap there. 110-point gap.
Let's see.
You can see on the 5-minute. I mean, go to my 5-minute. It's a perfect example of this. It's a perfect example of the zone. I didn't know you could collapse TradingView. It's pretty dope. TradingView menu. I can't.
What do you do? What'd you stumble upon over there? What'd you find?
Feature?
Hell yeah! Isn't it the best?
Yeah, I didn't know I could put. Yeah, it's like finding a new feature on your phone. You're like, dude,
find a $20 bill. Find a $20 bill in your pocket after doing the laundry. You know.
All right, zone. We talked right here. 20,210. Weekly kickoff low. 100s. Right when it was right here. Firming, like this is where Nick played it, pop. Nick played it, pop, or I don't know. I was playing a little bit here, just a little. And then it fell apart at the 210s, all the way down to the 20,100s. Now we're in between the 20,100s and the 20,054s. Rookies, newbies, anybody else? This is kind of fun trading where you start learning where it holds up at a certain level, firms up, trades in a little range. What does it do? Does it start to build legs to the upside, or does it do one of these and then break down? So that all being said, this zone, I'm going to do a little John Madden, zone 6.
What's this?
No, he does that.
Yeah, look at you. Look at this.
Eddie, we need a boom.
This is zone 6. We're learning on the fly. We used to do levels all the time, but I'm back into trading, and it takes a while and get comfortable. And like, how do we educate at the same time? How do we have certain things, and who can we trust for the levels? Because it's not all coming from us. We didn't build the show to say, hey, by the way, do everything we do. We just did the show so we could have Deanna come on here, Nick for a tick, Dakota, Coach Jay. John Hoagland now has been our guru since day one. But we're not going to put all the pressure always on John. But John did nail it. His picture, daily levels, click on that in the very top of your chat. Go all the way down to zone 6 in the NASDAQ. You can see John's little picture right there. He's holding a gold bar. Hopefully, John, you still have that gold bar, even though I know it's fake. But hey.
What?
It was a doorstop, wasn't it? We used that as a doorstop.
It was a doorstop. Yeah, what he's holding in his hand in that picture. Yeah,
I remember that. The doorstop.
Uh-huh. We had so many cool things in that old office. That old office was really, really cool.
It was big.
Okay, so now we're coming out of this zone.
MP, you got out of that trade, right?
Or, sorry, not out of the zone, out of this little range. Go ahead, Nick.
Did you get out of that trade?
Yes.
Okay.
42s, 39s, and then it was sitting around the 40s. I said it was in the middle of this zone. I'm kind of just putting my head around these zones. And if we're getting levels from trusted folks, and JD, great work, buddy, on evolving this and each day in the last week. Yeah,
hey,
good work.
MP, speaking of JD, this is a very nice transition. You set me up. You didn't even know you're doing it. JD, I'm going to throw it to you. Let's get some stats going. Let's get some streaks. How are we looking, JD? Nice transition, MP.
Excellent transition. Thanks, guys. All right, let's take a look at those hot streaks from yesterday. Here we go. No change to the list from yesterday. We've got Dustin. Dustin is setting a new standard, guys. He is now on 4 consecutive days of $1 single profits. That's 4 days, $4.
How do you do that?
I don't know.
That sounds like it'd be hard to actually do.
What product?
What's a dollar get you in Cicero? JD, what's a dollar get? I know a dollar's a dollar.
Yeah,
what does it get you?
$4. $4. That's 4 Cicero clams right there.
I think we got
in
a
the
white
last 8 trading days, he's up a total of $11. 11 Cicero clams.
Hey.
All right. And we got VJ. VJ picked up another $150. Matthew took home $136. Both those traders are on 29-day heaters right now. Parmeshwar, $10 yesterday, trading the MNQ to keep that streak alive at 26 days. And Wendy took home $223 trading the NASDAQ to extend her streak to 23 days.
Nice.
All right, yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Right at the top, Raphael. He's also at the top of the leaderboard right now, pocketed close to $8,200 trading the S&P. John G, who has also spent some time on the leaderboard, $5,500 trading the NASDAQ. Brian P, number 4 on the leaderboard, almost $2,700 trading the S&P. Rips, the man. Nice to see him back on the list also, $2,100. $2,100 trading the NASDAQ. And Dennis had a nice trading day, trading soybeans and the 30-year bond yesterday. Made $120 trading soybeans and just over $1,900 trading the bonds. All right, we got a couple new things for you. First, we're going to do yesterday's payouts.
Woo!
So, Pavel, who spent some time in the leaderboard, nice payout. Almost $37,000. Same with Quinn, $36,500. Liam, over $23,000. Nicholas, $17,000, and Walter, $15,500. Those are real payouts, real money. Got one more stat to show you. We've got I'm going to show you last week's total payouts, and I'm going to tell you what yesterday's payouts were. We're working on another overlay for daily payouts, but I've got last week's data right here.
Whoa.
Total payouts last week, $2.5 million. 1,512 payouts for an average total payout of $1,621 per trader last week. That's impressive right there.
Do you know that, Michael?
You know what we did yesterday?
Go ahead.
You want to know what we did yesterday alone?
Yeah.
What?
Yesterday alone, 386 payouts for a total of $653,000. That's an average of $1,692 per payout just yesterday.
Oh, man.
Yes, I did know this, Andre. That's why the position of pruning, if you're going to complain, these guys are crushing it. There's people out there crushing it. I want to work with these people. That's where my position was. Because this is great seeing these numbers.
I figure you'd know that, but I kind of just wanted to lay you up here on TV. I figure you'd have a general idea of what the payouts are, but yeah. I figured
you said it, I'll spike it.
I'll be back in a little bit with the leaderboard, guys.
$2.5 million. Thanks, JD. Good stats.
Thanks, JD.
$2.5 million in 5 days. Insane. That was awesome. The S&P. I have
the funding industry is growing. The funding industry is growing. It is. Look, I'll tell you this for sure. Topstep has never, ever, ever not grown ever since 2010 when I started the industry. Ever not grown year over year. Ever. And since 2020, you see an explosion of it because there's a lot of, in 2016, I think Earned It Trader was our first real, One Up Trader was our first real competitor. And then they ripped off so much of our stuff that we then said, hey, you have images on your website that literally the file name is Topstep. Like if you look at the file on it. Yeah, we sued them.
That's so lazy.
For sure. Yeah, you can't copyright stuff. Yeah, we're definitely gonna protect our IP. So then Earn to Trade came out. Love those guys over there. And we called them copycats. And then we're like, holy shit, this is actually an industry when more and more started popping up. And then 2020 happened. And then it just like exploded with every, Jenny from the block popping up a website, doing the thing. And then, then you see, now you're seeing kind of a filtering out of that right now. If you read a book called Play Bigger, which is a book I read too during this whole process, it's about creating an industry, showing people that there's this problem you're solving. In our case, it was like people fail at the brokerage accounts, lose their kids' college fund, and they don't have a safe place to learn. That then became the problem that we were trying to solve. And then a small your core user base is what they call it, our core traders that understood the importance of this was there. That they became our evangelists and advocates. They talk about it, elsewhere. And then like more and more people, like the mainstream starts to catch on. And that's where we're at right now with the mainstream. Like I'm down here at the golf course and guys are talking about getting funded. And they were just hearing about it from Lambo Raul. I heard that, and that's a whole different.
Love that name. Nick.
I can't. And keep going. Sorry, I'm not going to go on a rant.
So all in all, the industry, this book talks about the industry and becoming a category king of your industry. Now, Topstep always has to fight to become a category king because you guys know that you can become irrelevant very quickly. Lilo, I haven't heard those guys. I'm going to name, I'm not going to go into other ones, but there's other ones that one-up trader that were like, you guys got to be like this. You guys got to do what they're going to do. You guys got to do all these discounts. You guys got. So when I got this, like, we move and flow and evolve and listen both to what you guys are saying, but at the same time, what the real passionate ones are saying, not the ones that are tire kickers that come in here and just say, hey, you know what, I'm just going to try this out. And we're really trying to help turn people who trade into better traders with healthier habits. We have to go towards our mission. So when I get on that little tear about like, hey, go wherever you want to go, we're going to only work with the ones that really are going to make. So that's where it comes from, delivering on our mission as a company, but then also always staying abreast to the competitive landscape, see what's going on because there's innovation happening. And then you see me like, hey, somebody else do anything rather than discounts. Let's do something like innovative to help traders. I want to be inspired by another prop firm that's doing certain things. Because again, I think that makes competition good. But all in all, it's now kind of at this moment of the industry is there, a funding prop firm model. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry now. Very proud to say Topstep created it because we did. And who's the category kings? And those are the ones when I talk to my guys at different FTMO, I talk to those guys. I talk to Earn to Trade. I talk to Trade Day. Talk to Trade Day this week. Talk to FVMO last week. And you got these certain ones that are like, and then they're like, you talk to them like, oh, you guys see this pop-up one, like blah, blah, blah. You don't have to do it. And like, so we talk about this, and I think that's good for the industry. We're going to create a self-regulating group, but that's a little bit difficult. Now we're just going to try to work with regulators and all that kind of stuff. But that's why the industry is just really exciting to go from 2010, brand new, never heard about this e-prop firm. Andre used to always call it. I'm like, well, it's kind of like a scouting agency. He's like, well, you're an e-prop. And we kind of had that battle. But either way, we were both right. It's just really fun. It's really fun to see that the industry evolving. Now, who will be the ones that end up at the very top, like a Lyft and an Uber, when there's a shitload of those? Or an Airbnb and a I don't even know the other ones, Third Home or VRBO. All this new innovation that comes out there. It's just really interesting to see new industries form and to be a part about that. So that, you see the growth and it's really exciting.
Hey, MP.
The
most interesting thing from all of that to me was Lambo Raul. I just looked him up.
What do you got?
He's got a video of him taking delivery of his Bugatti pinned to the top of his YouTube.
God, I love it.
Oh, he doesn't have a. Yeah, I know.
I'm sure he has a couple Lambos too.
If you follow Lambo Raul, this is just a guess. I've never looked at his pages. I'm assuming you're the product. Congratulations.
Yes. You're the driver of his. You were the driver.
You bought the.
You were the driver of him being able to be the driver of the Lambo.
Who's Lambo Raul? What's the Lambo Raul mean to you?
I have no idea. On my channel it says no Lambos, no nonsense. So that pretty much tells you where I am on that whole story.
Well,
I've just booked the profits here, so I took $430 with that loss before. I'm up on the day a little bit of money, so 271. Just taking it really slow, and we'll see whether we can get some more opportunities later on. Just to get back to the markets for a second.
Thank you.
To update you. Yeah, as for Lambo Raul, good luck to him, man. I don't want anything to do with him, but yeah.
Hey,
all the best.
Part of Hindsight Capital is Jack and I and Danielle have kind of riffed on certain. I'm like, just get stock photos, like stock photos of somebody in front of a laptop pumping their fists, like awesome, and then somebody sitting on a Lambo, and then like sparklers coming out to the club, and then bake that Hindsight Capital's like kind of landing page and say we're hiring. so that's kind of our like little fun play with it. Now you're gonna see how we roll it all out, but we're gonna have fun with it because anytime anybody's like, "Oh yeah, you should have got long," then we're like, "You should apply for Hindsight Capital."
I love it.
So, Jack, I think I gave away the whole spiel.
I think Jack.
I clearly missed the mark on creating an avatar name for myself and just not throwing Lambo or Bugatti in front of my name.
Oh, Nick for a Tick.
You're Nick for a Tick now.
we said in our meetings, our stand-ups and everything, we're like, he's Nick for a Tick. He's not Nick. I don't even know your last name, but we're like, we wanted to create your this is you. This is your whatever, your persona.
It was also a nickname that someone else kind of jokingly said to me because it was a series of maybe a few weeks where, even similar to how I did this, where I didn't long, I was looking for a long at 20,090 instead of 20,100. So it's that there in itself is the nickname right there.
Taylor thinks it should be Honda Nick.
I mean, I drive an F-150. You would never catch me driving a Honda, but
there we go. There we go.
An all-American boy right there.
I've had a truck since I was 16. Different trucks.
Well, I mean, I was a Ford guy too, but you get like knocked on in the country and found on road dead. So hey, I don't know.
Hey D,
I drove a Mini, so Mini D is pretty apt considering I'm quite short. So there we go.
See you in a minute. Hey D, can we get a P&L? Can we get a P&L update for you, please?
It's 271 net. So I took one loss of 170, made 430 on the other trade, keeping that risk reward a little bit higher on the wins. So yeah, let's see. I usually do about 5 to 7 trades per day. So this is kind of just the start of my day and a nice little buffer to have. Right now, I'm not seeing anything else. I'm just kind of chilling, looking for opportunities.
Trying to make.
Do you see how many longs are on the micro? 75%. I mean, I just got short a one long.
Okay.
Yeah,
Michael. Go ahead.
75% long. Lots of traders trading it, getting stuck on that high. We just pulled back how many handles
selling off.
Oh, flat. That's 400.
Their average price for the longs
73s. Right, Johnny?
That's ugly.
Oof.
Yeah. They're stuck up there.
They just got rolled.
Yeah, this is where, we are looking for a spot where sellers may reoffer. Could have been a little higher on NQ at, around, I guess the 180s actually did get tagged. Never mind. Yeah, almost to the tick.
Okay, so Nick and Deanna, if you go back to my John Madden football playbook, you can see how it popped itself. And Johnny Hogan, I want you to help out. It popped itself up here, 73s. This is really where this right here is where.
You know how I look at it? So you know how Dolby trades, right? So he likes to establish a range and to go short at the top of the range and long at the bottom. So the way I'm looking at this, that was a stop run of a little range and then basically a run back inside it. That's the way I would look at it.
So, yeah, so it popped itself out on there. It's back in this area. Yeah, so it's back in this area. I don't know what I'm really trying to say right now, except just kind of analyzing what happened. What happened here? Well, right here, this yellow line or this line I put right here is where everybody, like, it was 75% of micro traders were stuck long here. Now, I don't know if they're like averaging it in because there is a micros gets used a lot as to scale in a lot to a position. But this is a pretty vicious move when now it's 54%.
Look at that.
Wow.
That was textbook how
Everyone
that played
got
out.
liquidated there.
Ripped through.
Well, that's literally this is stupid, but you said like the 170s everyone was long.
73, yeah.
Yeah, and then we just went to basically the 120. So there's your I'm throwing 3 lots of NQ long and just got auto liquidated to a daily loss limit, 50 points down.
Your account's toast today.
Yep.
And if you're like, oh, I need more room, we're like, how much more room do you need? You need better entries is what you do. You need better entries, not more room.
You need more to hang yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? It's not a joke. It's not a joke. But we've said it in the office a lot of times. Like, dude, this guy wants this. When we first started, Johnny Hoagland, remember that we did custom combines, and we would get a stack of papers. So and so wants this. So and so wants that. And we were just like, and he'd come into my office like, I approve this one. I approve this one. I approve. And that's how we were evaluating during a custom combine in 2010 or 11 or something like that. And we're like, hey, he wants more downside. But every time we give somebody more downside that was not a disciplined trader, they found it. And then we would just call it, we're giving them more room to hang themselves. And then if you tightened it up, they're like, they cuss you out because you're trying to trip them up. So it's like, we had to do a pruning back then too, Johnny. Remember, like, this is the type of trader we're looking for. If you don't fit this, then it's okay.
If we look at the pure numbers, if we just look at the pure numbers, so whoever is trading, if you take all of your winning days, if you add them up and you divide them by whatever number of days you're looking at as a sample size, what number do you come up with? And if that's nowhere near the 3K, you've got no business risking that. Like that's kind of the thing that Mick always tries to tell people, but it's 100%. Almost like it's not going in. The people are like, oh, I want $6,000, I want $10,000.
Yep.
For what? You've never had a bigger day than $1,000. Like what?
That's exactly, Deanna. That's exactly what we used to say. John and I used to always be doing, and Mick and Danny Hodgman and all that we were a part of, because we were all traders. Like, we'd say there's just more room to hang yourself. You're going to find it. And I would say that. And then the other one is we would say you have no business doing that. And then after all that, they're still like showing us attitude, which is John had a really bad call one time. I saw him slam the headphones down on the trading floor. I know the guy. We're not going to say his name. She pops up here still every now and then, possibly. I don't know if as of a year or so. But we're like, look, we're not for everybody. That's what we ended it. We're not for everybody. We're totally okay if it doesn't fit you. That's what I've kind of saying when I said pruning today. So don't take that as any disrespect, but you can't be all things to everybody. And then we found that out in 2010, and we kind of like, let's try to do this, let's try to do that. So there is a little bit of like talk of like, how do we prune to get towards really our mission of people that are like really dedicated to turn themselves into better traders with healthier habits and all that. And that's what we want to push. So
I remember that, Michael, and it takes a lot to piss me off.
I was gonna say, I've never
I'd come down there and like rub your back almost, be like, hey, don't worry about it. And then I'm like, screw, like, you tried with it. And you were working one-on-one with him. You were spending time. Yeah. All right. So we're back at the 20,100s. That was a huge sell-off from 70s. Nick, go ahead.
Hogue, are you seeing what I'm seeing at 5650?
650.
5650. A very large
360 lots.
Iceberger right at 5600 SPX coinciding with that level.
5650.
I see about a negative 3,000 delta, and it's growing.
Yes, I am seeing that.
Awesome, guys. All right, talk to us, Nick. What does that mean, Nick, for a tick? And Hogue. Both of you guys, go back and forth. Talk to us out.
So that number coincides with a big round number on SPX, so 5600, which would be the big option strike probably for this week. If I was, didn't have any data in front of me, I would take a wild guess and say that probably is the largest gamma strike for going into Friday's expiration. So you're seeing a large amount of iceberg buying here with a negative delta. So you're seeing sellers really trying, but they're not moving price. Thus the delta moving negative at a specific price point being 5650. So now it's 5,000. So let's see. They're trying to push below it.
Look at that, Michael. Michael, get along.
That was a good read. 21.
Great job, guys.
It literally went from 1,000 to 4,600 in a few minutes there.
Just keep taking a bid. Nice read, guys.
Hey, Andre, we have the 100s, but it's gonna hit. It's gonna knock on the door again. Nick for a tick said the 2090s.
Yeah, that would be where we might get a failed downside auction, and we do get the true range play if we kind of get down there. But
dude, those 50s,
with it being OPEX and seeing that big iceberg order, I would guess that somebody is still very interested in keeping price above 5,600.
Great job, guys.
Did you see that? You saw that iceberg. You called that out because when I was trading 50s, it kept going like 10, 20, 30, 50, changing, but it wouldn't trade through. And then when it did trade through, it went boom, boom, boom. Maybe those people
just throwing the buys in. All sellers want.
Firmed up really quickly.
Shorts just got out.
That was a great eye, Nick. Great eye on that.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can, if you pull up my chart, this is a bad example. Let me get to the ES one.
Top notch stuff.
So yeah,
guys. Top notch.
You see, like this started to build. So I use a delta by price chart as well next to my volume profile. So you start to see that negative delta build. And like I said, this was at about maybe negative 1,000, and then it quickly. Here we go again. Let's see what happens. Guy's still there. But it quickly went to almost 5,000 in a few, not even a minute or two, basically in a minute. So just something to keep in mind
watching time and
when we talk about iceberg orders. Just something you see is like that in real time.
Anybody watching time and sales?
If I could jump in here real quick, coming over the wire here, Xi Jinping, what they're saying is that he had a stroke. Trying to catch some news coverage here, but that's the. I'll get some more information on that. Yeah,
it's Mr. China.
China.
All right, they finally got through those 50s. Interesting.
See how
this plays out. Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, so that's just something to keep in mind for the rest of this session with that spread. And they're both round numbers, but 56.50 currently with the spread will bring you about 50 points higher on SPX, or 50 points lower. So it's always important, I think, if you trade ES especially, to have an idea of what the rough spread is towards SPX, since all of the options activity will coincide with certain levels, and that level may change on ES as we get closer to contract roll.
Stuff. What was the final delta?
Below it.
Yeah. What was the final volume on that 56.50, Nick?
57. No, now it's back up to it, but it was basically 4,800. But since it takes large orders to kind of push us below it like that, this is where you may see this institutional player give up and potentially reposition lower, or this could be, for all we know, this is a market maker just trying to maintain a gamma neutral position, which I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole because it's a lot to explain. But the logic is there's a larger player trying to keep price afloat above 5,600 SPX. And they may do that by hedging with futures and things like that.
Nick for a tick, bringing the heat today. I love it. Love it. I'm taking a quick peek at gold. Gold just made some new lows there, D. Last trade, low of the day, 24.65 low of the day. Last trade, 24.68.
I have a level of interest around 2460.4 and then 2456.8. So that whole area is like a little zone where we might want to see buyers, but I don't want to do anything until we get there. We are currently trying to accept value, and that might open up the possibility for a complete value rotation all the way down to 24.48, which is quite a long way away.
Yep, I know SSS
like
looking for
176 ticks.
I want to get short around here. I just kind of did, but it chopped me up a bit on this firming up.
You're seeing, we're seeing a lot of buying too. If you take the flip side, look at this, especially on NQ, and we're really not moving. So it is something to be concerned about, especially with all that positive delta too, that if we get a little lower, a lot of that could puke.
Yeah, it could be look out below.
So
650.
Still Elvis, or as Hogue says, once Elvis leaves the building.
Exactly. It's why when I see icebergs, when you see icebergs like that, I tend to just be a little more patient just because it can get a little weird. If we bounce back into the range, like above this, yeah, absolutely jump in long. But when we still hang around this level, it's very much a, hey, sit on your hands and wait and see kind of thing. Because if we go lower, it could get ugly.
Yeah, we definitely want to see price kind of maintaining above that 50 level.
Yeah, you don't want to long it sitting there.
MP wants to get short. MP looking for.
I just got short. I was getting short, chopped up, and it was around the 15s all the way to 25s. Yeah.
Yeah. If anything, guys, I'm still looking at range rules, not range rules, trend day down rules applying. So if anything, I'm still leaning that this level breaks to the downside.
Okay.
And with us still hanging right around it, slightly below it, that's still my lean. If not, I'd be looking for a reoffer a little bit higher again. But I'm still leaning this as a trend day down.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to throw it to Hogue. Hogue, how, when you see something like that iceberg, like Nick Fertig was saying, we just watch and see, wait and see. How do you read that? When you see, I've seen 7,700 contracts trade on that 56.50 bid. How do you read that? How do you trade it? How do you analyze that? What do you do with that?
Well, I mean, of course it's situational, right? I mean,
yeah,
here's the profile on it.
Awesome.
So
happy you're back.
I'm with Nick. I mean, we haven't been able to close the gap. That's usually telling me I'm looking for shorts. We're seeing an accumulation down here around this 50 level that Nick pointed out. I've got negative 5,400 of 13,000 at that price, and so if we had a failed downside auction and then we started to see those buyers coming in and accumulating at this level, I would be much more aggressive in trying to get into the long. If I'm long, I want to see price maintain above that level. I don't care how long it takes for the market to turn and then continue to rotate higher, as long as it's holding above that level, where currently it is not. Here's that 56.50 level right here. And up here, you can see that's the price, the volume, and the delta. So we're seeing, 13,000 in volume, and 5,400 of it were on the bid, indicating, some accumulation of longs at that area, or at the very least, some short covering at that level, and that short covering, or if it's new longs, is getting the short time frame traders shorter and shorter. The longer it sits there, the deeper the delta gets in negativity, the more short-term traders are going to end up getting short and short and short and short and short. And that's when the market will turn and possibly rotate back to the upside. So we're really just kind of in a wait and see area here. If we were to see a failed downside auction, come back to that, see the accumulation continue and then hold above that level, I'm all in long.
Love it. Nick, are you starting to see? Are you seeing more accumulation on that price? Are you seeing more? Is it growing?
I am, and even a few ticks lower, they're continuing to absorb. So this is where, hey, if we can pop above overnight low, I'd start leaning. Hey, maybe this is something to jump in and long for at least a trip back inside the opening range, back towards 660.
Stuff, guys.
So we'll see.
Absolutely. Top-notch
Realistically,
stuff.
we have a lot of absorption and prices going in neither direction. So it's still very much wait and see, but definitely could see a path back to the north side with, all the dip buying that we are still seeing. One day trending down 1% does not change the regime that we've been in for 2 months.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Top-notch stuff here. TopstepTV. Go ahead, Johnny.
You said it. If Elvis leaves the building, that may embolden more sellers and, some of the buyers down here that are trying to just pick the bottom.
That's your saying, John. You're the Elvis fan. You love Elvis, John.
Yeah. If Elvis leaves the building, we're in trouble.
Yes, we are. Just look up below. Absolutely top-notch stuff here on TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Click like, click subscribe. A little light on the likes today. Click like, click subscribe. I see we are not too far from 109,000 subscribers, but we are now trading 56.48. I don't know what the price would have to look like for Elvis to leave the building. Was kind of looking that way. Low of the day.
Looks like it's going to break initial balance low here.
Yeah. This is very interesting.
And
guys.
I'm seeing sellers step in on NQ to try to break this too.
Yes, it is. Look out below here. MP.
Yes, sir.
What? The shorts were nice. Shorts are real.
I know. I got chopped up. Back to scratch. That's when you get impatient. You pay the markets. When you're patient, the markets pay you.
Okay.
I'm definitely not in La La Land. I'm
MP. Oh, MP ain't in La La Land.
Focused.
MP. I don't think I've ever seen you in La La Land before, actually, MP.
What, LA?
Oh, that LA? Oh, LA, yeah. How old were you when you lived in LA, Michael?
20.
Oh my gosh.
Boy, was it a good time.
Your head was spinning. I'm sure your head was just spinning.
Oh, man. My feet were tanner than my arms. I never wore shoes. It was great. All right, here we go.
Your jaw was on the ground the entire time there in LA. Your jaw was on the floor. Yeah, I just saw that look. All right, back to these markets. All right, like Nick and John were just talking about, we're watching this 56.50 level in the ES. Nick, what's the final count? What's the final volume or quantity on that 56.50 level, or just beneath it? I think it was up to 7,700.
I mean, it's almost a negative 7,000 plus delta, almost 8 actually, between 3 ticks.
Okay. Gracious enough, bring their A game. D up money's day. Nick for a tick up. MP scratch. Here we go. 56.
I just gave some of it back. I tried to long platinum some 58 on the day scratch.
All right, still posy.
We just took out the low of the IB in the NASDAQ. We have a potential failed auction at the low in the NASDAQ.
Do we? I like Nick's 90s. I'm going to stay patient.
I do too. Is kind of make more of an excess low. For some reason, I'm just leaning longs because we're still in the world where I have yet to see sellers really do anything outside of, passive orderly sell, like really with a lot of, enthusiasm to want to push this market lower. I mean, yeah, we saw it a little bit in the overnight, but ES is only down like 1.25%, NQ, almost 2.5%, but a lot of that is Nvidia being down 5%, AMD down 7%, Tesla down. Like you're seeing it the same thing in a couple stocks. So I'd love to see them actually really shove us down an elevator shaft here more than they already have. Otherwise, I think with OPEX and everything else, we may rotate back up, and I'm potentially looking to join that party. I've been trying to get long all day because I just don't believe in sellers.
That's crazy. What happened?
Because they did it in the overnight. Once again, I want them to prove it during RTH. I don't care what you do during, the London Open and things like that, because it's so low volume. And, I just would love to see a large seller finally step in during RTH like they did on Thursday of last week.
Be right back, guys.
But until then, yeah, we're still looking like a trend day down, especially below that iceberg order.
You don't think there's a feeling of the iceberg getting long, feeling of like snapping back up? I mean, we're still hovering around. It could snap no problem from 49s to 50s and then go up to 55s in a heartbeat.
Yeah, we're just building a lot of volume here, and as long as we're still kind of in this range. Yeah, I still think it's a possibility that sellers could get over their skis, especially if they push an excess low here and we fall back into this range. I think they're screwed. I literally think that iceberging is more so options positioning than anything else.
Okay.
Or options like to become gamma neutral in options and things like that from a market maker perspective. So I don't see that as like a true buyer being interested at that level. I think it's more positioning, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and you can't just look at one thing. What I learned on the trading floor is there'd be like Susquehanna. They're a big one. Whatever they did in the pit, you're like, oh, they bought 500. And then the pit sold off. You're like, well, you guys got smoked. They're like, no, man, we laid it off in cash. We have options. Blah. They have this, always this rotating or this fluid position that they're doing all over the place. They had offices all over. So it's really interesting that when you just see one big buyer coming in here, it doesn't always mean that person is naked or trading. We call it outrights, just trading outrights, where you don't have any other positions on that you're leaning against, or however.
You know, the big players.
Now we're back in the range.
They're all hedged against other products. The point is, the longer time frame is where you get the shorter time frame. Our direct competitors, our time frame, stuck one way. If they're too short and they don't get what they're looking for, they have to buy it to cover. If they're too long and they don't get what they're looking for, they have to sell it to get out. So what we're looking at is, when we see these accumulations like that, when we see iceberg orders, it's more likely one of those bigger players. And if they're going to stay there and work those orders all day long, you know, the speculators are going to get shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter until they figure it out and they say, you know what, we're not going to get paid on this. Let's get out. And that's when they run the market the other direction. And that's what I call it, pitting time frame against time frame. If you have longer time frame, deep pockets buyers, who are they buying it from? They're buying it from speculators. They're buying it from us. And if we get too short and we don't get what we're looking for, market rips the other direction. We've seen that, Andre, you know, a number of times during power hour, when we see those divergences in delta, and you see the market, you know, the deltas, you know, like deep in the negative, but we're at the highs.
Yeah.
You know, that's shorter time frame traders holding short positions, and they need to get out at the end of the day. That's when we see those big squeezes at the end of the day.
Last 2 minutes.
It happens every time. It's hitting time frame against time frame.
Yeah, MP, when we were trading the treasury bond basis, we'd actually get two statements at the end of the day, one for the futures from the CME and one from wherever we did our cash bond stuff. So say your P&L is, say you made $5,000 in a day, chances are one statement would have you up $500,000 and the other one down $495,000. So things are usually hedged.
I mean, you were with, I don't know, multi-billion or a billion. I don't know at the time if they were, but I know they are pretty much now, right? This size trading. These guys are just like, it's not like outright trading again, like we were talking about, but it's really, really interesting way to play the markets. That's really like the most professional way, in my opinion, to play the markets.
They're always hedged. They're not trying to eke out a couple ticks here and there. They don't want to fall victim to that noise. So they're never trading outrights, or at least I can only speak for the groups that I was familiar with. Yeah. But it's always hedged against something. Like a lot of the futures stuff has to do with Nick's been talking about with the options, right? You need to sell or buy the futures to hedge your ES options, for instance.
Yeah. Jack, guys, we're towards our lows, or about 13 points away. No, less than that, from our lows on NASDAQ. We're below the 650s, the big number. Annotate that. Put it in your journal. Speaking of journal, Danielle, I'm going to say we have it coming so damn quick. It's going to be so damn exciting. It'll knock your socks off. By that, the speed of which we have it and the coolness of it, this month, if not within days. You'll hear it here first, but Topstep X only. That's where all the new stuff keeps coming. And if you don't use it, I don't know. Making your life a little harder.
If you don't use it, start using it.
Thank you, Deanna.
You're welcome.
I just want to be shamed by Coach T for trying to pass a combine in 2 days with like 10 lots.
Did you see what Rips did yesterday to Dakota?
That was really funny.
That was good. I'll be right back.
What happened? What did he do? I missed it.
I think he photoshopped a Coach T ism, and it was just like him, the coach. I would actually love this. Right. Like if you guys are building the ChatGPT thing into it, like if Coach T could actually have a I get a bit of a sense of humor and kind of actually shame you, or kind of have some of that verbiage in his vocabulary to insult you a little bit for doing stupid things. That's actually really funny.
That was funny. Yes,
I'm not sensitive though. Maybe some people would find that troublesome, but
I know
I would have a good laugh if I was being shamed by an algorithm.
So I started a London Combine, like with the London session, right? So we can track what's happening. And I have Coach T, because I did one 5-lot trade because I was able to get a smaller size because London doesn't move that much. And then it says, trade the size that your mindset will support. If you find that your emotions kick in when you start adding size to a position, it's likely an indicator that you're trading too much size. Less is more. It's very good advice. I mean,
I was going to say it. Actually, it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I tell people. Less is more.
Yes.
Man, oh man, it is just NASDAQ is really struggling here at this.
We're still just hanging at the lows.
It's like it wants to fall out,
Just
right?
hanging here.
Yeah, hanging on by a thread, it feels like.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
I like those
Psycho. Long in platinum.
There we go.
Here we go.
Yes, didn't move.
All right.
Psycho. I've been feeling your vibe all week, man. All week you've been bringing just the most positive vibes to the chat this week, dude.
What we want that person. Don't prune him.
No.
We want him.
No. I was being sarcastic. Just total.
Just
negative. Just negative. Everything's idiot. This, dumb, that. Like, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Be cool. Let's watch these 20,100s. 20,100 NASDAQ. 5650s in the ES. We are watching intently currently. We are chilling. We are watching how that plays out. D's looking to take a long in platinum, I believe. D.
I'm long already. Yeah, I keep trying.
Okay.
So so I'm long from basically here 10.9.
Okay.
We kind of had a bit of a reversal there and some possible exhaustion of volume. We'll see as we go into the Euro close whether we can do the whole retracement, which would be nice, but no guarantees as always.
Nick, we got a little bit more excess on that low in the NASDAQ now.
We did. And it did go right to my 90 level that I was trying to long earlier and then rip back up about 15,
Don't worry,
20
Nick,
points now. And there it goes. But, with us hanging on the lows here, the long made sense earlier. This one was a little more high risk. But, we pierced the initial balance low, I would say, more excessively than the first time. I think we did it by about a tick, like 10, 15 minutes ago. And now buyers are stepping in. And if we get ES to play along, this is where shorts may be in trouble.
Nick, I took your 90s. I liked them the whole time. After it bounced, hit 90s, I'm long from 95 right now. So this one lot.
Same thing. Longer time frame, low volume node there and made a lot of sense. And you still have the since ES didn't move, MP, you still had the options wall at 5,600, to give you the support to long it too.
Ooh.
I'm gonna cut out.
I'll throw this
Beautiful
one to John.
move.
Hey, top 10.
All right, I'm out. That was a $700 2-minute trade. Sorry, Drace.
Nice trade.
Following Nick's 90s. It touched Nick's 90s. I was talking about it. Still down there. Sure, the floor could have fell out and whatever. But the 2,100 or the 20,100s on our zone 6, Dre.
Yes, sir. Oh, look at that graphic.
Thug life.
Thug life. Beautiful trade. Beautiful trade.
It's Andre, zone 6 held up. On the zone 6 low, held up. Nick had the 90s. So either way, if you would have had the 20,100s, you would have only had a 10-tick heater. Not bad. Nick, good call.
Thank you. Yeah, if Lambo Raoul wasn't still in my head, I probably would have joined you.
Nick,
No,
Lambo Raoul.
I'm just kidding. That was why I missed the first one.
That's accounts already.
Rambo Raoul. Come on.
I just can't get over the name.
It's so good. It's so good.
Where do you think he lives? Where do you think a Lambo Raul
I'm going to take a wild guess and say Miami.
Yeah, that's what my guess. It's got to be Miami.
That's what they're all in Miami.
Nailed it, Nick. Nick bringing the heat today, folks. My goodness. Great job. Miami. Is it true? Is it?
Yeah, in the chat. Please let me know if he's in Miami. Because that was a pure guess.
Where his parents live. Actually lives in his parents' house still.
Flyer, Jim.
Hey, Dad, I need another brokerage account. Can you spot me?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the FX guys are in Miami allegedly.
Yeah, it's a big FX community down there.
It is Miami.
Got a great backdrop. Yeah.
I mean, I don't blame them. Miami's amazing.
It's amazing. Yeah.
You ever had fun in Miami before, Michael? Miami or LA, Michael? Miami or LA, Michael? Which one? Young Michael. 22-year-old Michael. 22-year-old Michael.
LA. West Coast. The vibes, chill, beach cruiser.
I've growing up in Orange County, I'm not an LA person. You would find me back in Newport Beach, Laguna Beach, or down in San Diego.
Ooh, now you're talking Michael's language.
San Diego's.
I'm just very laid back and quiet, so that's more my scene.
If you could swing at Newport and Laguna Beach, for sure. I was 20 years old. I was in Hermosa Beach. I did go to Costa Mesa Community College. I didn't go. My buddy was going, and I worked out with him when I was 19 or just graduated and lived on Baker Street.
I lived right off like 17th Street in Newport and Costa Mesa on the border there for years.
These Cali bros chopping it up right now. Love it.
Do you go to Mutt Lynch's?
Mutts.
Get the schooners.
Look at you two.
Oh, good times.
Look at you two. A couple of Cali bros chopping it up here on Topstep.
Did you hang out with Derek for real?
You guys. Okay, what do we got here, my man G?
Now buyers are getting some legs here.
D? Are you muted, D?
Sorry, I was just talking.
Oh, D.
Yeah. No, I was. I'm not muted. I was talking to my husband actually, so I had to mute myself. Otherwise, you would hear the entire conversation. So.
No. Mute. That was appropriate. Yeah. The mute button was absolutely appropriate.
Yeah. I know people are like seeing me like talk, and I'm like looking at.
They watch us like hawks.
Yes, they do.
Hey,
they
Jay,
do.
get me in trouble, Jay. All right, we're watching these 20,100 level in the NASDAQ. All right, since we got time, this is probably a good time to let's bring in JD. JD is ready with the leaderboard. JD, show us that money. Who's doing what?
For sure. Yeah. Let's start off with yesterday's best XFA P&Ls real quick. Where did my mouse go? There it is. All right. Right at the top, Young. Young was trading in 5 XFAs and took home a total of $29,400 yesterday. Not copy trading, just spreading some money around a bunch of different accounts. Next up, we have Jalen. Jalen with more than $19,000 trading the NASDAQ. Kim Sonoy with more than $18,000, also trading the NASDAQ. Curdy with close to $12,000, also trading the NASDAQ. And Shane. Shane is currently number 2 on the leaderboard. He was trading in 5 XFAs yesterday. Took home a total of $55,000 in profits. Big day for Shane. All right, let's get to that leaderboard. So, disclosure, we're still showing traders' current take on the leaderboard right now, which includes the balance plus payouts of all current open accounts. So these numbers do not include historic payouts, only payouts from current open accounts. There's some talks going on behind the scenes about how we're going to update the way you display this, but this is what we're going to do for now until we figure out another system. So in 6th place, we have Quinn. Quinn took a $9,000 drawdown across 5 XFAs yesterday to drop from 5th down to 6th. Then Yong, we just saw our XFA P&L leader, jump from 16th place up to 7th after that nice $29,000 day yesterday. Kingway was trading in 5 XFAs, made about $10,000 to move up to 8th place from 9th place yesterday. Nick for a tick, there he is, made about $4,000 trading in 1 live account and 1 XFA. Still dropped from 7th down to 8th, though. 7th down to 9th. You're in 7th place yesterday, Nick. We didn't show the leaderboard yesterday. And Eric A rounds out the bottom half of the leaderboard with a current take of $85,463 in 12th place yesterday. All right. Here is...
It's easy to grin when your ship comes in and you've got the stock market beat. But the man worthwhile is the man who can smile when his shorts aren't too tight in the seat.
Man, JD.
Nice. Nice job, Eddie. I christened the Flying Wasp. All right. Starting down at the bottom there, we've got Sadara. Been around for a while. Sadara is trading in 3 XFAs, lost about $6,000 yesterday to drop from 4th down to 5th. Brian P. trading in 1 live account and 5 XFAs, lost close to 13 grand yesterday, fell from 3rd down to 4th. Earl was in 2nd place yesterday, still dropped a spot though, despite profit of close to $22,000 trading in 3 XFAs. Shane, who we just mentioned a little while ago, took home a little more than $55,000 yesterday to jump from 6th place up to 2nd. And our leader, Raphael, Raphael was our live funded P&L leader from yesterday, trading in just a single live funded account. That's the only account Raphael is trading in. He held on to the lead with that $8,200 trading day yesterday, trading the S&P. $8,200 in profits for Raphael yesterday. So there is your leaderboard for today.
Thank you, JD. All right,
you got it.
Let's address the elephant in the room.
Here.
Is it coming?
Hold on. Very, very tilty. Very, very long. Very, very long. Very, very long.
I think everyone got long.
Yep.
I think everybody got
long.
We'll
address that in a minute, guys. We'll address that in a minute.
Bounce low.
We'll address in a minute the elephant in the room. What you guys are all asking about the leaderboard, but let's watch this trade. This is where
I really hope I don't get stopped out. Short in the hole.
Now, yes, has a failed downside auction potentially. So we'll see if we just needed to wait for that index to catch up.
You do one good trade and then you get a little.
Stay strong. Stay strong.
I'm not taking 20 handles heat on this. It's either going or it's not.
All right.
Oh, what do we got for the house account? Anything? There's a stop out. God, I can't get over that $800 mark.
No, we're at these levels. We're at zone 6. We're at zone 6. We've blown through everything. We are at the final. We're at the final destination. 20,100 right here, right now.
We got 2 minutes till the next TPO opens up.
253.
And we got Euro close here in 2 minutes.
Yep. Good stuff, guys. You guys are clicking today, man. Jack, okay, you got it, dude. Jack, you address that when you want to jump in here. Yeah, chat's obviously thinking about that leaderboard. We'll address that. Well, Jack, you can do it now while these guys hawk this trade.
Yeah, I just popped in here. Seeing a lot of
Hawk 2 of the trade?
Yeah.
No, hey, oh, come on, man.
I don't think you said that.
I don't think he said that either.
He partially said
Jack.
it.
I'll wait.
I mean, my head went there, but
So a lot of people were commenting on the leaderboard. Where's Dakota? Dakota's still here. The thing with the leaderboard is it's tricky to figure out. There's a lot of different ways you could do it. The leaderboard we have right now only includes your current balances in open accounts plus payouts taken from those accounts. So we want to keep that because I think it's valuable, but also for a better idea of who's doing well, we want to take the last year. So say for like 2024 so far and include the payouts from closed accounts. So if we did that, Dakota would still be number 1 because he took $185,000 in payouts from that account before it got closed. Nick, you would be up there too, but we don't have that data yet. That board won't change as much because people have a lot banked. So I think we'll show both, but we're working on that.
There you go. There's your clarification. Well said, Jack. I didn't know how to exactly explain that. You did a much better job.
Dakota's
stumbling all over myself.
Dakota's doing just fine. Yeah, he's about to be back in live pretty soon, it would seem, as he made a 40K or something yesterday.
Yeah, made 40 yesterday. All right, this is very tricky here, guys. We are in the zone. We are in the range right now. It is definitely range bound right now.
Yeah, if I had to guess, it looks like sellers may be cooked if this goes, if ES can kind of break above 55.
Yeah. Guys noticing it's hovering right around the 50s where that iceberg was?
Yep.
Our 20,000 100s are still holding up. Your most heat you would have taken is down to the 90s. It's 10 handles.
It felt like it was going to go, didn't it?
That level's still holding.
90s. Hey, MP, question from Coach J, actually, for you. Are you flat, MP? Are you flat?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
He was wondering how buying those 90s, when you bought those 90s for a quick $700, how did you, are you writing those levels down? Because I know Nick talked about it. But,
Yeah,
did you write that
down.
or
And then
you do?
Yeah, I mean, just like everybody in here, we should be listening to each other and then formulating our own opinion. So that was one. And then I've sized down. I'm trading like one lot. And you saw there was I'm up 200 now, but this is kind of the frustrating part. That was a $700 one lot in 5 minutes. So things are moving really well. So those are like, hey, how do you change during high volatility? I mean, I would say first and foremost, size down. Second, be more patient. And I was patient for those 95s when the 90s hit, but I was not patient around there when I was looking to get short, and I kept like forcing it. Trade after trade, stop out, and then it goes. So high volatility, slow down, patience, size down, and then you end up getting great entries. And when you get great entries, you can get in the money really quickly.
He does write them down. Thought you're doing it straight off the dome. You use memorize ingrained levels in your brain.
Taking one off the dome.
It's choppy right now. All right, what else we got left? We got some Series 3, I'm guessing. We got a hashtag fast markets. We got hashtag fast markets. We got 25 minutes left here in fast. Hashtag fast markets. Hit us up at Twitter, at X. I think I did that plug already. Oh, shoot, we got Eddie's plug. Yeah, we still got some housekeeping to do here. Eddie, let me know when you're ready for plugs. We can go to you. We still got some more stuff coming your way. We have PIA today. Are you ready, Eddie? Ready, Eddie?
I'm ready.
Eddie, well, let's do it. Without further ado, Eddie, what's going on?
All right. Well, we got some plugs here today. Talking about our good buddy Coach Robert has recently released a new 5-minute or less tutorial. That's what we're calling it, 5-minute or less. Breaking down the new performance dashboard on Topstep X. And I'm going to put the link in here for those that do have that Topstep X. The dashboard performance, I love it. I look at it after every day. Actually, it updates in real time, which is incredible.
So cool.
And you check it right after your trades and see how you're doing. But I'm going to put that link right in the chat for everybody. No charge. This one's on us. Also, TopstepTV new programming. Yes. London Open with Deanna. For our friends across the globe and from across the pond, our very own superstar, Deanna, hosting the London Open. And Deanna's going to be on every Monday through Thursday at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Once again, Monday through Thursday, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. And so far, she's got 2 done already. She'll be on early tomorrow morning, 3:30 Central Time. Also, a lot of talk about our friend Coach Dakota. Sunday nights, Coach Dakota is now going to be streaming slow markets on Sunday nights at 8 p.m. Central Time, same time as he would during the week. So Sunday, get yourself ready for the week. Coach Dakota Slow Markets, Sunday nights at 8 p.m. Central Time. And back to you, Andre.
Awesome stuff. Yes, D. Star of Opening Call London. How you hanging in there, D? I know you're a night owl. Getting up early now.
Yeah.
All good?
No, I mean, I used to be a night owl. Now I'm in bed by about 11 p.m. So, yeah, it's been fine. I'm usually up around that time anyway.
Okay.
And I'm trading around that time anyway. So
There
the
you
only
go.
difference is that I have to make myself a little bit more presentable rather than just kind of rolling out of bed and going, hello, people. So, yeah, that's the only
Yes. Very good. Yes, again, 3:30 a.m. Central Time, 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 9:30 a.m. London Time. Opening call, London edition with the star D, who's joining us here on Fast Markets. All right, guys, we are seeing a heck of a tug of war at this 5650 level in the ES and 20,100 level in the NQ. MP, you still getting in there? You getting chopped up? How's it going?
I mean, I'm up $110. Just can't get up anything healthy.
No,
It's healthy,
No. I know exactly what you're saying. Be patient here. As Dolby Time says, you cannot stay in this range forever. Which way it goes, I do not know. Nick for tick. I have at this point it's a coin flip whether we go higher or low or no. I mean, we're at the lows, right? We're at the lows.
It's definitely a coin flip right now. I'm potentially looking to get short in like what the 140s, 150s again.
Okay, that's the range.
And I was looking in that area earlier, but same thing. I'm just not seeing initiative from buyers. We're still hanging out near these lows. I would like to see ES back within the 30-minute opening range, which is basically 56.55. So if they can do that, kind of establish higher in the initial balance area, then I'm kind of looking to play this as a range. But until then, this is still looking like a, lower highs, trend day down, and we very easily could kind of roll a bit lower. And like I said, it gets a little slippery under this to about 20,000 on NQ. So just something to be aware of. There is the next large option strike for SPX heading into, OPEX close this week is going to be 55.50. Gosh, it's very hard to say all those fives. So that's about 50 points lower than we are right now. So roughly 5,600 on ES. So just something to keep in mind here. If we do get further downside, that would be the next kind of, option wall that may act as resistance going forward, or support. OPEX tends to be a little wonky. So just be careful. This is not always the greatest week to trade. It tends to be a little more volatile, and sometimes you get those late day moves that are very much, or not even very much, that are completely options driven. Hence why I don't trade Power Hour.
We can get you a Power Hour.
But I would
love to
do the reverse challenge with you guys.
That's fun.
Fridays.
Or it looks fun.
MP, we got to get you. If we can squeeze you in for I think we did first session was 20 minutes. We did 20 minutes, then a 10-minute break.
Trading junkie, the game's about never getting out of a trade. Sweet.
Yep.
Pretty much you got a 5 line on at all times.
At all times,
you got a 5 line on.
Cannot, and then zero flat. No, you guys should change Topstep X so it just only has reverse button showing no join ask, no market. I guess you got to get in with a market and then just one button reverse.
Jack, you know the drill.
I want to get short here.
Jack, you know the drill. Yes, jump in now, Jack, before he takes the short. Jump in now before he takes the short, Jack. Jump in.
All right. The reverse challenge is covered on a little test that I like to call the Series 3.
I don't know about that.
The whole chapter.
Thank you, Jack.
You must have the Kaplan book.
Thank you, Jack. There we go.
All right. We'll wait a second to let them get a poll up. The market for a particular commodity is seeing a general increase in open interest while prices are trending higher. This type of market is known as a technically A, weak market, B, strong market, C, liquid market, or D, trendless market.
You all should know this.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Well, it depends how they phrase it. I think it's B.
Oh, great.
But
nothing jumped out at me. Nothing jumped out at me.
I'm going to say
increase in open interest. So liquid? That's my guess.
Liquid, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it's trending higher.
Price is trending higher on increasing open interest.
Therefore, strong market.
Strong market.
Strong market?
Strong market.
Strong market. That's what I thought it was, but open interest meant there's a lot of trades going on, so it's liquid.
Yeah, I agree.
High
There's
side
a lot
capital
of interest.
High side capital
I
fire
guess
and
that
dry.
makes sense.
My God,
Okay.
shit.
Well, those were the two guesses I would have made. B and C.
Let's
50%
show the
chance I
answer,
would have
but
made.
Yeah, same. But I kind of looked at the trending higher and open interest. So are we right? Is it B?
Watch me be wrong.
Let's see.
Watch us
Is
all be
it
wrong.
B? No, it is B.
Yeah.
And let me help you guys out who are taking it. Is the things you can eliminate. It says that the price is increasing, so it can't be trendless. It's going up.
Up, yeah.
But it also says this type of market is known as a technically, and I don't think a liquid market is a technical thing.
That's true.
Uh,
That's true.
So it is strong.
Strong like bull. Strong like bull.
bull.
Michael, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you get a guess in there. I guess you don't need to.
I don't need to. I already passed the test.
You got the 3. Yes, you did.
I could have an ice cream cone while it's going on in my mouth.
Thank you,
4
Jack.
5 p.m. You can't eat yet.
In a world of increasing open interest.
We get ice cream now.
That's a Is that a
Do you like that
CME?
one?
That's a CME tagline. We help you manage risk. Is that CME tagline on a commercial?
It used to be, actually. I
It
remember
used to
that.
be something
They're
like
doing those,
that.
They're doing those commercials. Yeah, they're doing those commercials, and that would be their tagline.
All right, trading 90. We're under the 20,100s. Here's the 20,095.
He's itching to take this trade. He's itching to take this trade.
Which
got
way
a
would I take it?
135 lot.
You're short. You want to get short?
Well, it's trading above
blame you.
650. It's trading above 650 in the S&P.
I mean, you zoom out. This still looks very much trend day down.
Yeah, but it's gone nowhere for a very long time now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you
Stuck in this
flat?
range.
Are you flat? Can we get a P&L update?
I keep longing, so I'm down 126, but I'm in another long, so I'm trying to catch that reversal after the euro close. And gold actually did go up, but platinum didn't really do anything.
That's it?
So I'm still trying. So I'm probably going to hold this through lunchtime in New York to see if I can get that pullback. So it is a setup that I usually take on some of the other things, and I know that statistically it can work on platinum as well. I do want to see it start taking out some single prints, but so far it's a pretty strong day down. If they settle here, they settle here. That's fine. And then I'm going to move on to something else for the final part of the day to try and get a shovel and dig myself out of a hole. So yeah. Not a big hole though. So
No. A hand shovel should do the trick for now.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Well, here we go. Dolby in the chat. LOL. YM. Yep. The Dow making new all-time highs. When air horn.
Nvidia has broken
Wow, thank
120.
you.
Just something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Thank you. Just fell out of bed.
I got short of one lot at that 85s and it broke the 90s. So
nice. You were hawking that thing, man. You were locked in. We got nothing beneath. We got nothing beneath here.
No, it's thin. Like I said, to about 20,000.
Zone 6. We are into zone 7, 8, 9, but we do not have any zones. Everyone keeps asking where are the zones. We keep talking about the zones. Go to your Topstep daily levels. Got a new format out. Price zones. Kind of seeing how that works, generating information in real time. Go there.
What's it?
19? Yeah, still hanging.
I'm about a millisecond away from locking myself out.
Oh, there it went.
All right, guys, I'm locking myself
nice timing,
out.
Eddie. Nice timing, Eddie.
I'm not going to put myself in a hole. I'm just playing this game of trying to. Nope. Today's done.
Oh, shoot. Are you still short? No. Oh, shit.
Nope. I love the lockout feature. I needed it. I could easily be down a couple thousand. Especially where my head's at right now.
Oh, there it went, Eddie.
I know.
That's pretty good, Eddie.
Wait, what do I gotta say that?
I mean, he's spot on. Man, you
Well,
and
yeah,
Eddie.
I mean, the thing is, you're doing the right thing. I mean, if you can't move forward, you're spinning your wheels, you're just getting frustrated, stress. It's best to do that. It's best to do that. Now
Do you know how much,
there's no chance of you worrying about it now. It's done deal. And we come back for the next session.
Thank you, Eddie. You're always the voice of reason. You've talked to thousands of traders. Group 101, however, Megaphone on Squawk Radio, Megaphone Now, all that kind of good stuff. So your words have always kept my glass half full.
How about you and Eddie? You two guys have been partners for what? 14 years now? Plus?
Eddie and I have been buddies since 7?
Back in the 50s.
Back in the 50s. Yeah. Right after World War II, we kind of ran across each other in the produce aisle.
Opened up a bar called the Pink Monkey.
Oh, yeah. Lunch special.
So, guys, you cannot lock out of any other platform, I don't know, in the planet.
Well, that's not strictly true, actually. There is a plugin for Ninja Traders. Well, yeah, but it's not. It doesn't come with the platform. You have to pay for it, and it's like $350 or something. It's not cheap. But yeah, so you can get something called Guardian Angel Trader, and what it does, it effectively has a way to block out your access to the Ninja folder as well, and also to block out access to the settings during the times that you set. So you can't mess with it. You can't go, you know what, I'm just going to go in there, delete the thing, and then go back to my grasshoppering ways. No, it actually prevents all of that. So you can actually pretty successfully lock yourself out. If you want to stop trading, it also gives you the minutes as well. So, I mean, the guy's been working on it for a long time now. And it's not perfect. It still can mess up a little bit.
But you have to buy it, though, right?
It's called Guardian.
You have to buy it.
It's not free.
It doesn't come with the platform.
That's
so
right.
This one's free. It comes with the platform.
Only platform. Yeah, it's the only platform that where you have this feature for free.
Is that the one where two guys from Cicero come knocking on your door and pull you out of the house?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Okay,
yeah.
That's the one.
Okay.
That's the one straight faced. Yep,
well, King
no, I don't own any rights to it. No, I don't have anything to do with it. It is just a tool that I quite like.
So King Miklo goes, or just stop trading. King, if I could do that, I would. But if you put a bunch of donuts in front of me and my hand can go touch them,
exactly. I'm going to eat in front of me. I'm going to eat it.
I'm pizza too. Nick, what's yours?
Soho's over here.
Yep. Nick, what about you?
A lot of things. I have a sweet tooth.
Skittles?
No, I'm not a big candy guy. I'm more chocolates and brownies, cookies, things like that.
Here we go. See? So that's why
you know what Skittles. You know what Skittles should do?
It's just food.
Skittles, didn't they get banned in Europe or something like that?
Titanium. Why do they gotta have titanium in those things, man?
I don't know. They should make one and just push back on the whole thing. Just make one that's all red, because I think it's the red ones are like the dyed, like he's in dye or whatever. I heard those are the worst. Well, my wife always tells me, because I buy my boys Skittles when we go golfing, because they drive the golf cart and they get Skittles. So I see him eating the red ones. I'm like,
Gabe, what's Red 40? Why'd you say Red 40? What's that? Is that the bad? Is that what's bad?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of dyes. So if you look at the European ingredient list and what's banned over there versus what's allowed here, it's night and day. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, we can't
it's
do
not
anything.
even just in
we
candy.
Can't eat anything. Yeah.
Everything.
Everything.
You guys are all have great
or the U.S. is slowly poisoning themselves. I mean, you can look at it either way.
We have an obesity factor here.
Ketchup up in Canada, it's like tomatoes and I think vinegar. And then look at the label here, Heinz ketchup here, and it's like corn syrup and this and that and this and that. Crazy.
MP's favorite condiment. Heinz ketchup.
I can't. It's kind of hard to walk away from Heinz.
Since this has been on my desk all week, I'm glad we finally got to actually say this.
Yes. Yes, finally, Nick. Shout out to the Bears.
This has been on my desk since Monday.
Yes. Hey, Gabe, while I got you there, can we give an update on the tech issues that we were having this morning and where we're at with status updates and stuff? If you are ready to do that, let's do that, because we also have hashtag Fast Markets. But Gabe, can you give us an update on what you might be seeing?
While he does that, Dre, I do want Gabe, if you know, factual speaking, if anybody else out there was having issues, let us know, because I've heard some things about a CQG data. I've heard some things about Trade data. I don't know what's true or not. It's like we all get data feeds. So There.
Yeah, so verified by, I'm not going to name any names, but there are some other firms out there today that have reported through their Discord channels to their communities that they were putting a halt on trading for Trade until the issue or the fix was implemented this evening. Some of them have released the halt and have just told traders to exercise caution when getting back in the markets, but they're definitely still struggling. I don't have any more further details on that, though, at the moment.
Okay.
We'll wait for confirmation from Bugatti Bob or something.
Yeah, that's a better one. Start that one right now.
That's actually better than Lambo Raul.
Bugatti Bob.
Lambo Raul.
We need to have a
Maserati
McLaren Mike.
Don't we have Max Maserati, right?
Max Maserati.
Oh, yeah, Max. Okay, McLaren Mike.
He's an emergency room doctor, though. I mean, he could probably swing a Maserati.
I was going to say, he's got an MD in his name. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could probably swing it. All right, well, we have him back on. Where's Max been? Max, where you been? Give us a shout in the chat if you're here. Yes. So we'll have more information later today here on TV and on our status page, topstep.com/status-update. Got you. All right, let's take a quick peek. At the schedule for upcoming today. Then we got some hashtag fast markets today. But we got a big day ahead of us today. Hogue is back in the house. But here's a schedule. We got the calendar coming up today. After this, we got Dolby, myself, and JD for Power Players. JD and Dolby time. The original Power Players themselves. No top quiz today. All right. Then we got Jack and Mick for Shoulder Tap. Dolby and David Green for Group Coaching. Myself, Dolby, and KV, Patience with KV. In case you wanted more David Green. We got David Green coming up in Power Hour. Myself and Dakota. Watch those two go back and forth and have a mutual admiration society for one another. They just love themselves. Very, very good stuff on Power Hour. Of course, we got Slow Markets with Dakota. Don't forget, on a call with Deanna tomorrow morning, 3:30 a.m. Central, 4:30 a.m. Eastern.
Dog and Bone. Cool. Bone.
Who's let's do a poll. Can we do a poll?
Dog and Bone.
Who's up money today? Let's get that one. I don't even know how it helps, but it's kind of interesting. Like, I think I'm locked out right now, and I'm glad I am. But it's like, Nick, I think I'm gonna. Well, you pulled in some ticks today, but with a 2.5% drop, I mean, I don't know. You get kind of bummed because you didn't take advantage of it as an active trader, but it is what it is. I mean, I could definitely
300 points it was in the overnight, though. MP.
Yeah, that's true.
I just want to point something out. We touched 2053 now. We'll see what happens around this area. Mm-hmm.
Took forever, like pulling teeth to get there, but we got there.
Oh yeah. And it might just run through it as well, the way this day is going, but we'll see.
Coach Jay said 20,000 is our insight, 20,000 evens.
Whoa, guys. This is the first time in a long time.
What? Hindsight's down money?
Hindsight's down money.
Wait a minute.
Fire them all.
Wait a minute. What happened?
Don't lose here.
Wait a minute.
Hindsight Capital was very long today, and they're being honest, I guess.
I like it.
Guys, we're not laughing at you. I'm down $60. It moved a lot today, and it's interesting to see. And it looks like 47% of people are bummed that they couldn't capitalize on it. I am as well. So misery loves company on that one. Good job to the ones that are up 41%, and patience to the ones that are flat, 13% of you.
Big time.
Good patience. Y'all suck, Gabe. Dustin. I'm going to show that one. Here we go.
Yeah. Y'all do suck. We got 4 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Gabe, if we're ready, Gabe beat me to the punch. My man, Gabe, quick with it today, bringing his A game. Gabe, give the people what they want.
All right. So first and foremost, just wanted to say one more time here, you guys. We are well aware of what's going on behind the scenes. We're working on it actively with all of our partners. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We'll have more information later on TV today and on our status page. We will post the link in the chat for the status page if you'd like to check that out. And in the meantime, I'd love to get into some fast markets content with you guys. Got some fun ones
Let's
today.
do it.
Perfect.
Let's do it.
Okay.
So first and foremost, I got to start out with a little bit of comedy for MP here. We got Ursa coming in with Darth Vader.
That's right.
Fine.
Vader.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Continuing on the role of comedy, we got Carl Hungus coming in. MP pruning the Topstep TV chat.
With a blowtorch. With a blowtorch. Flamethrower.
MP, we need to get you one of those not the boring company flamethrowers or whatever that is that Elon got. We got to get you one of those for the office.
Really quickly, he said all those are is a roofing thing that they use that they turned into what is it called? Blowtorch? Not a blowtorch. I think it is a blowtorch for a roofing company.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, then he's like, all we do is take that they use every day on a roof to melt things and turn it into a blowtorch and sold $10 million.
And then he just slapped the sticker on it that said "not a flamethrower" to avoid the illegality.
Yep.
Oh, love it, man. All right, so we got one from Odin here.
Yeah,
I like
exactly.
this one.
Exactly, Nick. That's for you, right?
That's
exactly. Good. Yep.
Perfect.
We're still sitting there.
Yes, we are. We can't budge.
Oh my God, Andre! I'm getting called out for how I say rough. I say it. Andre calls me out on that all the time.
The rough.
Yep.
What about those? What do you need before you build? You start doing construction in Chicago to your house. You need a
permits.
Permits. He used to say I fixed that.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my country twang. It's not going. Kept a couple words still. Moving to the city.
Sorry, Gabe. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. I got a couple more here real quick. I got one from Tom.
Coach T.
Coach T update.
Oh, no. Coach T's just getting salty. Coach T, very salty.
That was good. That's really good.
And then we got a couple trader wins that I want to feature too. So we have Rob Trade. Shout out to Rob. He and I have been going back on Twitter or going back and forth. Appreciate the conversation. But he had locked in a nice, looks like about a 7-point winner on the ES earlier today. So great job. Showing his executions in Topstep X.
Love it.
And then we got Neil here. Now, Neil sent in a video, but the screenshot itself should say enough. We got a nice trade on gold here. Break of the opening range. Got some green in his XFA in the realized and the unrealized. So it looks like he's been trading pretty actively today. But shout out to Neil. Great work.
Nice.
And I'm going to do a double feature on Carl because I feel like this didn't get mentioned yesterday. We had Jack come on for Power Hour.
Yeah.
And Carl went to bat real quick and whipped up something snazzy for Jack Bonds over here.
Jack Bonds. What's your name? Bonds. Jack Bonds.
That's all I got for you guys. If we're not able to submit anything, remember we have Power Hour coming up this afternoon. So hashtag Power Hour at Topstep, and we'll be back later on. But back to you guys.
Man, Gabe brought the heat this morning, dude. Good stuff. Keep it up. Doing well. Jack likes it. Well played. All right, everybody. That is it right now for fast markets. Markets were fast, and they kind of chilled out. We're kind of in this range. Still stuck on this 56.50 level in the ES. We'll see how that plays out. Did dip beneath that 20,100 level in the NQ. Anyways, shout out to MP, showing that discipline, hitting that lockout button, approving the chat. We'll see what happens. Great trading there, Nick, for a tick. And, of course, the star of the opening call, London. Go check her out tomorrow morning, 3:30 a.m. Central Time, 9:30 a.m. London time. D, thank you for joining us. Everybody, we really appreciate that. We got power players coming up next. Dolby, myself, and JD. Let's go. go, let's go, let's go. Power players in the house. The man in the middle, you know him, JD. My partner on Power Hour, the man to his right. Dolby time. Both got their live accounts up and running. JD just said, urgent live accounts. So let's get in there and see what's happening right now. Dolby time, what are we seeing in these markets? We were just talking possible ranges, maybe not, maybe so. What are we seeing here, Dolby time?
Ooh, let's do the NASDAQ first. That one is real active today. So I'll remove all my drawings. Daily, no consolidation. There was kind of a nice consolidation on the 4-hour chart. So if you were watching that, you might have gotten tipped off to something being up. I think the range for the 4-hour is somewhere between like 20,460s and let's say 20,800s. So right around, let's say like basically like the overnight session, we actually kind of started breaking down. We got Nick in the background, by the way. So the 1-hour never really consolidated. 4-hour never really consolidated. Broke in the overnight, kept on rolling over. There were some good opportunities for range bound trades at around, let's say, 5 o'clock in the morning. Let's see if we could pull up the little rectangle here. Yeah, 5 o'clock. And then we had the open today. And even that didn't really have much of a range. It's been tough to trade, to be honest. Very, very tough. And YM has just been going straight to the upside, almost the opposite. But some good 5-minute ranges in the YM, especially around 10 o'clock. We had a nice little dip and consolidate. Resistance became support and kind of bounced from there. I will be watching YM, NASDAQ, and crude oil today for this segment.
Great stuff. JD, my man, at the live trade open. Here we go. What are we looking at, JD?
Got that live account. It's fresh. I've had it for a couple weeks. I haven't made a single trade on it yet. Looking at the S&P right now, we're down ticking. We're extending the range lower as we speak. Trading on the lows, low ticking. Running into some, we've got some bids right here. 400 on the 40 bid. That might be something to get in front of. But I'm going to be looking at mostly the S&P here. I'll keep an eye on the NASDAQ also. That's my plan right now. We just broke out of a little 3-minute range. If you're looking at my charts, there were a couple nice 3-minute ranges here going back the last hour and a half or so.
Bye. Don't buy. Good luck, Kramer.
Just broke out to the downside of this one. Still getting range extension lower. Mick's in a big meeting right behind me. If you think someone has a hot mic, that's just Mick.
Yep.
Mick's in a big meeting.
But
you just heard your name, don't you?
So I had did you hear my name? Hopefully they think I'm trading well. I have a midpoint range to 20,047. So if you go to the daily chart, basically I used like a altered fib. And I just kind of drew off the double bottom here from like July 17th to the 25th, and then just dragged it to the top of June 20th. And that was kind of like the daily range that I had, which is about 2 ranges ago in a larger time frame. And the middle of that daily range is 20,043, and we're kind of hanging out there right now. So I'm kind of curious to see how this is going to play out if buyers come in. But it might be a decent average entry for some traders. We'll see.
And we are out of daily levels below 100. Weekly kickoff low is the last level we had on our levels page. Through zone 6. So yeah, drop those levels and keep dropping those levels in the chat, and we'll take a look at
in real time. Yeah, we're gonna do this in real time. Left level 21,000 or 20,100. 20,100. Dolby time could see we might be breaking through 20,000s. I mean, we're about 40 points off of 20,000 evens. Yeah. There might be some more room to the downside, Dolby.
My target for the day is 19,800.
Jeez, I can't believe we're talking that crazy.
That's a move. That's a heavy move.
That is a heavy move. But here's kind of my thinking, right? It's not like all BS. So, right, I had that big daily range like 2 ranges ago between like June and July, right? And so like middle of June to end of July. So now we're right at the middle of this big range. And so since we're back within the range, if we don't bounce here, for me, the logical conclusion is to go to the opposite end of the range, which would be around 19,800. So if we don't bounce and start finding some support here, then yeah, I think we're just going to lose another 200 points until we find buyers again. And that's about it. Could even get down to 700s. But I've had some good success on the 1-minute, Dre, with NASDAQ. Wow. 5 minute, not so much.
Interesting.
get time to a small enough time frame,
You'll
there might be some trades.
You'll find your entries. I love it, Dolby time. All right. Well, without further ado, let's rip the Band-Aid off this sucker. We've been hinting at it, dancing around, talking around it. Let's rip the Band-Aid off this sucker. I'm going to throw it to my man, Gabe. Gabe was so eager to be able to want to break the news. He goes on this. Gabe, let's tell them what they're asking about.
All right, guys, we are having to make a difficult, and let me preface this, temporary decision to pause Top Quiz until our engineering team can resolve the reset code and promotional code issues. So we are having some back-end issues that, once again, you guys have been aware of recently, working really diligently and hard, lots of hours and manpower to get our billing and promotional code issues solved. So hang tight with us. Top Quiz is coming back. It's just a matter of when we get the green light. So we will be just extending our Power Players segment from 11 to noon for the meantime until we get that back up and running. So we appreciate you guys and patience and understanding. Once again, this is just temporary, and we'll be looking forward to getting Top Quiz back on the calendar here very soon.
You got it. All for the better. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
All for the better here.
They're actually taking it quite well, Gabe. I think when it comes from you, Gabe, I think when they take it from you, Gabe, you just got the soothing voice that just kind of everyone know we're correct. We'll be back. We'll be back. But great work, Gabe.
Now you know we're gonna send Gabe in with all the bad news from now on.
100%. You're the bad news.
Congrats, Gabe. You just won.
That was very, very.
You won, Gabe.
Smooth.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
That was fantastic. We just unlocked it. That was awesome. Okay. Thanks, Gabe. Good stuff.
Well, the good news is that those promo codes and stuff, they do generate extra tickets in the inbox if they don't work. So by doing this, we'll be able to get to the tickets that, let's say, matter a little bit more. The trading tickets, stuff that's related to accounts, rebilling, things like that. So I think in the long run, this is definitely the right choice to help slim down some of the tickets coming in.
Sweet. Gabe.
No doubt about that. Yeah, some of the moves we made on TopstepTV have definitely bogged down our support team the last couple months. So good for them to get a break and catch up. Also,
we fix. It's all good. We're not going anywhere.
No. All right, guys, let's get back to the trade.
Let's do it.
So
Thank you for
interesting.
tempting me here.
I drew a bull flag during the opening call yesterday, and we just kissed the lower trend line of it right now. I'm not saying it's a buy, but I drew this little bull flag yesterday, and we're just hitting the lower end of the range right now.
What price?
Current price right now. Let's call it 45, 20,045. Oh, maybe 30. Let's call it 30.
Okay, we're pretty much there. Here we go. Popping up. Taking a look at the tilt. Remember, we saw that huge delta build up around that 56.50 level in the ES. We're obviously beneath that, currently trading 56.44. These guys are looking to the downside to probably pull the trade on trade. Go ahead, Dolby.
Sure,
what do you got?
For sure looking to the downside.
Yeah, agreed.
Casey, is there?
So we'll try to take like 2 to 3 trades today if we can. We had a nice day yesterday, so we're just kind of managing the account. Want to make sure our losses stay under like $600. Just day to day. That's kind of the name of the game right now.
Love the management.
Yep.
Dolby, what's going on? What's going on in Dow? What the heck's going on? You were laughing about the Dow, the YM earlier.
Sure it is. Hey, listen. Dow had no issues with charting today. It's in a uptrend. I mean, why are we talking down about the Dow? It did everything that all the traders want. It goes up and the charts worked, and we're still bad mouthing the Dow. I'm not sure.
Old faithful, man. Old faithful.
It's a solid. I think maybe we're rotating into Nazi is getting some rotation into Dow possibly, which is fine. I'll trade whatever market is available and fun to trade.
Right.
But I'm definitely looking for. So, yeah, NASDAQ shorts maybe 20,091 if we can get up there. Kind of just getting back within this 1 minute range down here as well. In NASI 20,053.
Gold looking to push
Little
lower
range
here. Yes,
extension.
we are.
And we've gotten stopped. Man, NASDAQ is so strange.
Feels like it wants to go.
Really does. It's just kind of tricky finding a price. Because the range, even on the 1 minute, right? So like I like range trading, and we're on the 1 minute, and we had a nice little tight 1 minute range here, and then even if you sold 53s and had a 10-point stop, it went to 64s almost, and so you probably are getting stopped out even on a 1 minute. So you almost have to risk at least $300 to $400 on an NQ trade, even on a 1 minute chart, which is kind of wild to me. JD, what are you seeing? You got some trades? Oh, man. Higher lows to 1 minute.
Just rotated back up to, hang on, let me switch back over to my ES chart. Rotated back up to the bottom of this 3 minute range I was looking at right when we started. Kind of bounced off there. I might look to take a short just above these previous 3 minute highs. That would be right around 56.46, 47, we'll call it.
Nothing to see.
JD with a fresh live account. Fresh live account.
What's it feel like, JD? What's it feel like?
What do we think?
I'm afraid I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to blow it, you know?
So perfect, yeah.
Oh, JD's got to pull the trigger on TV. This is fantastic.
I like seeing those big round numbers, you know?
Yep. Oh,
hey, Eddie, you're
very nice, JD.
Yeah. Wait till Eddie, you're on positions back there. I'm gonna make sure I keep you updated. I believe that's what you said in the green room. We'll make sure to keep Eddie. All right, gold's still selling off here.
Oh, interesting.
Yep, 24.6. Low of the day, 24.59 half. 24.59 half. Gold's still selling off. I mean, new all-time highs on the day, 24.88. Just to see a sell off about $28 since then, in the last 2 hours or so. Right now, right here, we're watching these guys. Watch these guys. Gonna take an NQ or ES trade. Both trading near the lows of the day. We'll see when this market wants to go.
I might want to see if I can try to get and Mick is really coming through. What a voice. That's some really talented voice people.
That guy, yeah. Mick, boom. I mean, is he always that loud? Well, JD, I can't throw the JD. He's got to keep it on mute right now.
Yeah, no.
Okay, but I've been in the office. I haven't necessarily heard him be on a call, but man, that voice just booms. Not want to be on the other end of the call.
Gabe, Hogue, Mick.
Yeah, we got some good ones.
Powerful voices.
Yeah,
Booming.
Hey, Gabe.
Oh.
Gem.
Rattling my eardrums.
Hey, Gabe. Gem in the chat says Gabe is cute AF. Gem says
Hey.
Gabe is cute AF.
Oh, I appreciate that. Shout out to chat. Gotta love them.
Shout out to chat. They love you, man.
You know it.
I love that they love you. I love that they love you for this stuff. Still seeing some sellers in gold here.
Take a short in NASDAQ.
Go.
Risk like 10 points. Or stop would be at 53. And just me talk. I'm losing points just talking about it. It's already down 8. And YM and NASDAQ are so inversely correlated right now. It is wild.
They really are. That flipped last week. Take a look at NASDAQ. We'll go full screen. I forgot my screen. We'll go full screen NASDAQ here. Trading around the lows.
37. That would have been like $200.
What price were you looking at? 47s?
Yeah, I was looking at 47s, and I was initially looking at 53s because it's the top of the 1 minute range, and then it kind of ended up shooting up there and coming back down again. That's what makes me a little bit hesitant to be so kind of active in trading NASDAQ because of the runs, and now we're kind of headed lower. Damn.
Coming up on a sports zone from Coach Paul in the ES at 56.38. Might provide an opportunity for a nice cheap long if we get back down there, or if we get down there. Just below the current lows. Current lows 56.40.
I'm going to put in a limit to sell 50s and NQ if we can get there. Stop would be up here. Cool, that works. Let's see if we can get that.
Hey, JD, I'm not looking at the levels right now. What zone are we in? S&Ps?
Zone 6. Technically, we're in between Zone 5 and Zone 6 right now.
Gotcha.
So
working our way into 6. I like this. We're kind of getting somewhere.
56.38 would put us into Zone 6.
Dolby time working an offer at 50. 20,050.
About.
I want to ask the chat, how's the chat like in the new layout of the daily levels? I didn't see much feedback going through earlier. Does everybody like the zones?
The verbiage. They're adjusting to the verbiage. They're adjusting the verbiage. But yeah, let us know.
I know it's only been a day.
Yeah, that's true.
But we're trying out something new almost like every day until it hits,
They lit us up on that one. They lit us up on that one for changing.
Innovate
without hesitation. We'll have Gabe deliver the new format, so they take it easy on us.
I'm locked and loaded.
Thank you, Gabe. Hey, we got all right. We're starting to see some liquidity to the downside here in the ES. We got about over 1,500 between the 56.40 bid and the 56.39 has. So from 39.5 up to 40, 39.5 up. Excuse me, 39.25 up to 40, 39.25 up to 40. We got about 1,500 sitting on the bid between those four prices.
There's some inventory down there for sure.
Yes,
Bouncing
there is.
around. Right on the low though, 56.40. There's a 500 lot that hasn't moved.
Wow. I did not get filled, unfortunately, at my 50s.
One spike.
Very
50s.
close, though. Very
One spike
close.
for Dolby time. One spike.
Come on. Anyone
So
like?
I think I'm going to play.
Yeah.
I'm going to play Coach Paul's Sports Zone 3, 56.38. I'm going to put a bid in at 37.5.
Cool. Let's do it.
There's still some liquidity down there.
NQ.
Yes, there is.
Guys, if you can, you can put those in the Slack.
I'll help relay those to you also, Eddie. He's working.
It's working orders right now, Eddie. No trades on yet.
Everyone's
No
flat,
trades.
but I'll keep throwing them your way too, Eddie.
I could not get filled at 50.
Oh shoot, crude. Just noticed that crude dipped beneath $80 today. Low of the day, $79.96, which is interesting because the prices at the gas station do not seem to be going down as
No.
Interesting.
They always go up faster than they go down.
They sure do, JD.
Yeah.
Oil prices, when it comes to the correlation of crude prices to gasoline prices. Always fast to uptick, very slow to downtick.
Very slow to downtick is right.
Even YM is starting to head a little bit lower. Not like a lot of it. We're talking like 30 points. Still in a pretty strong uptrend. But nice 5-minute range. Much nicer 5-minute range in the YM than in the NQ. Which I certainly prefer.
We're on the lows of the ES again. Trying to fill that entire 800 traded on the low of the day at 56.40. There's still 300 on the bid there.
Good stuff, JD.
All right. I'm going to
Bounce
move
right off.
Question in the
I'm going
chat
to see if
here.
I can short 53s in NQ. I'm going to move my entry up.
Okay.
Moving it up.
This will be harder to get filled.
Hey, this is the reversal challenge. This is the Three Amigos. This is the reversal challenge. Three Amigos. It just dawned on me. I like
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it again. Hey, question. I got a question from the chat here for JD. We point out some liquidity. Thanks. Please explain what you expect to happen when you see this liquidity to the downside in the ES. What we expect to happen?
I'd like to see an immediate bounce after we flush out this liquidity. Maybe trap some. It looks like it could be some profit taking or possibly some weaker longs again in the market. So I'd like to see an immediate rebound. I got a tight stop, tight risk. I'm working on one lot. I'm taking $150 worth of risk on this trade. So if I don't get an immediate bounce, this is almost like a failed bottom move. You test it once. If it doesn't work, and you're still trying to pick bottoms, then you just keep lowering your bid below new lows. So what I'm expecting to see is a flush of liquidity, an immediate rejection, right around that support zone that I was talking about from Coach Paul at 56.38. If we don't get it in a timely manner, and I'm talking, less than a minute, maybe even 30 seconds, I'll probably just liquidate the position and move on to the next trade.
JD, that's the JD special. Count to 30-ish. Not every time, but yes, he's saying right here, right now. The sucker move. All right, Dolby time. Working on offer at 53. Working 53s in NQ. GD's
I'm
working
trying
at
to work
37.
in
37.
YM too.
36. YM2. Okay, great.
All right, I think we might get filled on NQ though, so let's switch to NQ.
Oh, what I was saying about your 53s though, Dolby? You were working 50s before, and I agree with moving that offer. Once you test a price and you don't get filled on it, I find that the next time it goes up there, it just blasts right through. So
it needs.
if you miss it the first time, don't chase it and adjust your entry price.
I almost had it too.
Why are you sarcastically laughing, Dolby? Why are you sarcastically?
I had an entry to short at 53 1/4, and I went to 52 3/4. So like 2 ticks, I missed it, and just shot down like 10 points immediately. So at least I'm in the right ballpark, which is great.
Agree.
Because you want your levels to have like reaction to them, because it means you're kind of identifying where other people are participating. So I don't mind not getting filled. It's encouraging that I had a level and an idea, and it worked out. I just didn't get filled, which it happens. I don't like market orders, so
yeah, this is not the hour to be chasing trades either. Low volatility lunch hour, we're seeing it right now. We're just kind of grinding sideways. At least the ESs. We made some new lows right when we started the segment, but we haven't done much since then. So yeah, no need to go chasing. No FOMO during the lunch hour.
No FOMO.
No, we leave FOMO for power hour. Let's save it for power hour. Or the reversal challenge. Save it for one of those two.
Showing around the lows here.
Yes, we are.
Will ES make a new low right here, right now? We are a tick away. Yep.
Push it through.
Yep.
There it goes.
New lows.
New low by 3 ticks. Bounce right off.
Honestly, ES looks pretty bad.
So that's what I like to see when you take out liquidity. Immediate rejection. See how it put in that new low, ran some stops, and bounce right off. That's exactly what I look for.
I had a YM long working that I pulled. I actually would have gotten filled on that for a pretty solid entry. So my levels are doing pretty good right now. I'm getting responses.
Yes,
might get filled on NASDAQ here. Or fills.
Yo. All right, let's update this. Eddie, I got you. Eddie, what do we tell us the price and how many times, Dolby?
Short one, 20,052.
Okay.
You got that, Eddie?
Got it.
1,052? Yeah, I just took a little scalper Rooney here. Let's see if, I'm going to go to break even already because I don't trade NASDAQ that much. And let's just see if we can pocket like 1.5 to 1 risk reward. I'll just
entry.
Come on.
Range. This is you're watching a range bound specialist do his thing right now. Let him cook.
Really wish I had that. Really wish I took that $200 and put it in my pocket when I had it. God,
it was
I'm
quick.
so not used to trading NASDAQ. It moves so fast, man. It moves so fast.
I saw that.
You're trading your live account, right, Dolby?
Oh yeah.
Real trades, real P&Ls, real execution, real traders. Only TopstepTV. Hell yeah.
I need a smaller time frame. Gabe, where's that 30-second chart? You got to.
I thought you were just doing the 1 minute, Dolby. Man.
Hey, man, I got it open. You know me.
I love it.
In the weeds.
So, this is the other thing. I only have one contract in, so I'm kind of just all in or all out, which is pretty frustrating. I'd much rather have like 2 or 3, which is why I kind of like trading YM. Because I can trade 2 or 3 E-minis without being down like $800 in seconds. We're moving lower here, so I think maybe if we can push down to like 20,030s, I'll walk my stop down to about plus maybe $40. Oh, sorry, like 200. Lock in like $200. If we, well, I still want to see this push down. But we're already protected. We're break even, so it's a free trade already. Ooh, Dre, if I take profit right now, I'll be up $1,000 in my personal live account. I know. It's tempting.
Nice number.
It's tempting. It's the round up. Okay, we're gonna move it down to plus 200. So at the very least, we'll lock in 2.
Nice trade.
Yeah, this is power players, man. Yeah, that's nice, dude. That's Fine. We got more time. You got power. There's more time here. So yeah, that's beautiful, Dolby.
Let's see if we push lower. Might just hold this thing all day if I can. I mean, how low can it go? What did I say? 800s?
What did you say, Dolby?
Negative.
Dolby, what did you say?
800, 19,800. That's the level,
Yes,
right?
you did. Yeah, but that's you're trying to get a home run trade during the lunch hour trade.
I don't care. I'm just following the chart, Ray. I'm just following the chart. What am I going to do?
Hey, trade what you see.
I can do.
Yo, being greedy.
If we break 30s, then we just go lower, right?
Do it.
Oh, we'll keep
your position, old boy.
May short one, 20,052 and 3/4.
Okay.
I mean, YM is pushing. Okay, now we're done 30s. Okay. I'll move my stop down. I'm just basically moving my stop down right above 1 minute candle highs. I fully intend on getting.
Yes is back down on the lows again.
Yep. Now I'm up 310. We'll move it down to 310. Well, I didn't expect this trade. Trading is fun.
Hey.
This is a good time. I should do
Keep
this
this a
more
winner.
often.
Keep this a winner. I'm loving this.
Oh, it's
dude.
definitely going to stay a winner. Okay, keep on going down, moving it down again. We'll lock in plus 400.
Were you just dragging the stop, Dolby? Is that how you lock it in?
I'm literally on a 1 minute chart, just dragging down my stop loss. Yeah. Okay, it's at plus 420 for Eddie right now.
Buck 420. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Shout out Eddie. Eddie's
Shout out Eddie.
All right, JD, let us know if you get filled on those 37s.
No fill yet.
No fill yet.
And my YM
38 low.
Really good too. All right, I'm out. Plus 417.
Nice trade.
Man, nice job.
Coach Paul with the bounce right off his 38 level. Thought we were going to get a little push to take out some more liquidity down there, but it stopped right to the tick.
So now we take our profits and roll it into the profit center, and now we're going to make even more profits when we start trading 3 lots with our.
I love it. I love it. You got a buffer going. All right, we'll see how this keeps playing out here. Nice trade, Dolby. Time a little power players action for you. Who needs top quiz when you're watching profitable traders? Chop
P&L
it
account
up.
high, man.
Live account.
P&L
Eddie.
account
Yep,
high.
Live account.
Thank you.
I'm officially up almost $1,200 in this personal live account. So who wants donations? Like, what do we do with this stuff? With this,
I believe the consensus was charity, right? What's your charity of choice? Donations.
I don't know. Is it my choice or is it a house choice?
I thought it was Botox. I thought we got we got Botox.
No. You guys got to fund my extension and braids fund.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You guys got to send me some moolah for my Jamaica trip coming up. I got to get my hair ready. You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
Know what I mean? You said that with a Jamaican accent. Know what I mean? Yo, man, you know what I mean now, there. I need to braids.
All right, JD.
I'm gonna see what it takes to take a payout in this account. I'm gonna stir some stuff up. Hold on.
JD, it looks like might be getting close here.
Real close. Just a couple ticks below the low right now.
50-50 across the board in tilt. Good to see. Gabe's braid and ganja fun, Eddie's bong says.
That's my boy.
That's my point.
There is a dispensary right by my resort.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
I'm sure there is.
Get off the plane. There's a dispensary.
Expect nothing less.
I'm sure you're paying resort prices too.
Come on.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Mute that.
That's exactly right.
All right.
I asked in Slack to see what it takes to donate $500. Let's see.
Let's see if
maybe.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Mix.
I think I've had it for 5 days.
Mick's gonna be like, why are you doing this? Why are you bothering?
Don't waste my time.
Not today.
With your BS account.
Is he having a day? Is he having a day today back there, JD?
Presumably.
I think everybody's having a day today for sure.
Let's see if we get JD a fill here, lower in the range.
Just ignore me, Mick. Don't just ignore everything I say.
Just yell at someone back there. Well, we still have shoulder tap. Still got shoulder tap. No top quiz. Been paused, suspended for the time being. Some of you dirty dogs out there were using some old codes, and we're on to you guys. We're on to you guys. All right, let's see if we can push this. Coach J, right where Dolby is, 975 target. Well, I guess Dolby's at 19,800, right? Dolby 19,800.
Yeah. I mean, when we're down this much already on the day, like if you can get it within like 50 or 100 points, like that's pretty impressive. Like 900, I could see 900. That's like a basic with like a more recent consolidation. Mine is just like the extreme of the range. So if you really wanted to be bearish, 19,721 would be like a ridiculous stop run on a daily level.
Good, Mick. Oh, Mick, you're all good, man.
900s are good, 800s are good, 700s. I just think anything under 20,000, like 20,000 is probably going to come pretty soon. We're already 22 points away. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
New lows in the ES right now.
Yep.
Trying to take out those 38s. Couldn't quite do it. 1,600 trade on the 38s.
Where are you seeing that, JD? You seeing time of sales?
I'm looking at the ladder. Looking at the dome.
Gotcha.
Watch a trade. Iceberg came in. 1,600.
YM and NQ are just like exact opposites. I mean, if you're on my screen, it's just every time NASDAQ goes down, YM just starts creeping up. It couldn't be any more different.
Interesting.
Couldn't be any more different.
Hoag's there. We can pull up that correlation matrix that we like to look at, John, see what the correlation is. Hoag's got this really sweet tool that measures correlations between all intermarket correlations.
Sweet. Wait, I think I have that bookmarked. Let me see if I can pull that up.
Yeah, that'd be sweet right now. Let's see what the NQ and YM those are looking like.
The MRCIs here. I got to check.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
How do you spell correlation? Okay, did it right. Well done. Here it is. It's in chat. Market correlation. Bookmark this.
Yes.
Very, very cool.
Good job, Dolby. Okay.
Still on the lows in the ES.
Yes.
NQ making new lows as we speak.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Making lows as we speak. Yep.
There's some buying going on right here, though.
Yes. A lot of bids are stacked.
Where are you seeing that? On the ladder?
Yeah, just watching the dome.
Oh, nice.
Reading the tape.
JD, could you
could
you trade off the dome if you had to, JD? Nothing else? Just you and your skinnies in the dome?
That's how I did it for a long time. Just watching price action. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, man. Taking $400 of profit looks like a bargain now.
I'm from the era. The very first trading platform I used was Trading Technologies TT, and they didn't even offer chart packages. The original platforms. I don't think chart packages came out until CTS came out. T4.
TT.
Interesting.
Man, forgot about TT.
Expensive platform, but I know a lot of people really enjoy it.
It was in
Topstep.
Yeah.
There we go.
We were one of the first groups. 2000, early 2001. We were one of the first groups in the bonds.
Nice.
With the tablets and TT.
Yeah.
Man,
no charts available. Strictly price ladders. That was it.
That's so hardcore.
Yeah, well, that's raw dog. And so, how was that, JD? Talk about that. Was it obviously there was obviously a learning curve there? Did you get hate from some of the old school guys? Like, why do you have that computer? Why do you bring that tablet? Yep.
Absolutely. I'd walk in some days because you had a hardwire in, so you had your Ethernet cable installed right outside the pit. You know, you'd come in, jerk offs would shove bubble gum in there and shit. You know, like
really,
they didn't want you in the pit.
I believe it. What'd your dad say? What'd your dad think about these tablets coming into his open outcry pits?
He was out of the pits by the time that came around. He was a specialist off the floor, running part of a fund, but yeah, electronic trading on the floor.
Putting
didn't
bubble
really
gum in
happen while he was on the floor. Yeah.
So lame. Look at him now.
And in fact, I'll actually.
Where those dinosaurs at now?
Mongoose says I look too young. All right, everybody. How old am I?
Let's play this game. Oh,
65.
I got you. 25.
What's the
Hogue says we hated technology. Hogue, you've adapted quite well. Look at Hogue. Hogue went from pit trader to now trading live on TV.
Now he's a YouTube star.
Now he's a YouTube star.
Now he's a
Here we go.
YouTube
Here's
star.
some guesses. We got a bunch of guesses
damn.
in there. That's you in your 40s.
One of this has got to be right.
Coach Jay's got you a 38. Hungus got you a 42.
Sorry, not YM. NQ still puking.
Have you seen your number pop up, JD? Has someone guessed it?
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple people have.
Okay.
I did post a link a while ago. It got totally buried though. But there's a documentary called Floored that's free on YouTube. I'll post it in chat once they stop posting numbers. But if you're interested on what the transition of the floor to the screen was, it kind of captures that moment of history. It's a very good documentary, especially if you like trading.
They did pick some strange cats to interview.
Oh,
did you know those guys, Eddie?
I did. I noticed that also.
I know. Actually,
Man,
one of them I caught Arb to. Rob.
38s keep trading out in the ES. Sorry, Eddie. We're tapping on the lows here.
Hit it, baby.
All right, well, JD, first of all, let's answer and give the people what they want. What's the number?
Almost 2,500 trade on the 38s now. It keeps bouncing right up.
Thanks, JD.
What's the number? What's the number?
Look at trader mode.
44. I'm 44 years old.
44. I saw that coming.
Great looking 44.
2,500 trade. How many times on the 38s? You said
2,500 trade on the 38s.
Yep. Locked in on these trades.
Chat has calmed down. Here's a documentary. It's called Floored. I put it in chat. Click the link. It's a free documentary. It's a must-watch. Must watch.
It is.
Actually, my old boss is in that documentary from New York Life. When I sold life
Kidding.
insurance for 6 months. Yeah, my boss is actually in the movie. He was a pit guy too.
Shout out
fun
to
job.
Coach.
Not a fun job.
Shout out to Coach Jay. Let me know if we're going to be down 3% in the Nasdaq. Down 3% takes us to 19,980 quarter. We'll just call it 980s. Down 3% in the day takes us to 980s. We're not
It's
far
so
away.
tempting just to press the sell button, but I know as soon as I press it, we're bouncing 10 points and I'm losing $200 because it's
Stick
not
a
my
bid in
setup
there?
and it's not my entry.
Jay, we put
It's
a
just
bid in
I
there?
don't know. It's just when you start doing stuff that's not your system, the market finds a way to make you lose almost instantly. And as soon as you start following your system again, all of a sudden trades kind of start going your way. And I think this, it's just like trading. It's so frustrating. It's like, okay, you lose money, you have a bunch of problems, and you go, finally you're good enough to be break even, and now you have new problems, and then you start making money, and now you have a whole nother new set of problems. So like no matter where you turn in trading, there's always some sort of like mental instance trying to take your money or attack you. So in this case, I'm up $400. Market's still rolling over.
Hey, we got 1,000 lot. Hey, JD,
Did you see that?
Yeah,
Missed me
1,000 lot.
by missed my bid by 2 ticks and 1,000 lot.
No way. No way. Oh, the 1,000 lot came in on the 39 bid. 37s. What was trading? JD, what do we see? What caught out of the corner of my eye? What did you see?
It was trading 37 in the orders, low of the day, 175 traded. It was probably a 1,500 lot that came in. Just wiped it out, close to 4 points up.
Damn it.
NQ bounced. YM bounced. No, YM just went up. YM doesn't need a bounce, it just goes up.
Oh,
man, JD, that would have been a great one.
Perfect.
Were you
That's
front running
exactly
it?
what I'm looking for. That's exactly what I look for when I put this trade on too. I don't even like it anymore now. After that happened,
it's all trader, right?
I don't even like
yeah,
it.
That's what I wanted to happen after I got filled. Now it's probably going to blast right through there.
Yeah. When she says no to prom, you sort of walk the other way.
There's some since we are in top quiz time, there's top quiz is going to be paused temporarily as we start working through some tickets and fixing some things in the back.
Man, who called it?
Just temporary. It's no big deal. Just temporary.
Someone in the chat called it. Wait till they have people jump back in for top quiz. Here they are. Now, Gabe, would you want to try that again?
Yeah.
Gabe, would you like to?
Where'd you go?
Dolby hit it on the head.
Yes, he did. Dolby time. How temporary. Here it comes. Here it comes. No wonder they took it so nice and graciously about 45 minutes ago.
Damn, that was the trade.
Wow, JD,
Missed
JD,
it by 2
JD.
ticks. 2 ticks.
Just a bit outside.
Man, the thought was just you were spot on. Thought it was spot on. Good stuff.
No
You're seeing
FOMO.
it, man.
Don't you?
I know.
So I
So sweet.
wonder if YM
New highs, right?
would start rolling over if NQ starts bidding higher. Although, like, this is such a small bounce. Like, I know we're excited because it moved up fast, but it doesn't really mean all that much.
But yes, we'll see. It's good though. We'll keep an eye on that. NASDAQ having worst day of 2024 right now. Nice, Nick, for a tick. Look at Nick for a tick making money to the upside.
Worst day so far.
Yeah. More history.
5 more months.
Yeah. We got all-time highs in Dow today, all-time highs in gold, and the worst day of the year in NASDAQ today. Trade. It's the markets, baby. Oh, this is good stuff. And we got Nick for a tick making money to the upside today. The world changing and evolving so ever fast. Dang, I feel for you, JD. That would be a nice little pop. A 7-point banger right there. Lambo Raffle. Oh yeah, thank you, Joe V. 20-year bond auction coming up in about 7 minutes. Thank you for that.
Oh, interesting. How is that going to impact things? I know nothing about bonds.
Yeah, very unlikely it will, unless it comes in poor. If the bond auction comes in very poor, you'll probably see a sell-off. It's probably bearish for equities, but it's very likely that it will. Couple, maybe Eddie can help me remember. Eddie was keeping an eye on this. Oh, back in February, March, we kept seeing these poor bond auctions, and we were keeping a real close eye on it. And yeah, we'd see the equity sell off when these bond auctions come in poor. But here come some buyers. Look at this, George. All roads, man. I don't know. Yeah, those days are behind us, George. For now, that is for now. Coach Dakota, so happy to see this sell off. Yeah. We needed this. Just like a dad sitting on the porch watching the rain come down and saying, we needed this.
It's nice imagery, Dre. That's perfect.
Yes.
Martha, more of that sweet tea, please. Martha, you hear me, woman?
We needed
looking
this.
Looking at 20,000, 53.50.
20,000
for possible reversal in NQ.
20,000, 53 half. Dobie, that's where you got short from the first time, correct?
Let's see. I think about 52.
Right
yeah, 52 quarters when I got short. So we're back up there.
So are you looking to essentially just run it back? Same trade idea? Run it back with the range? Or are you looking to take
see.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's the candlesticks right now are really kind of long. And I don't like long candlesticks because it means like there could be more momentum getting into that level and pushing through. So I try to avoid that if I can. I think the first time I took that trade, the candlesticks were a little bit stubbier. I literally mean just like the length of the candlestick. So if they're like short and fat, then I'm like, I like it. If it's tall and long, then it's kind of strong and like bullish or bearish. Just a lot of momentum behind it. So I have to be careful.
What are you doing there, Dolby? What are you doing?
What do you mean? What's that? That wasn't even that bad. I was even talking about boxes, Dre. Why do you get on my case right now?
God, how much time we got? We got 2 minutes left here in Power Players.
How much time?
JD, man. Come on, man. Gosh, here we go, dude. There was a little slap happy around lunch. Go get some coffee.
What?
Dolby,
still no trades in the live account.
That's brutal, man. That was, I'll remember this one. We'll all remember. You always remember your first, JD, man.
Just scratch one. Just scratch one.
Buy one, sell one. Damn.
Dre, you're going to miss me during Power Hour. Come on.
Yeah, too many voices.
Oh, no, that's going to be great. I'm looking forward to watching it. We got Dakota.
Yeah, well, I figured. I skipped. I sat out yesterday's Power Hour. I figured I'd throw you the same courtesy and just let those two just chop it up. What he's talking about Coach Dakota, David Green. Chop it up on Power Hour this afternoon. We got a lot more in store. So let's wrap up this Power Player session. Dobie, nice trade. Taking the personal live account to over $1,000. Not trying to trade micros anymore. If you notice that, guys, he's not trading micros anymore.
Mick. That's all Mick right there. Hey, he DM'd me. He's like, I think you can handle e-minis. And I'm like, all right, let's do it. Let's do
it. Love it. Look at the evolution of a trader here on TopstepTV. JD, so close. There will be more opportunities down the road. Hey, JD, how are we looking for group coaching? Today? We good on?
We got David Green coming in for group coaching. Let me take a look at the form.
Yeah, we got Dolby and David Green coming in for group coaching. Get a load of that. Yeah, no top quiz. Suspended for now. We got Shoulder tap coming up next with Mr. Jack and Mr. Mick. JD, I think we're good on. We've had the form pinned to the top of the chat all day.
We've got about 7-8 questions. Go ahead and throw some questions in that form pin of the chat for David Green. David Green and Dolby for group coaching today. So
awesome, guys.
Make sure you stick around
Great
for that.
session. Great session. Keep an eye on how these markets continue to play out. Are there some more sellers? Again, 3% down in the NQ takes us to 19,980. Can we get there? Stay tuned. But up next, we've got Shoulder Tap coming up with, what did I just say? Come on, Dre. Jack and Mick coming up for Shoulder Tap. Thank you, JD. Thank you, Dolby. See you guys soon. Shoulder Tap coming up next. Let's go.
Yep.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap, the special NQ down 3% edition. I am Jack, joined by Mick, who's going to give us an update on how things are going with our funded traders. First, Mick, how is Mick the person doing today?
Very nice of you to ask, Jack. You're such a sweetheart. I'm good. I had a busy morning like I usually do, but a lot of good conversations around a number of different topics. And happy to be a breathing and above ground. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I accidentally wore a green shirt under here, so I got to zip this up or it's going to be messing with the green screen. But besides that, doing well, staying busy. Sorry, no top quiz for a bit. Anyway, with that, Mick, how are our funded traders doing?
Well, another day, another dollar today, dollar lost. Jack, I mentioned Monday, things weren't going too well. I mentioned yesterday things weren't going too well. And today is certainly an absolute bloodbath. There is so much red on the board from our live accounts, our XFAs, our funded traders as a whole. A lot of people down, and I think it's this directional move that we're seeing. And one of our most popular products that people trade. So it's been a very tough week. I myself am a little underwater in my personal account on a long that I took last week, which I was in the money on for a little bit, but taking some heat on it here, kind of at a puke point probably, but not too worried about it because don't have anything too big on. But all that being said, we do have some very exciting stuff. We're only going to feature 2 traders today on the cards. Before we get to those traders who actually have the largest P&Ls, and these are both live accounts, while we do have a lot of people getting kicked around today in the markets, we got some people that are really knocking it out of the frickin' park in a big way. New account balance highs we're seeing for one of them. Another one up close to 50 grand in their live account on their trading today. But before we get to that, shout out to Felipe up 3,900, Brian up 7,500, John G up 2,900, William R up 7,500, and Chi up 5,500. I've been reporting on Shane S, trader in XFAs, doing 5 XFAs. He snapped his losing streak. This was the guy 2 weeks ago, made 130 grand when he put up 26 grand in each one of his XFAs. He gave that back, almost all of it back, to the tune of 127,000 of the 130,000 on an 8-day losing streak in those XFAs. Snapped that losing streak on Monday. Made a little bit of money, about 4 grand. Had a nice $55,000 winning day yesterday after putting up 11,000 in each one of those XFAs. Now he's back to $3,000 daily loss limit, where he's down 3,100 in each one of those 5 XFAs. So, big swing of emotions here in P&Ls from Shane, one of the traders who got all the way up to the number 2 spot on the leaderboard and has kind of, trickled back. I'm sure yesterday put him back up a little bit higher on there. But this isn't about him. I wanted to share a story, but let's dive into Chung's card today. Chung is one of our live traders. His card is pretty short as far as information because I just wanted to talk about his live account, his trading activity, and most importantly, what he's doing today. So Chung's in a live account. Today is day 4. Of his first 3 days, he had daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit. So guy started about with $16,000. He gave back 9,000 of that 16,000 in his first 3 days, which is a huge percent of his account balance and something that I would not encourage anybody to do. That's really poor money management on the first 3 days of trading, giving back 9 of 16,000, leaving you with 7,000 left. You could be in a scenario where if today and tomorrow were daily loss limits with slippage, that account's gone in 5 short days. So don't position yourself to be there. But today he's positioned himself very well, and I'm happy to share that he has at one point was up $45,000 in his live account. Trading around, he's up 42,000 before I turned my chair around and came onto this segment. We can't talk exactly about how our live traders are positioned specifically. But I think, for someone to hear that he's up 42 grand right now, you could
not
put
rocket surgery.
Yeah, you could put a couple things together. But what I'm pretty impressed with is he's got 13, not even 13 trades on the day, 13 round turns, not 10 round turns on the day. And he's got a 3 lot on right now. So this is someone who's not been, slapping on big size, 10 lots or 15 lots. He's been trading relatively small, playing the market very well and sticking to his convictions and riding things out, which is really nice. What I like to see, what I've seen from Chung in the past, and even what we've seen from him on his 3 losing days prior to today's trading day. But I think as we look at the trade report, Jack, there's a little bit more to unpack here from a money management standpoint. And despite the last 3 days being, daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit to lose $9,000, a little bit more than 9,000, more like 9,300 or 9,200. I know your mind or your eyes always go to P&L highs, all of which, his P&L highs were pretty good on those days that he took losses. So I think, there's probably, I'll throw the ball in your court now. See if there's anything you want to talk about there, because I certainly have opinions about leaving profits on the table and letting winning days turn into losing days. But I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that. I see what you're talking about in that on all 3 of these previous days, Chung was flat and up 8,500, 2,200, and 4,500 to turn all of them into DLLs. I'm a little bit curious because, when I first saw this card and what he was up today, I thought, okay, this is someone who has a very big conviction to holding a huge short, and they got stopped out the first 3 days, and now they're getting paid on it. But there's a lot more trading to that here. So I'm interested to see when he's flat today, and we can talk about it, kind of what that looked like. I'd love to see the fills there.
Yeah, I can share those with you. We'll just keep them internal, which is all fine. But I'll share that with you.
But I see what you're saying. Also, I see people asking, what is rocket surgery that I mentioned? It's just like brain aerodynamics. Anyway, Mick.
It's not rocket science. Someone up big, riding out a trade. You could put 2 and 2 together. Hope that's not divulging too much information. He's having a good day. But, going back to those other days that weren't so good, part of me wants to, well, I'm just going to do it, so I shouldn't say part of me. We're live. I'm rolling with it. We're on TV. Jack, it always pains me very, very much to see this activity on a live account, on an XFA, whatever it is, even in a trading combine. I mentioned Chung started with $16,000 in his account. Day one at one point, he got it up to $20,000. It is so important early on to lock in profits on your account. Build your cushion. Start small. Keep yourself that much further away from the max loss limit. And by golly, don't turn a big winning day into a big losing day. I mean, day one, we're talking about, a $7,700, $7,600 swing. It's like, you shouldn't be doing that. And I know Chung's got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, those, especially yesterday. Now, granted, you shouldn't be risking it. So the account's at 10, 13, 16 3 days ago. You shouldn't be risking $3,000 when you're 16K anyway, but then not when you're 13 and not when you're at 10. But especially the swing yesterday, because we can see that he was flat of $8,500. I mean, at that point, you got to set a stop for yourself, like a stop for the day that is not the DLL, right? I mean, on a 10K starting the day, he swung more than that size from a flat position, $11,500 or something like that.
Yeah.
Or that's that's more than 100% of your account. I don't know what else to say besides you can't be doing that. It's way too big.
You can do it, but you're not going to get anything from it. If you want to get something from your trading, and we all should be here to get something from our trading, whether it's developing skills that you've already got or finding new skills, money management, like I talk about this every once in a while, any goofball out there can find some short-term success trading. I pop a shot, I have a big day, and then I bleed it out over the next, X amount of days or whatever. It's people have said it in this industry, and someone mentioned it to Hogue. I like this phrase. It is the hardest way to make easy money. Like I said, any goofball can make money in this industry, but keeping it's a whole nother thing, and then making it and continuing to build upon it. Now, I'm very happy for Chung. He's one of those traders that, needs a $45,000 winning day to, keep things up. He's in a live account, though. I mean, we called him up to live because he does have a good eye for the markets where he can take big bites out of the markets. It's just keeping it as an area that he's got for improvement. And, he's not the only one. There's a lot of people out there. I've been there myself. Like, I had to do some serious soul searching. Everybody needs to do that. And everybody needs to be realistic with themselves about, like, hey, I can't keep going on like this. I talk about Shane, someone who got up to number 2 on our leaderboard because he had that big day. He almost gave that all back over 8 days. So, it doesn't take. Please, go ahead.
So I think this is a good time to discuss. I think folks just see this in nominal dollars terms as opposed to the size of the account. That's something that keeps on happening again and again in these cards. And everybody should know that not just in trading, in anything in life, if I give you a certain amount of money and say double it, there is no non-extremely risky way to do that in one day. And you're right. You could get lucky. It reminds me when we talked about, the Forex places that offer like 500 to 1 leverage. Why do they do that? Well, because with 500 to 1 leverage, you're never, the odds just don't work out on it. Like, even if you get lucky once, you can't like somebody growing a $10,000 account to $100,000 to, or whatever their goal is on that can only be done in a short time frame by doing things that are gambling, right?
And unsustainable.
Not sustainable in the long run, because you will get burnt seeking those returns at a certain point. There's a reason you don't see, even at the end of The Big Short, where they showed Michael Burry's position, like the big thing, it was like up 500% or something. It wasn't up 10,000%, right?
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind, please, because you just can't do it. It doesn't work.
Yes. And about regarding having, a big winning day and getting, lucky with profits and stuff like that, you're almost worse off if that happens to you as opposed to doing it through consistent, smaller profitability. Now, based on your risk tolerance, you're going to have bigger days if you take more risk and let the market go in your favor. But, for someone who, puts up a big winning day and they're like, oh my gosh, that was really easy. You're going to be that much worse off down the road thinking that can be, a regular occurrence and thinking that the money comes that easy. Because, it doesn't. And that puts you in the wrong frame of mind where you're not playing defense and you're just looking for offense. This is, capital preservation is defense, and, making money, being offensive is a byproduct of finding good trades. So I think, I've kind of exhausted my talking points on this here. This is a shout out for Chung. I'm very happy for him. Very few things get me as excited as, seeing someone that's up 45 grand in their live account. Because that's just a really, really big day. I myself have never had that large of a winning day. So big shout out to you.
All right. Well, we'll move on to, we got who next? Joanna?
Joanne. Yes. Joanne.
Hey.
Joanne, someone else, while I said it was a bloodbath today on the funded trader side of things, Joanne is one of the exceptions. Now, this card I wanted to get to yesterday. So we weren't able to get to it yesterday. Using it today. The metrics are a little out of date only because she's like on day 12 now, and she had a $2,000 winning day yesterday. I was very happy for her yesterday. At one point, she was up $6,000 on the day yesterday, ended the day up $2,000. Would have loved to have seen her lock in a little bit more of that $6,000 winning day yesterday. But I was cheering her on yesterday because she snapped a 3-day $10,000 losing streak yesterday when she put up the $2,000. So she definitely needed the $6,000 or the $2,000 yesterday. But I'm very, very happy to share that she's been on the right side of the market today. She's flat right now, and she's up $16,700 in her live account to bring this account balance of hers since she started up to a new account balance high, north of $20,000.
Awesome.
So I'm very happy for her. And, I think she needed yesterday. She needed today because she's been struggling in this live account. Almost every single losing.
I see a little more of kind of what we saw. Like, once again, there's a few days that are kind of crushing in that flat up a bunch of money to the DLL the same day. If there's, I guess the one piece of advice for everyone from this day is no matter how much money you're up, think about the swings. It's still real money and how much you want to risk once you're out of the trade.
Let's do the math on these swings from P&L high to ending P&L on the losing days where just daily loss limits were hit. I mean, we've got a $7,900 swing on day 2 in the account from the high. July 11th was really bad. That's $11,500 swing. She was up $6,800 and turned it into a $4,700 losing day. That's really
there's
bad.
a 13K one too.
I would have been talking about her with new account balance highs a long time ago if we had just locked in 50%. So Joanne, when I talk about 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or locking in at least half of your profits on significant winning days, go in there, do the math. And for anybody listening, do the math on your trade reports and like figure out where you would be if you just locked in half of your profitable days. If you let that profitable day turn into a negative day. Or hit zero. I mean, do the math. That is the kind of analysis that should change your strategy going forward if you're able to separate doing what you want to do with what you should be doing. And the best traders are always going to go to the side of this is what I should be doing versus what I want to be doing. I still like, S&P's rallying. I want to go long, but for whatever reason, I'm not going to take that, and I'm just going to, I'm going to be disciplined, stick to my strategy, what I'm thinking. Maybe I'm right, but it's outside of my strategy. I'm going to stick to my strategy and be disciplined.
I think, one thing too is if you have one of these things where you're kind of over leveraged in doing something and you get away with it and have a huge day, you've already won. All right. It's kind of like, if you're going to keep on trying to do it, I mean, just trade small and take that money, right? I mean, to do it again is like, running it back in Russian roulette, right? Like, you've already won. Don't do it again. Yeah. That's all I'll say about that. But
yeah, you got to be able to say, ooh, I got away with that. Thank you.
Yeah.
We all get lucky from time to time.
Hugely. Well, glad to hear Joanna's up today.
Staying lucky though.
Yeah. Glad to hear she's up today. Hope the account balance high, the current one, grows. And we just got the 2 cards today, right?
2 cards, yes. Now we'll clear a little space for our next guest.
Indeed. All right, we got David Green's coming in for group coaching next with the Dolby man himself. Always good to see them. So stick around. We'll be right back after this. Mick, thanks so much for hanging out to talk some risk for a few minutes.
You betcha. Thanks. Have a great trading day. Be safe, everybody.
We'll be back right after this break. See you then with group coaching.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to group coaching. We got David Green over there doing some stretches. Oh, no, he's grabbing his TopstepTV hat. This man loves trading more than anyone I know. Not only does he get a double feature today on TopstepTV, he's also doing a webinar tonight, 7 p.m. Central Time, a free webinar, mind you. And not only that, I will also be in attendance for a brief cameo. But David Green, how you doing? Markets are rolling over super hard as long as your name is NASDAQ and ES.
Yeah, 100%. Not unexpected at all. You know, the market has been nothing but up for weeks and months. So we're having a normal little pullback in the market. This is when, and again, I'd like to see more follow through now, but this is when you start getting your shopping list together. If you're a longer term trader, when you see some of these, again, it doesn't affect us for the futures, but you know, if you're looking at some of these other stocks that have been beaten down, I start to look at them for maybe options and dipping my toe back in a little bit again. But today has been a beautiful trend day up to this point. You know, I think it was severely oversold. I'm not in a hurry to be short. So it was tough to pick the levels to buy. If you just were a trend trader today, it worked out very nicely. You know, now we're starting to just break the trend a little bit now.
Yep.
If we look at the NQ chart. So again, not in a hurry to short because we have just been blasted down. We have some levels that I'll look at. My 65 EMA is up like 35 points from here. So I would definitely do a little short up there at the 201.13. Is that what it is? Yeah, 201.13. We'll put a little order out in our Topstep Combine account. Let's pop it up there.
I'm going to put that webinar link right in chat. Register for the webinar tonight. If you just go to the website and scroll down, it's the next frame down. It says Masterclass, and there's a little register here button at the very bottom, right above the tickers on the website. Pretty cool, actually. David, we got some. This one is a softball. Maybe the softest one. Do you use moving averages? If so, one time frames.
You're breaking up a little bit, Nick. Say that again.
Oh, sorry. Do you use moving averages? If so, which ones and which time frames do you prefer? His question is from Denise.
Ooh, Denise, you want me to give the whole store now, huh? I will share them with you, yes, but we're going to talk about this in depth tonight. It's all part of our course where we teach people how to trade. But yeah, I use 5 different moving averages, a 9, and Nick, you can post it in there if you want. I don't mind.
Yeah, I'm going right now.
A 9, a 15, a 30, a 65, and a 200. They are exponential moving averages. Okay, that's what we use. We also have pivot points, which I love to use. This is Thinkorswim that you're seeing. I use Thinkorswim for my charting service. My preferred one. There's TradingView. There's a bunch of good ones. TopstepX actually copies exactly what I have on here, which is spectacular. So I have all my technicals on there also. So always starting on a 5-minute chart when I'm looking for support or resistance. If I don't have anything on a 5-minute chart or it's really spread out between 2 of my moving averages, I will start changing time frames to look for maybe something that we have in between. I'll give you an example right now. We're looking at our NQs, okay? And we're kind of sitting on our 30 EMA. See how we had a little trouble getting above it. My 65 EMA is up at 201.36, which is 60 points So this is when I'll go look and see if I have anything in between that 60-point level. So I'll go to my 15-minute chart. Ooh, let's see if we got something. What up, 15-minute? Okay, we have 94. And we got to, what, 84. So it's over my chart. My 15-minute trend is 94. If we would have spiked up there, that would have been a nice. We didn't quite get there. So when I have a big, that's switching time frames. So my chart with 20112, which is kind of like my 5-minute chart. It seems complicated, guys and girls, but it's really not. It's just a matter of once you get used to, and again, we use our technicals because they work for us. You use what works for you. But once you get used to reading the chart, in 10 seconds, I can put up a chart in 5 minutes and know whether I have to switch time frames or not in anything that I'm looking at. So you get used to it. It becomes second nature after a while.
Yeah.
So starting on a 5-minute, and then we expand from there.
Cool. David, it looks like we have a little kind of weird bug here. So if you're talking and moving your mouse at the same time, for some reason it starts chopping up. So just for future reference, if you're doing chart stuff, try to time it so you're talking when the mouse is not moving. It's kind of strange, but I don't know why it happens. But just so you know, this is another really good question here from Glenn. How do you stay in trades longer? I hold losers too long and then cut my winners too early out of fear it will reverse and go negative against me. This is a really common question.
Oh yeah,
for a lot of new traders.
Probably. Yeah, once you learn your technical analysis, this is the biggest problem. First, we learn when and where and why and how to get into our trades. Then we have to learn to lose the least on our losing trades and make the most on our winning trades. That's just what this is all about. And it depends on what kind of trade we get in. You know, I have a few different trading setups that I look at, but let's talk about a trend trade for demonstration purposes, okay? I'll move this, and then I'll stop talking. All right. So if we look at the NQs today, and what the moving averages I use to get into a trend trade are my 9 and my 15 EMA. So when a stock is going down, I look to enter into the trend trade when it rallies up to my 9 and my 15 EMA. So you can see here from very early in the morning, we got to the 9 and 15. We got to the 15, we got to the 9 and the 15, we got to the 9 and the 15. Several times this morning, we stayed in this downtrend. As a matter of fact, we really are just starting to break the downtrend now. So an example of getting into a trade and staying in it, if you're in a trend trade, smart enough to get into the trade this morning at 9:50 at 202.47. All right, so how am I going to get out of this trade? How am I going to get the most out of this winning trade? I'm always going to do at least 2 contracts, okay? Sometimes I'll do more, but I'll do at least 2 contracts. And the reason I'll do that is because I want to take some profits as it goes in my favor. But I also want to stay in the last part of my trade until my technicals tell me to get out of that trade. So that's how we're going to make the most out of every single trade that we do. So when I get into a trend trade, I'm not going to get out of that entire trend trade unless this NQs get above both of my 9 and 15 moving average by a certain amount. And if you look right here, we just did it, okay? So we just got above our 9 and 15 EMA at about 2,044. Guys, that is a 100-point move from where we got in the trade, okay? So there's no reason to get out of the second part of your trade until the technicals tell you to get out of it. Am I going to sit in this for 200 points? Probably not. But I'm not looking to make 20 or 30 points on this, or even 50 points. You know, I probably would have got out when we gapped all the way down here, and that was like 120 points.
Yeah,
so
massive
that's
move.
one kind of trade. When I get into a trend trade, I want to stay in as long as possible.
Yeah.
In my next kind of trade, okay? Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, I think you said this last week, and I like this saying. I like little short sayings, they're easy to remember. You said you get in on technicals and out on technicals.
That's it, 100% right. But again, it depends on what kind of trade I'm in. The trend trade is the one I'm going to want longest, okay? I can tell you it doesn't happen very often in the NQs, but we get them. You know, a couple of days last week, today has been a beautiful example. When you get into a trend trade in the futures, don't get out of it until your chart tells you to get out of it when the trend is broken. If I'm looking for what I call a regular moving average trade, Nick, I have different criteria. You know, for a regular moving average trade, I'm looking for a scalp, right? So let's say we would have run up now from our 200 EMA all the way up to my 65 EMA. That would be up 53 points. I usually look for between a 30 and 50 point move for a regular moving average trade in the NQs. So if I get a 50 point move up in this and I get into this trade short based on my 65 EMA, I'm looking to make between 10 and 20 points on that trade. I'm not looking to stay in this all day. This is what I call a scalp. So I'm scalping it. It's hitting resistance. It's just for a trade for me. I will hold a little bit to see if we can maybe pull back all the way down here for 30 or 40 points. But example, if I do 2 of these for 10 points, I'm taking one off. And probably between 20 and 30 points, it's a scalp. I'm going to get out of that trade. So if you think about it, if we're doing one contract in the NQs and we make 10 points, that's $200. Right? That's fine. I mean, for some people, that's a day, right? You know, we know once we get out of the combine and into our paid accounts, in the 50,000 one, $250 a day. So if you make $250 a day, you should stop trading. And that's another big thing that, and I'm going to talk a shitload more about this tonight, pardon my language. When you make what is perceived to be your goal, you should not be trading anymore. Whether that's $200 a day, $250 a day, or, you know, Topstep is such a great platform. You know, we could put in a stop order that if we lose $50, we're done for the day if you want to make one more trade. But I'm a big believer in putting money in the bank and not giving it back. We will never turn a winning day into a losing day, and I won't even trade a winning trade, turn a winning trade into a losing trade, right? So I'm going to keep moving my stop orders once I'm profitable in a trade. And worst case scenario, if it takes me out of that trade break even, so be it, right?
Yeah, love that stuff. And if you and Chad are new to David Green, what's kind of unique about his trading is that you have kind of a toolbox of setups, right? I only have one setup, but you have several setups that you look for, and each one kind of has, I would say, maybe certain metrics that they kind of like obey
different
as far
criteria.
as different criteria. Yeah, so I think that's really cool. And you can obviously learn more about that in the free webinar that's going to be happening.
Nick, I am not opposed to finding one trade that works for you and sticking to that. I am not opposed to that at all. If you're a trend trader, try to find a trend trade and stay with it as long as you can. You know, Nick has his methods. Dakota has his methods. Find what works for you. And, you know, don't spread yourself out that much. The thing with what we do is it's all on one chart. You know, any kind of setup that I'm going to have is all sitting right in front of me. It's just a matter of when they set up. That's all.
Right. So this is more of a kind of fundamental market question here from Min. How important are speeches by Federal Reserve officials other than Jerome Powell?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always tradingeconomics.com every single day, see who's talking or what numbers are coming out economically. I don't know. It's a crapshoot with most of these guys besides Powell, you know, and sometimes one guy will come on at 2:00 and say one thing, and another guy will come on at 2:30 and say the exact opposite thing, you know. So I would just say to be aware when they're coming out, because you can get big moves when it happens. But Jay Powell's the only one who's really going to move the markets. The other stuff, I'm not saying it can't, but, you know, they're like analysts. You know, they all have an opinion. That's what it is. I mean, right now we're pricing in basically 100% chance of a rate cut in September. That's priced in. I heard some chatter that there could be something by the end of this month, but they usually, very rarely do they ever do things in between meetings unless there's a catastrophe going on. So we'll see what happens with that. And who knows if that's going to be good for the market or not. You know, I think we made all-time highs in the last few day after day after day based on that happening. Now, I think the reality is that a lot of that started to get priced into the market now, right? All right, we know we're getting a rate cut in September. So it's like buy the rumor, sell the news. And now we're just, you know, pulling back to some levels, some pretty important levels. I got a pretty important level in the NQs that we missed by, I don't know, 30 or 40 points this morning.
Yeah, it's actually
start getting these pullbacks. It's important. I'm sorry, Nick. It's important to start going to longer term time frames like daily and weekly levels, because then you can find some levels that it makes sense to make even trades during the day if they're going to hit those.
Yeah, exactly. So actually, I'm going to get off. We have a sheet for group questions here, but I'm getting off the sheet. I'm going to chat. And this has not been a question that's been asked, but this is from Larry McCullers, who's currently in chat right now. How can I make sure that I have a good trading plan? What do you include in your trading plan, David? And what makes a good one?
Well, Number one, Larry, you got to be journaling every single trade that you do. I know me and Nick talk about this every week. We talk about it with everybody every single time that we talk, right? So you got to be journaling every single trade to you. There you go. There's Nick's, right? I have a spreadsheet. It goes back a long, long time, okay? The first thing you have to ask yourself before you push a button is, why am I getting into this trade? All right? Why? Is there a technical reason that you're using? I will never push a button unless my chart tells me to push a button. If there's not a technical reason for me to get in a trade, I will sit here all day and not make a trade. And it's happened. Okay. So then you have to ask yourself, what technicals am I using? All right. I'm using this, I'm using that. And by journaling, you're going to find out which trades are working for you better and which trades aren't. If you're just sitting around throwing darts in the board, obviously you got to give it up to the higher power, Larry, and find some kind of system that you trust that is going to work for you. Right. What we try to do, and what everyone tries to do with technical analysis, is just put the odds in our favor of that trade working. It doesn't mean it's going to all the time. We're going to have losing trades. But when I get into a trade, I'm confident that because I'm getting into it for a technical reason, it's going to work more often than it's not. So journal every single trade you do. Write down why you're doing it, when you're doing it, what price you're doing it, what's my stop order, what's my profit target, all that stuff. You got to have the plan, and you got to stick to your plan all the time. That's it. Yep. You know, a lot of people come in, Nick, with the top. Well, I mean, especially at the beginning with Topstep, and they want to qualify in one day. Oh, I got to make 1,500 today. I make 1,500 tomorrow, and then I'm qualified. Whoopee. You know, that's fine, and it might work for a little bit, but if you want to be consistent in this and then start taking money out of it, real money out of it, you got to have some kind of a plan.
Love that. Great answer. And for all those people who love journaling, I do want you to know that we're going to have a nice little Topstep X update coming tomorrow. A little bit of some foreshadowing there for you, chat. So if you like journaling, we might be making it a little bit easier for you. So going back to these questions that were submitted, and this is from Aman Chopra. I really like this question because this actually crossed my mind today. Is it okay to risk daily profits of a few successful trades and then use those profits and roll it into a bigger trade?
I will absolutely never do that. Okay? I'll tell you why. There's nothing worse to me than turning a winning day into a losing day. It is the worst feeling in the world. It just is, man. You do that on a weekend, sometimes it ruins your whole weekend. You do it later in the day, you come in the next day, and our mindset as traders is going to be, I got to get the money back that I just lost. I just want to put some money in the bank every day, okay? And again, it doesn't happen every day. But no, if anything, I suggest doing the exact opposite and cutting your size and trying to add little bits to where you already are. I think just going in with bigger size, to me, and this is my personal opinion, is just a recipe for disaster. You're asking to give the money back and ending up just ruining your day. Just my personal opinion. I will never do that.
Yeah, that's a great question, because I was just talking about earlier. It's like no matter where you are in trading, there's always some sort of emotional gremlin coming out and trying to get you to lose your money. You could already be a losing trader. You could be a break even. You could be a winning trader. And it's like, more money, more problems if you're making money trading, because now you're like, oh, what if I bet more? How do I make even more money? And that's you kind of tempt fate with the markets.
It's like being in a casino. It's the same thing. You know, I'm down $1,000. Well, I can get that back in one hand if I bet $1,000. Well, now I'm down $2,000, and before you know it, you can't pay the mortgage anymore. So
exactly. Or it's, hey, I'm up 10. Let me bet 5 of it.
It's not. This is not an easy thing to do, guys and girls. I've been talking to people over the last week, or especially a few days. It's been difficult trading. You just have to have been much more patient and disciplined, and just wait for good things to set up.
Setups will come. They always do if you wait long enough. So probably got time for a couple more questions here. We are trying to end these segments a little bit earlier so we can get started on time. This one is from Brendan. So when would you want to increase your size in your overall strategy?
When would I?
Yeah, when would you increase size?
Great question. Great question. Again, I'll go back to the journal. I've been trading for a month, okay? I have a 72% hit rate, right? I'm clicking on all cylinders. I'm sticking to my rules on every single trade that I do. I tell people, let's have a solid month of that, because I'm not going to change the way I execute any trade, whether it's 1 contract, 10 contracts, or 100 contracts. It's not going to change the way I get into a trade. It's not going to change the way I get out of a trade. It's not going to change my stop order when I get into the trade. So show some consistency for a little bit. One thing you don't want to do is have a good day and then go 10 times your size the next day. You'll take 1 step back and 5 steps, 1 step forward and 10 steps back. It's gradual, okay? Just prove to yourself that you can do it. Prove to yourself that what you're doing is working. And like I said, the easiest thing to do is go from 1 to 100 or 10 or whatever it is. Just don't change anything that you do, right?
Nice. That's great.
And give it some time.
Great advice. And next question here is from someone who's definitely been paying attention. This is from Mark M. What do you mean when you say, quote, never turn a winning trade into a losing trade, unquote?
Great question. Okay. I'll just use an example, all right? I shorted the NQ here on my 30 EMA, and I'll stop and put it here, all right? I shorted my EMA there at 20072. Right? I'm in the trade, okay? I want to take profits down 10 points, right? I got my 10 points at 20062. Great. Now I have 1 contract left. Now I'm going to move my stop down to where I got in the trade. So worst case scenario, I put that 10 points in the bank, and if it goes back up there, I'm out of the trade, and I make 10 points on the trade. And I am going to do that on every single trade that I do. I want to put some money in the bank, okay? Let's say I'm still in this trade, and now we're up, whatever it is, 30 points. Just keep lowering your stop, lower, lower, lower. You know, if I'm up 30 points now, I'll put my stop in to lock in 25 points. If I'm up 40 points, I'll put my stop in to lock in 30 points. And I'm going to do that on every single trade that I do. So that's what we mean by not turning a winning trade into a losing trade. A lot of people, they get in a trade and they're short here and they want to make 100 points on it or 50 points on it. It's not realistic. It's not going to happen. And what a lot of people will do, think about this, because I feel bad when this happens. I didn't take the 10 points. I got it out broke even. I just left $200 on the table. And now it keeps going higher, right? So again, when I get into a trade, once I have a profit in that trade, I'm going to go to break even, worst case scenario. So that's not turning a winning trade into a losing trade.
That's awesome. I actually did that today in my account. One contract, just keep on moving it down, lock in profits. If it's trending, it works really, really well, especially for a volatile market like the NQ, because it can pop 20 points in a heartbeat.
And one thing I don't do either, Nick, and this happens all the time too. I think we had a level this morning. I don't remember what it was, but it missed us by like a quarter of a tick, literally. A quarter of a tick before we had an order to buy it. I think it was right down here. It literally missed us by a quarter of a tick. I'm going to miss trades all day too. I don't get angry. I don't get upset. That's going to happen. It misses my level by whatever it is, a penny. That happens too. Also, once I'm done with a trade, okay, I don't look back and say, ooh, I could have made another 30 points on that. Ooh, I could have made another 20 points on that. That's out of my mind. I'm on to my next trade. I'm on to my next setup. I'm waiting for the next thing to set up. There's no such thing, as looking in the rearview mirror when you're a trader, because that will drive you crazy. Ooh, if I just stayed in that, I would have made another 20 points. No, I made my trade. I'm on to the next trade. That's it. And every trade has to stand on its own, good or bad, guys. If I get stopped out on a trade, I do not get upset about it if I've executed it properly, okay? 2 things are going to happen when I get in a trade, but I'm going to execute both of them properly. I'm going to lose a little money, or I'm going to make more than I was willing to risk. Those are the only 2 outcomes. That's it.
Yeah. That is a very, very nice, concise way of thinking about a trade. It's really easy to make things more complicated than they actually are, especially in trading. Well, David,
100%.
It's gonna be the last question, chat. I have good news for you, though. David is simply only going away for an hour and then coming right back. So if you can't tell, this man loves trading. He's been talking about trading all day and is going to continue talking about trading all day. So got him for another hour at 2 p.m. Central, and then he's going to be doing a free webinar, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. I got the link in chat. It is a free webinar, but you do need to register for it. So there is a little register link down at the bottom of the website. It's like one kind of space down underneath Masterclass. Space is limited. David Green, thank you so much for your insights. I will not be joining you for Power Hour, but I will be watching intently. So you and Dakota and Andre get to hang out and just kind of chit chat. I'm really enjoying kind of your sessions with Dakota. The last one we had was excellent. Yeah, chat really liked it. I thought it was really, really good stuff just being talked about when it comes to trading. You have two professional traders on screen at once. You cannot hope for anything more than that. But we're going to head out, give the production team enough time to set up for the next shot. I am not going anywhere. I'll be right back with KV, Patience with KV, and I believe who's joining me for this one? Let's find out.
Thank you, Nick. I'll see you. I'll see everybody in an
hour. You can head out. Hey, we'll see you. Take a break. We'll see you.
Over now.
And then what do we got? Let's see, who is it? Andre. I got Andre. It's fantastic. So we got Andre, KV, and myself coming up for Patience with KV. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Welcome back. It's been a minute since I've been on with this segment. Welcome, everybody. This is Patience with KV, the man in the middle. Well, that's KV. Man to the right is my partner. My partner there, up a couple $100 today, taking that account P&L over $1,000. So good to see. Awesome. But first, let's welcome KV. How's it going today? We were talking in the green room. So I thought all we do is buy and hold in the NASDAQ. But nope, we're selling off. We're trying to get below 20,000. Trying to get trade 20,018. What do you think about all this, KV?
Today it's sell and hold. You know, it's the complete opposite. So it's been a crazy volatile day. We talk a lot about volatility in these sessions, and we opened up with an insane amount of volatility. Obviously, we have dropped a little bit in terms of prices since then, but it's still pretty volatile for a afternoon session here. Obviously, we have already made the move for the day. So could we go further down? Possible, right? But we are kind of going into an extended territory if that happens. I talk about my levels here a lot. Like all of my levels got broken today. I don't have anything else in lower here. I have this manual level 976, 977 zone from earlier this month, but that's really all. I mean, it's just been a sell, close your eyes, and hope it goes lower. Crazy.
Right. All right. Well, really quick, we got Beige Book coming out real quick. I got some headlines to pass along. Economic activity maintained a slight to modest pace of growth in a majority of districts this reporting cycle. Expectations for the future of the economy were for slower growth over the next 6 months due to uncertainty around the upcoming election, domestic policy, geopolitical conflict, and inflation. Last one here. Prices increased at a modest pace overall, with a couple districts noting only slight increases. So, not exactly earth-shattering stuff there, but something we'll keep an eye on. KV, we've noticed here ever since last week's big sell-off Thursday, we're starting to see a rotation out of NASDAQ and into the Dow. I don't think that can be disputed, but what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that especially this morning. It started to be noticeable a little bit, but especially this morning, I mean, you could see the divergence in the morning for like at least an hour. Because usually on the morning, sometimes the markets go similar, sometimes they go completely in the opposite ways, and that shifts quite quickly. Today, I mean, it was going for on and on and on and on. And yeah, I mean, we were seeing a lot of strength on financials. We were seeing a lot of strength on healthcare, and it's just tech sector that kind of weighed down the most on the S&P right now. And we are at these levels because if you look at the S&P, guys, if you look at the ES, right, it's not as sold off as the NASDAQ just because we still have those other sectors that are keeping it up, right? So again, earnings season started on Friday, and we have started with the financials, okay? So we haven't seen yet what's going to happen with the tech sector. We're talking about it in the green room as well. I mean, this could just be a pullback before we actually start earnings season with the tech. And we start with Netflix this week, and then we go on to the others next few weeks. But we've just seen on the financial side so far. So again, we're going to see in the next 2 weeks, I would say, where the NASDAQ is really headed to. This doesn't really mean much in terms of the way I see it. It's just a normal pullback.
KV, do you have that like that trading view indice chart that has like all the different like the Excel something that has like all the indices and all the sectors on it? Can you share that with us?
Yeah, no, that was, I mean, you could clearly see that this morning. Let me just pull up that on my charts here.
Nice callback, Dolby. Dolby just firing on all cylinders today, man. Sheesh.
Dolby with the crazy memory, right?
Yeah, man.
Short-term memory, not so good. Mid to long-term memory.
Dolby time.
There we go. Look at this beautiful thing.
Yeah, so
explain this, KV.
Yeah, so for the new people that are watching us, on the blue up here, we have XLV. That's the healthcare sector. Oops, that's the healthcare sector. And then we have XLF here on the orange. That's financials. And then we have XLK on the red, which is technology. It's the NASDAQ, basically. And then on the white, we have the S&P. So basically, why we're looking at these sectors, guys, is just to look at market divergence. I think Dolby posted a nice link in the chat this morning as well, like a big chart. You could look at all the divergences between the futures. Yeah. This is just looking at the big three, right? Because this is all the sectors inside the S&P that weigh over 10%. And obviously, technology is the biggest, okay? Look at what was happening this morning, right? Just so we can see that divergence. I mean, look at the way healthcare and financials were like moving up and the way technology, NASDAQ was dropping in the morning, like completely divergent. And hence why you had this kind of rangy, slow dying of the S&P, not as aggressive, right? So if you compare the ES and the NASDAQ here, right? If we're putting in future terms, much slower, the S&P, because these sectors up here we're still holding. Okay, that's, I mean, we're still seeing that right now, right? So if we zoom in what's happened the whole day, these sectors are still up there. I mean, they have not sold off, because usually we see a sell-off, you know, in the afternoons or just pullbacks, but these markets are still holding pretty strong. I mean, if we compare, if we look at it from the open, we have over 1% financials and over 1.2% healthcare. So that's why we kind of have the S&P stuck here in the middle. Doesn't know where it's going to go next. But the way we look at this right now is basically, okay, where can we start to see a base on the NASDAQ for us to potentially, you know, look for that rally on the ES, right? Because again, S&P is made up of all these sectors. And since these two are still holding up there, we just need some buyers to come into the tech sector for that rally to actually happen, because that way we're all moving in the same direction, which makes that nice pump for the ES happen as well. Will it happen this session, power hour? We're going to see, but we just need some buyers to step in here on the tech side. That's really all we're waiting for. So just look for opportunities on the NASDAQ chart where you could look for a base formation. That's really all.
Yes. All right, Dolby time. Dolby time. I know you are looking for still move some more space to the downside. NQ. I just want to reiterate something Coach Jay let me know a few hours ago. Down 3% in the NASDAQ will take us to 19,980. 19,980 takes us to down 3% on the day. We are not far at all from there. Dolby sees even more room to the downside. He likes 19,800. We get there in the next 2 hours. Perhaps it is NQ. Anything can happen. But Dolby, why do you still see more room to the downside?
Sure. So if I want to pop open my charts, on the daily, basically, everything I do is in ranges. I know someone in chat was talking about ranges. This is kind of somewhat of an overview of how I look at things. Everything to me is either in a range or not in a range. And I've started to notice like the midpoints of really large ranges can sometimes kind of act as a support or resistance as well. But the range I'm looking at kind of goes back all the way to middle of June to like beginning of July. And this is on the daily, and the high of that range is 20,363. The midpoint is 20,444. Basically where we're at right now. We're actually in the exact midpoint of the previous big range. And the low side of that is 19,730-ish. Wow. So for ranges, I think they typically go range to range, so high to low or low to high. And sometimes they can reverse in the middle. So this could be a potential point where we do find support and reverse. But if it does not hold here, I would anticipate us going to the other end of that range, which would be around, let's say, somewhere between 750 and 950. You know, obviously, we can't pick it exactly. 800s are an even number, so that's why I like it. But I think that's where it might be headed, to be honest.
I like that.
A lot lower. Just got to use structure. Yeah. So I'm still looking for shorts. Still looking for shorts.
Yep. KV, we started to hear some commentary out of Goldman Sachs and Moody's earlier this week saying perhaps a rate cut could happen in the FOMC meeting in about 2 weeks. Fed funds futures aren't buying it. Fed funds futures aren't pricing that in at all. I think it's 93% pricing in of just holding, but perhaps a 93% chance of rate cuts in September. Do you see any scenario where rate cuts could happen in 2 weeks?
I mean, honestly, no. Even if you look at the CME Fed Watch tool, 95% chance that there will be no change in the next meeting. There is, though, a 95% change that we will see that rate cut in September, though. But I don't see it happening in 2 weeks. I mean, that would just be
premature.
Yeah, premature. The way things have developed, I mean, yeah, you can't just completely change the whole thesis just because of a number, that just came out recently. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think the Fed is going to take that big of a chance to do that rate cut in 2 weeks. I don't see it happening.
All right, Dolby time. I know you're still hawking some trades over there. Keep us posted if you do take any. Yeah, what are you looking? I guess we are in range. I say I'm looking at the 5-minute here in the NQ. It's safe to say we are in range.
Oh, most certainly. Yeah, we've bounced off of like 20,000 10s, 20,000 20s. What, 1, 2, 3, 4 times, maybe 5 times, depending how you want to count. So buyers have definitely come in and have supported 20,000 20 evens. I'm thinking if we do want to push lower, we probably need to stop some more people out, which means I think we could push 20,080, could have all over to 20,100, and see if those people who went long at 20,100 decide to cover. And if they do, they would become sellers, and that could accelerate this push to the downside. So sometimes the market has to go up to go back down again. I think this could be one of those moments. I would still lean bearish and probably try to get some sort of action between 80s and 100s and NASDAQ to the short side. If it does bid very strongly above 20,100, I would probably wave off any of my shorts at that point.
I mean, there's been this pattern. There's been this pattern today as well. I'm not sure how many of you guys look at the tilt, but there's been this pattern today where people are trying to catch that bounce so bad, and they end up taking so much heat. Usually, when you look at the tilt, guys, and it shows you, the average price of longs, I've checked it so many times today, and they're always in the heat. Like they're always so deep in the red, or like they're at break even. I haven't seen them actually get a good price fill today, and I feel like there's a lot of people trying to catch that bottom. And it's difficult, right? Because there was a base formation here, and then now it's here as well, right? So again, just like Dolby said, like this area right now, the chart is holding pretty well. We've been bouncing a couple of times since lunch hours, right? Technically, it is a demand zone, right? As far as we know, it's holding. Is it a bottom? You could take a bottom trade. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't see it. So again, I'm not sure like why people are trying to catch that bottom so bad, and it might never come, honestly.
Yeah,
just like Dolby was. Go ahead, Dolby.
Yeah, I was just saying, KV, what do you have the tilt as for NASDAQ? I have the average long price is 57.14. Is that what you have as well? Or do I need to refresh?
58s. Yeah.
58s.
So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's been, and they're in the red, right? The average is in the red.
Terrible. It's a terrible average.
It's been like this the whole day. It's been like this since the first initial drop. So probably since around maybe half an hour. Like it's been like that the whole day. And I was like,
yeah, I mean,
what the hell is going on?
Wow, that's interesting. I mean, the shorts have performed a lot better on the tilt because their average is 67. Which at least, like, to me, structurally makes a lot more sense. But having the average long at 59 or 58 is...
Yeah, so it's like... And people are just hoping that they're going to catch a bottom. Because, look, it's high volatility. If you catch a bottom, you're making nice profit, right? But, like, how many times can you try to catch a bottom? How many times can you get faked out before it actually moves in your favor,
I just don't know how the average is 58. Like, do accounts even have enough room to handle that much downside?
Well, it depends, right? I don't know.
I mean, it
because
does.
Like they're still in the red, right? Even with this almost break even now.
They're gonna cover, you think, at 58? That's kind of interesting. Well, I mean, it's like, listen, if you want to get long, like, then you would want to get long somewhere around like 20,020 or 20,010, like somewhere where it's like really, really scary to get long is like the best time to get long because that means there's like the most fear in the market, and that can be kind of taken advantage of a little bit as far as getting a nice price. But there's nothing scary about going long 58s other than you're paying a massive premium relative to the range that we're in.
Hey, Dolby, let me ask you, why is that?
Yeah.
Why is that? Because Hogue talks about that too. Some of the best trades he's ever put on are the trades that he's most scared. You said that with the longs. Why is that? Why do you think?
It's a good question, and typically I just try to see how I would feel in that moment.
Ah, gotcha.
Right, and I extrapolate from there, right? So you have to this is actually kind of why I like the reversal challenge, because you kind of put yourself in different positions in the market that maybe you normally wouldn't put yourself into.
Right.
And so when you get down to say like 20,012, it becomes really, really tempting to go short because you think this is going to be the big one that's just going to fall through the floor. And then you also have, people who are trying to buy the bottoms who are catching a falling knife, or you could even do it on the short side. And, they're hoping that it's basically bounces. You kind of have two sides of the same coin who are both hoping that something major is going to happen at like a very specific level. And if one side kind of ends up winning, I think that drives price really, really fast and far. So I think that's where that's kind of coming from. And the other thing too is like one tick below the low is the weakest long or the weakest trader. Right? Like how many times have we as traders moved our stop one tick above highs and it gets stopped out, and then it goes against, or it goes in our favor? Well, that's because that's the weakest position to have, is one tick above or one tick below, and those are the easiest people to go and get. You're the cheapest person to go and get liquidity from because you're not accepting risk. So I think that's kind of like where that comes from. You just kind of like put yourself in other traders' shoes, and kind of be like empathetic with some of these traders who are trading out there against us or with us. But it's all like an emotional sort of response.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I like that. A little bit better than the answer here in the chat. The great Mike B just said more risk. Duh. Thank you, Dolby, for being a little bit more, explaining that a little bit more in detail with it, as opposed to just more risk. Duh. Thank you there, Mike B. I appreciate it.
Not wrong.
That'd make for a great conversation right there. Anyways, KV, we burned through all your levels. We burned through all your levels. We burned through all our levels. 19,800. I like that. We got some good reasoning as to why. But in the green room, we did say this is just one rock for the buy up later. When would that happen? What would be the catalyst? I mean, I guess we don't need a catalyst to kind of rally, but right now, what's the catalyst for the sell-off, I guess, is the real question. Why are we selling off in the NQ so much? Why is tech getting hammered so much?
I mean, look, the big move happened
Is there
pre-market.
fundamentals?
The big move happened pre-market as well, right?
Yes.
And that was mainly because of global market. There were China news and then European earnings as well that weren't so well as well. So maybe investors are taking a step back and seeing that these other economies or companies internationally are not performing so well, so they're just making these decisions before we actually start going into the big earnings season the next few weeks. Sure. Maybe it's just a risk that they're just minimizing beforehand. Could be, but yeah, it's fundamentals at this point. There wasn't really, much on the technical side that would have even pre-market. I mean, we dropped, what was it, we closed yesterday at 600s. We opened, about like 340 points. It's just crazy in the Nasdaq. 340 points overnight, and then to continue that sell-off with no it didn't even try to fill the gap, right? It just had that one pump at 9:35, 5 minutes after the open, and that was it. There was not even a try to fill that gap from last night. So very aggressive, very, very aggressive.
I'm nervous about earnings.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky.
I don't like it.
Either we go back and create new all-time highs, or this was the top.
That's what I'm leaning towards. I just feel like, this is just my opinion here, that I think we're starting to stack some negative events together. And if earnings come out and they're not good, I think it's really going to put a damper on the market. We had we had an event over the weekend like that might take a day or two for everyone to kind of process maybe the severity of what actually happened. And if you add that plus what's going on in China with semiconductors, rumors that Xi Jinping might have had a stroke. I mean, we have a lot of uncertainty starting to kind of stack upon each other. And if earnings come out bad, people start guiding downwards, I think it could get kind of ugly pretty fast as people start hitting the exit door. So we'll see. Hopefully they're not bad and people are bullish in earnings, but I could see that as a catalyst coming up. We're just starting to stack weird stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We do joke about that we're living in a simulation, living in a matrix, but no, this is real life stuff, Dolby. I think you are onto something. These earnings. What do we have for earnings this week, KV? I heard you say Netflix. I haven't taken a peek at the earnings.
Netflix is the biggest.
What else we got?
From the big tech, Netflix is the biggest. We don't have any other major ones this week. If we're going to, I see some people talking in the chat about semiconductors. We do have TSM as well on Thursday, so tomorrow morning. Maybe that's another thing we'll look at. Big semiconductor company in Taiwan. That could be another one as well. But those are kind of the two biggest that are just launching the tech earnings season.
All right, Dolby, I'm looking. Hey, Dolby, you said people want some ES chatter. What did you mean by that? Just let's do a little focus or recap on the ES.
Yeah, just a little walk through the poppies here. Yeah, I think some people in chat were talking about ES. I can do kind of a quick analysis here of ES.
Oh yeah, man.
You're
feeling it right now. Absolutely. Everyone, listen up. Dolby's been trading really well lately. He's seen the markets quite well, so listen up.
Don't jinx me, Dre. So we got the daily. Yeah, we got the daily up right now in the ES, and I'm considering this a really solid daily range here. So this goes from July 9th to today, which is the 17th, so almost like 2 weeks. And we're getting right down to the bottom of it. We actually bounced off of 56.33, and so what I would do from here is I'd actually go to the 4 hour and see if anything's set up. You know, obviously, if we were earlier today, we kind of hit highs and rolled over. So we could kind of consider that maybe a 4 hour consolidation from the midpoint of this, which is 56.70 up to 57.20s. And we kind of made higher highs and then rolled over. So as they say, come failed moves, come fast moves. And that's actually Brian Shannon saying from way back in the day.
Dolby time special.
Alpha Trends. Yeah, I actually followed him long before he did all this stuff, all this big prop firm stuff. I think even before I was in a prop firm, I was following Brian Shannon. He's been around for a long time. He's awesome. So I just say it's at the bottom of this range, basically. 1 hour, 4 hour, 30 minutes starting to tighten up as well. 15-minute, very tight. 5-minute, also tight. So we're starting to get a nice range here at the bottom of the ES daily range. So I'm kind of curious to see how this is going to play out in the ES. But really nice strength at 56.33. And I could see anything being bullish as far as an opportunity or to get long, anything between 56.20 and 56.35. This depends how much of a liquidity run it wants to do to the downside. But we don't know, and also ES is not my forte per se. So that's just kind of my 2 cents on it. But we are at the bottom of a daily range. Kind of the end.
Okay, good. So, speaking of, we're talking about tilt and them taking heat. Currently, I see 73% long ES, and the average long price, get a load of this, KV, 56.45. So they are in the money right now, KV. They are in the money. This might be the first time all day we've seen them actually in the money on their longs.
I don't know what's happening to the longs.
5th time's a charm, huh? 6th time's a charm. We're gonna see
I just wonder in general if NQ traders are more prone to buying breakouts and selling breakdowns, just as a function of how that market kind of operates. Because if you go to the ES, long average price is 45 and the short average is 47. It's not even that far apart. Yeah. But in NQ, it's 9-10 points. I guess it's a way different market. So I'll rescind what I said there, but I'm kind of curious to see if that's just a function of NQ and what type of market it is with longs being so aggressive. See, now we're already pulling back again, so now they're already down 20 points. The average long is down 20 points, which is $400 on one.
It's a lot.
One contract. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. It's a lot. Depending on what type of trader you are, if I'm opening a trade right now, I'll stick to around 15 points maximum in terms of like a risk. Anything above that, just it's a little bit too wide.
I've been doing 1
Anything
minute
below-
on the Nasdaq, and that's been like okay. At least
1
it allows
minute,
me
yeah.
to like define risk in like a tighter parameter. But that's like the only way I'm going to trade Nasdaq right now is on a 1 minute chart with like a 10 point, maybe a 15 point stop if my account balance gets big enough. But it's not
Yeah,
even
I
my
mean,
preferred market.
it's the bigger time frames don't make much sense when we get this type of price action. There's just too many wicks. It's too kind of squashed together.
Yeah.
Like look at the Nasdaq on a 5 and a 15 minute. Does not make sense whatsoever. So again, just trying to scalp this on a 1 minute is probably the best thing to do.
Oh, Dolby does the 1 minute now. Dolby has narrowed it, zoomed
Only
in
on
on a
NQ.
1.
Only on NQ.
This is 4 hour
Tired
man
of
at the
getting-
YM. But NQ
Tired of
is a
getting
1
stopped
minute.
out.
It's okay. It's working.
It's a hard
man.
market.
Hey,
It's a hard market.
yeah,
Right.
you change it up. So all right, we'll keep
Something's
an eye
kind
on
of
this
interesting here
ES
is
here.
we got
We got-
Dow making new highs, Dre. One of your favorites.
Shit, 41,507. We are closer to 42,000 than we are 41,000 right now. How about that, KV? The Dow.
The Dow as well having the same thing.
That's
New all-time
wild.
highs. New
all-time
in
highs.
the
Yep.
Dow.
You're
That's so good.
10 points away from new all-time highs in the Dow, while the NQ is just puking up a storm. Reminds me of college.
All right, Dolby time. What? Just some levels in general. Perhaps taking a short in NQ. What would you look to possibly take a short? Around the 80s, maybe. I'm looking at my 5 minute. I'm trying to learn range
80s to
trading a little better.
100s.
I see 80s to 100s. Okay, good.
I think it needs to make people more unhappy before it decides to go lower. So I think there'd be a lot of very unhappy people who have stops, probably around somewhere between 80 and 100. So if we can go and run those, maybe get up to like 20,120, and then roll all the way back over down to sub 20K. That's my call. That's what I think is going to happen. A little up and then a little bit, not a little bit, but like a lot down. I think that's my thesis here. I'm waiting.
KV, how has the trading gone? I see you. We typically see you on Wednesday, so we got about 2.5 days worth of trading sessions underneath our belt. How have the trading's been going this week? A lot of trades, little trades. Also, hey, so much for summer doldrums, right, KV? The summer doldrums have not shown up yet. These markets are rocking and rolling. So
Yeah,
we
no,
can't say,
so
well,
far
it's
it's
been
good.
slow.
So far it's good. I mean, I think maybe after earnings season we might see some slowness because it's August as well. But so far for July, it's been up there. Let's not get into what we should be expecting in September. Like for new traders, September, guys, it's the most probable month that the markets go into the red. So
Really?
That's true.
Yeah.
Why? Any ideas as to why?
If you look at the data over the 12 months, right, over the past 30 plus years, right, September is usually the only month in the red most of the time. So if we're not going to sell off this month or August, it will definitely be September.
So it's all scary, Stray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They start turning. People start getting sad.
People back to
Vitamin
school.
D deficiencies, back to school. Everyone's like, "F it, I'm selling."
People need to sell some of their positions after summer vacations. They need to pay some of that out.
Yeah, I'll raise some funds.
Pay off those credit cards that they racked up over the summer. Yes. All right. We're starting to see a little bit of upticking here in the ES. Look at the ES, Dolby. We're just talking about, look at the 5 minute. This looks like the upper end of the range here at 56.48. Or do we even a little bit more room? 50 or 52 is the upper end of this range. What am I looking at to determine making sure it ranges? So I'm looking at the 11 o'clock Central Time. The upper end of the range is around 52. But if I'm looking at noon, it's around right here, around 49. So where are you looking at on the 5 minute?
5 minute range right now. I have the highs of the ES 5 minute range at like 56.47 and a quarter, and the lows at
47.
56.33. Yeah. So we'll see if this ends up pushing out. So we actually might be breaking out of that 5-minute range in the ES, which could pull maybe some of these other markets higher. The NQ technically is still range bound. So we'll see if this ends up bouncing. But yeah, this is pretty solid for ES. Obviously, it's an expensive long, in my opinion, though. Unless you're a breakout trader, maybe this is like what you're looking for because we're breaking out of the range. If Robert was on screen right now, he would probably have a setup of some sort where he could take advantage of like a scalp out of the 5-minute range. But for me, this would be an expensive short.
It's a little bit tough. 80s is what we're looking for on the Nasdaq. That's where we rejected at 135. Let's see how it reacts this time around. It's not going to be A plus though. I mean, whether you take a breakout above the 80 or a rejection of the 80, it's still not A plus the way I look at it, because we're just ranging in a zone which to me doesn't make much sense. But
we got Hogue in the chat here saying all roads lead to VWAP. George and Hogue collaborating right there. We got VWAP at 56.55. I got 56.55 and the VWAP for the ES. It's a lot of room to go still. We're about 100. Still got 100 points to go in the NASDAQ. But we're about 7 points away from VWAP in the ES. Dow trying to make another push higher to make new all-time highs. 517 is the all-time highs. We're currently trading 500s in the Dow. Let's see where we go from here. Keep an eye on that tilt in the ES. Yeah, average price long, 72% long, average price from 56.46. So they are in the money. In the money there on that. See if we can push higher.
Who's in the money? Not the NASDAQ longs. They're not in the money.
Not the NASDAQ longs.
They've been in the money for like 2 seconds this whole time.
Yeah. No surprise there. Someone was asking about VWAP in chat. I don't know if VWAP matters in a market like this. This doesn't seem to me to be a technical sort of instance. This is a very sort of like emotional sell-off. There's blood in the streets right now. There's a lot of people losing a lot of money. Like if you go on Wall Street Bets right now, I'm sure there are a ton of people who had calls on some of those tech stocks who are getting absolutely smoked right now. So there's a lot of people getting chopped up. I don't know if VWAP matters. This is just maximum pain. And VWAP is not maximum pain. VWAP is maximum comfort. I think we're going to...
Well, that's pretty good, Dolby. I like that. Yes, but like you said, maximum pain. We've burned through all KV's levels. We've burned through all of our levels here on TopstepTV. So yes, maximum pain has been endured and suffered. But yeah, I think you are on to something. All right, sellers did step in here about... that was about a 6-point sell-off in the ES.
I do agree. I do agree with Momo Man there. So Momo Man says VWAP matters in a trending market. Trending markets tend to stay on one side of the VWAP. Completely true. And that's what you've seen today as well. We had one pullback to VWAP there in the morning, and that was kind of it. And we've stayed below it. So it's a huge selling day. With the same concept, talking about trades this week, but the best trade of the week and probably one of the best I've taken in a while. Similar kind of concept, right? Taking trades with the VWAP, right? So if it's lower than VWAP, taking shorts and so on. 50 points on the NASDAQ on Monday. And, as a scalper, I'm not seeing 50 points that much, because we're just trying to scalp the market as much. So 50-point trade on Monday, I mean, that was not more what you can ask. And just from a simple VWAP concept, right? If you see a strong selling day, the high probability trades will be these shorts. And if you look at the price action as well, that's where you've seen the cleanest price action on these sell-offs. Every time the market's tried to bounce, it's been with nasty pullbacks along the way. It's been with a lot of wicks. It's been tricky. Again, not saying that it can go up. It's just a little bit more difficult to go up until it actually kind of breaks through VWAP. Yeah.
Hey, KV in the chat, George, our man George with the sweet VWAP icon. George says that was a sweet trade on Monday. What was that sweet trade on Monday, KV?
Yeah, George was there. I think he took it with us on the trading room. Monday. Oh, nice. Where's Monday? Basically, there's this whole entire drop here from 3:30 last half an hour.
Oh.
We were in it actually even before the drop. So I think we got in around 3:21 here. Took a little bit of heat here on this consolidation and was able to hold the full drop there.
Nice hold.
And again, it was one of those days as well where, again, the direction changed pretty quickly, right? So we had huge buyers and then we had huge sellers. And the moment that you see this kind of VWAP projection here, after that trend changes, that's where you know sellers are kind of in control now, because they tried to kind of get back into the buyer side, they couldn't, and it stayed there the whole afternoon. So even like just looking at this, even if you don't know anything about the chart, just look at this. Where do you see the most follow through? Where do you see the easiest kind of trades? It's on these red candles below VWAP.
Yes.
I mean, the only trend that you could have maybe taken on an uptrend was this. This is just awful. I mean, just look at the way it just grinds higher. Unless you're just clicking the buy button and not looking at the chart, that's that's different. But if you're watching this, look at all these pullbacks. It's tough, very, very tough.
Yeah,
so in terms of like E plus for me, I like to be with the VWAP, right? So if we're below VWAP, I'd love to take more shorts. Again, there's times that I might take a bounce here and there, but I just know in the back of my mind that I'm just going against market sentiment right now. And I just size down a little bit because there are some nice bounces or nice rejections that you could take sometime. You kind of
tell us about your stream. Tell us about your stream that what George was watching, so we can share it with people in the audience.
Oh, the stream. So basically, in terms of the stream, guys, we actually have been since I joined Topstep last July. It's literally been a year now.
Since July? Damn.
Yeah,
man,
it's been like
a year now. My goodness,
it's crazy how everything goes. Just message me on Instagram, guys, because we have been actually giving it out to Topstep traders for free. Just message me on Instagram, TradeLikeKV, and I'll show you the next kind of steps so you can get into the Discord room.
Let's see if I can pull that
we
up.
should probably also, if you don't mind pulling up that spreadsheet of yours, KV, every now and then I think we should give a reminder. But I know. They ask about it. They ask about it one last time. They ask about it. Let's show them the profit expectancy, how much risk you should be taking on in your trades. I know, KV, but hey, it's really good. People love it. It's useful. People like it. So give the people what they want. Yeah, it's a free plug for you too, KV. So we're trying to help you out.
The thing is, the things that help people the most, they just don't use them. They just want, they're probably gonna like me showing them a picture with a Lambo more than the spreadsheet here. But
what do you think, Lambo bros? What do you think about the Lambo bros in this industry, KV? What do you think about them?
No, look, you gotta spend your money the way you want it. So I'm not gonna get into that. If you want to buy one, buy one.
It's very diplomatic.
All right. Awesome. So basically, this is kind of the way. I think is it?
We lose him?
Can you guys hear me again?
I got you. We got you. Yep.
Can you guys hear me or not?
Yep. Loud and clear.
Okay. So basically, what this is just showing you two things that a lot of people just start guessing and guessing and guessing: how many contracts they should open, and how many trades they need to take in a certain day to actually hit their targets. Everyone is just guessing these every single day, right? So they get into futures. They're like, okay, I'm just going to open this many contracts because this is what I feel like, or I'm going to open this many trades because this is how I feel like. Basically, what this does differently is you put in here your kind of targets. So account balance, monthly goal, max drawdown, and then you just be real with yourself here. So the winning trade percentage, what's your real trade percentage? Not what you're aiming for, not your winning percentage after one trading day, your real winning trade percentage. So maybe just go into the Topstep X dashboard and open up an account that you've been using there the most, that has the most data. Put it here. Same here goes for the risk and return. And then just put your risk management rules. So maybe, how many losing trades can you take per day before just quitting for the day, right? Before just locking out your account. If
Lots
you are
of requests
honest,
for that spreadsheet, KV. Lots of people want it.
Told you, KV. I told you.
I'll send
you like it.
Now. Basically, guys, if you are honest with this white boxes here, like honest, right? Not just putting la la land numbers there. But if you're honest with these numbers, what it will spit out for you is going to be for all the big markets, whether you're trading minis or micros, how many contracts you can open per trade maximum. Okay, so if you put all these rules here, it shows you for NASDAQ, maximum number of contracts, two contracts. Okay, if you're opening like 5, if you're opening like 10, you know why you're not seeing the results that you need to see, right? You know why you're blowing up so many combines, right? Same thing goes for the number of trades needed, right? It shows based on the risk and based on the goals, especially the risk. I've built this based on risk. Shows you how many trades you need per day. So with these kind of metrics here, you only need a trade per day, right? So what that shows you is, okay, I just need one good setup a day and I'm done, right? Why this numbers matters a lot is because some people do this. They put in monthly income goal for like 20,000. They have a win ratio of like, I don't know, 40%. And that doesn't even 50%, for example. And it shows them they need 7 trades per day to hit their goal, which is, to me, it's a lot. To me, it's just too much. The number of trades per day should be around, at least, keep it below 3. If it's more than 3, to me, it's just too much. It's just too much. So that's kind of one way to also see if you are being realistic enough or not. Because one of the ways that you fail at trading combine is because you're not realistic with your goals. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest way people fail combines. They're not realistic.
Yeah.
The numbers.
KV, chat's gonna riot if you don't post this link.
Yeah, I told you they
really,
like it.
You've drummed up a lot of interest in the spreadsheet here.
Hopefully people use it though. That's okay. I posted it in the chat. It's futures with KV/TopstepTV.
Chat, do you promise to use it? If we pass this along, if he shares with you, do you guys promise to use it? Because KV doesn't think you guys are going to use it. You heard what he said. I said, can you bring out the spreadsheet? He goes, oh God, this again. So please make KV proud. It's actually
some people do use it, and there were people talking about it even before I shared it, and they're like, I've used it and it has helped. We get so many emails that it has helped. But the thing is, you also gotta kind of help yourself, right? Because you can put all these numbers here, but if you don't stick to these numbers, then you won't see the results you need either, right? So it's a little bit about self-control as well. TopstepX does a good manual lockout feature there, but there has to be those manual lockout features quite a lot in your kind of trading journey.
Awesome. Okay. Well, people, they are promising to use it. Isaiah James in the chat, I love it and used it. See? There you go. Jason Learsing says, doesn't apply to me. Does not need the spreadsheet. Obviously has it all dialed in the system. Just got it locked in.
Jason is a pro. If you're a pro, you're a pro,
KV.
Wow, making trades matters. Use it for 3 months. So KB, your stuff is making a difference, man. That's awesome.
Come on, KV. You're shortchanging yourself. This is good stuff that people like.
It's these small things that people just. I gotta close these notifications. That people just don't pay attention to. Keeping a journal, right? Doing this. This just is going to take you 5 minutes to do. I mean, it's not going to even take you that much to just put in these numbers.
So they just need to register, like provide their email, and you just email it to them.
Yeah, and then they should receive an email in maybe like 60 minutes after I hop off this call with you guys.
Oh, okay, cool. So I'll put the link in chat, everybody.
Thank you, Dolby
and I'll send you guys this in the next 60 minutes. But yeah, again, trading, because I see people there, asking. I mean, who said earlier, why wouldn't people use it? It just, I don't know. People like more flashy things. That's the problem. Especially if you're
like
a beginner
Lamborghinis.
trader. Yeah, no, look, especially if you're a beginner trader, you see this, you're like, how is this going to help? This,
I think it is super
I think the
helpful. It
people
makes
that have
trading
used
realistic.
I think the people that have used this the most. Yeah, I think the people that have used this the most have been traders that have been maybe trying to make this work for like 12 months, 24 months, and actually know what they need to work on and actually know, okay, this can help. That have used it the most. But yeah, I think it just removes a lot of the guessing out of the equation. It did for me, because I got into this from options trading. I was trading options for 8 years before I started futures. And there was no way for me to understand how many contracts I should open. Because on my options account, I can open as many contracts as I can, as much as my capital is there. But, how many should I open based on my risk? And if you look at the formulas, I mean, you could look at the formulas if you're like a spreadsheet nerd as well. If you look at the formulas, guys, all of it is based on the risk, right? So starting from the risk and then kind of giving you what you need, because I think that's how trading should be. That's how I get into my trades as well. When I get in a trade, I don't think, where could this go in terms of profit targets. I think, okay, if this goes wrong, what am I going to do, right? So how is that going to impact my account? That's kind of the first question I start, and this is how this spreadsheet starts as well, with the risk.
Let's talk about that, KV. So when it does go wrong, how will it affect your account? What is the thought process there? Talk us through the steps that what goes through your mind.
Yeah, so it's again entering a trade and looking at the max risk that this trade could kind of take heat, right? So how much could this pull back before it bounces again, right? Before the trade idea is still valid. I'll look at that kind of range there, and that's where the next step comes in, like how many contracts I should open on that position, for example. Maybe, the spreadsheet tells me the maximum number of contracts I should open is 2, but maybe that trade is telling me to open less, because this is just the maximum. You don't necessarily have to open the maximum, right? So looking at that trade specifically, maybe that requires me to open less because the risk is much wider. And especially this market that we're trading right now, I mean, 3 micros are enough to hit your daily goal,
Yes.
So you got to adjust to the volatility as well. That's all, and make your decision based on that.
Yo, you have to provide your email to KV if you want to get the spreadsheets. Don't get
just fill in your email, guys, and name, and we'll send that through to you in like 60 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And hopefully by next Wednesday when I'm back here, you guys have used it, or at least have opened it,
Well, we're gonna quiz him, KV.
Yeah, we are.
We're quizzing chat. We're absolutely. Oh, let's talk about NASDAQ real quick.
NASDAQ's
only about 12 points. Only about 12 points away from kind of that triple bottom that we've had on the 1 minute. So it looks like we didn't get my big pullback, Dre, but that's kind of what I was looking for.
No.
I just wanted it to push between like 20,000 80s and 100s, but we only got up to 74 evens. That's sad.
We did. The ranges are tighter, but we'll see what happens here at the bottom, the downside or the lower end of this range in the NQ. Currently trading 20,000, 21, half, 23s now. Low of the day, 20,007. Call it 20,008. Damn, missed a short. Doomslayer forever. Yeah, Dolby Time was trying to catch that short too. Didn't get the price he was looking for. They kind of front ran it, but yes, right idea. Identified the range, took the shorts. So shout out to everyone that did get short there. And make sure to take those profits though, because we might be stuck in the range. Macro Bullet says, my wife's boyfriend says hello. Macro Bullet, I've been waiting for you all afternoon. You finally are here with 70 minutes left in the show. We got Power Hour coming up next. David Green and Dakota joining us. We let those two just go at it. We get out of the way and see how they trade in Power Hour. Dolby Time, you gonna be taking any more trades for the day? Because you are having a nice day. A nice little trend in the
I'm not going to be on the next segment. It's just
is that cool, man?
Dakota,
is that cool? I'm like,
dude, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. Right. My allergies are flaring up. David Green and Dakota could probably put on their own show if they wanted to. I mean, those guys are awesome. I don't need to be in the way of those two talking it out. I mean, you got the #1 trader on Topstep, plus you have David Green, who has 30 plus years of trading experience. It's probably one of the most stacked as far as resume you can have on Topstep TV. So definitely tune in. I will be in chat. I'll be hanging out. It's going to be super good. Very knowledgeable stuff will be shared.
How did group coaching go, Dolby Time?
Oh, it was fun, man. I love talking to David Green.
Anything I should follow up with for Power Hour? Any follow-up stuff that needs follow-up? Stuff that can be applied to the markets? I guess we're doing a show meeting on air here, but anything that needs to be followed up with, David Green, or is it kind of its own episode, or own segment, I should say, Power Hour?
It's kind of its own segment. It's its own segment. It's a typical group coaching. You just talked about psychology, setups, some technical stuff. So they're going to be. I think they're going to hit the ground running. I think they're going to be looking for trades. To be honest, I think I mean, Dakota and David Green, they're going to be looking for trades. They're traders. Screens up, they're trying to find trades every time.
I love it. Yep.
Yeah.
KV, after you get off with us, will you be taking any more trades? I know you have some emails to respond. I'd like to, I'm sure your inbox is getting flooded now as we speak. People want to get their hands on that spreadsheet. Do you trade Power Hour very often?
Well, I used to trade inside the Discord that George is in as well. I used to trade during 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. So this session, and it's just been too slow. I mean, just look at what happened today as well. So it's been a few weeks now that we've switched to Power Hours. So we start trading from 3 to 4 now. So hopefully we're gonna get better price action from 3 to 4. It's been better lately. Let's see how this continues. But the 2 to 3, it's not been, the time frame to trade.
Oh, you're Eastern time. You're in New York, right?
Yeah, Eastern. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. So
what
Power Hour basically we're trading now.
Sorry about that.
I think we got the wrong link, Dolby.
Which one?
Wrong link.
We forgot the TV at the end. It's TopstepTV.
Oh, someone pinned the wrong one. But it actually does work. Oh, unless you have a different one?
Yeah, it's a different one.
Do you have one especially for top?
I mean, I'm
yeah,
gonna if you filled in that, I'm gonna just go through them as well. But
here, use this one, chat. Got duped by 2 letters.
I don't think so, Nick, for a tick, did it?
No, Stream's fine.
Stream break.
If someone can pin this one instead, that'd be awesome. Whoever's in charge of chat right now.
I got it.
So, featureswithkv.com/TopstepTV.
Got it.
Cool. Appreciate it. Thank you.
10-4.
Thank you. Thank you. Dow is coming off its fresh highs. NASDAQ is hanging on for dear life. Bulls are doing everything they can to keep this above 20,011 right now.
1, 2, 3. Yep, fourth time. Good setup for a nice Power Hour.
Oh, you guys are sitting pretty.
Yeah, Dakota's look was very happy. We needed this to sell off. He said in chat earlier. We did get it. We'll get his thoughts on the sell-off and where he thinks this market could go. He was once ever the bull and is now a bear. Shout out to the Bears. Shout out to Nick for a tick. Shout out to the Bears that finally got paid, man. They fought the good fight. They went 12 rounds with the market, and they finally are getting the profits they so much deserve because, man, it's been tough for the shorts. But here, last couple of days, they are getting paid in certain markets now. We're seeing gold making new all-time highs. Obviously, we saw a nice sell-off. We're about 27 bucks off the all-time highs in gold. YM making new all-time highs. ES off a little bit. Definitely not seeing the sell-off that NASDAQ, like KV was saying. Tech is just getting hammered. I think all of the Mag 7 is down. I haven't taken a look. Obviously, Mag 7 is tech. So that kind of gives you the story there in NASDAQ. But for the time being, Dolby time, great trading. What kind of levels are we looking for? Hit us with some levels going into Power Hour. Anything you like those 800 still?
Yeah, I'll give you what I got for Power Hour. I think, obviously if we can break 20,011, then we got that 3% down, which is going to be a big one. That's 1980s.
Oh, yeah.
20,000 evens. I mean, we're probably going to hit that while we're off air, if I had to guess. And then from there, I think it's all about stop runs. So I'm still looking for 19,800s. I think this is a market that is very, very scared and nervous right now. I don't think it's a technical market. I don't know if moving averages or VWAP are super important right now. People are scared and they are selling. And I think they are going to ramp up selling into close, if I had to guess. Just my guess.
Time. Awesome trading today. Awesome insight. You guys pay attention. Dolby Time is he's locked in right now. These markets, he is speaking to the markets. The markets are listening to the Dolby Time. KV, thank you so much. We'll have that link posted to the top of the chat there. Give him that email. You'll get the spreadsheet in return. And KV, as always, we're going to see you next Wednesday on Patience with KV. KV, as always, leave us with some words of wisdom. Leave us with that fortune cookie wisdom that you love to give us sometimes. Hit us, KV.
No, just look. The markets are much, much simpler, guys, if you just let them come to you and look at it from a risk perspective. Don't think of how much money you can make. Don't think of, okay, can I pass 5 accounts a day? Take it step by step. Take it step by step. There's been people, especially just watching us right now, maybe trying to pass their first combine for like 6 months, right? So take it step by step. That's all I can say. The market takes it step by step. So just do the same thing.
Love it. Absolutely.
I'll
Dolby
see you guys
time. Leave
next-
us with
I'll see you guys next Wednesday.
leave us with some final thoughts before we get into Power Hour. Dolby time.
Final thoughts: manage risk, and nothing else matters. Especially in days like these. Like, don't get chopped up. Don't take on more risk than you're used to. If you haven't seen these type of market states because you're newer to trading and these don't happen all that often, sit on the sidelines, risk down, trade micros, and just soak up the experience. If we're at Topstep, our goal should be trying to get as much quality screen time as possible. So that way, when we are funded, we can execute and manage risk without thinking too hard about it. And then trading becomes fun.
Sure does, man. There's nothing better than this gig, man. We freaking love it here. Anyways, KV, thank you so much. Dolby time. Awesome training today. We're going to see you again tomorrow. Anyways, we got Power Hour coming up next. David Green, Dakota. Let them cook in the kitchen. I get out the way, and they do their thing. Anyways, Power Hour coming up next. Good stuff, guys. right, back by popular demand, this segment. You know the man in the middle, David Green, is on for group coaching later today, and our back to being a live funded trader, Coach Dakota. Welcome back, gentlemen. Really quick, let me just get some stuff out of the way. You'll see in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, you see hashtag Power Hour. What is hashtag Power Hour? Hit us up at Twitter, at X. Use the hashtag Power Hour. Should I say at Topstep? Hit us up there. Hashtag Power Hour. Send us some cool swag, live funded trader certificates, performance dashboard, battle station pictures, anything you think is cool. We'll turn that around to you guys here in about 50 minutes or so. But anyways, I'm going to get out of the way, guys. Dakota, you were just in a short. You closed out. Talk to us. You and David Green just cook it up in the kitchen, and I'll get out of your guys' way. Go ahead, Dakota.
Yeah, I'll kick it off and then pass it over to you, David, where we were just talking about this before we went on. You have a really key level sitting just below the 20,000. I was looking for a breakdown. I ended up closing some for profit. You can see on my chart, pure technical analysis. I have a 5-minute chart up. We've been, testing this 20,016 level. We've tested it, 4 times. I got into a short to play for a breakout trade. I closed off some profit right at the key 20,000 level. We, immediately rejected. We're back at 20,020. And then I just flattened. And now I'm waiting to see how we do. One of two things. I think we could either, I was looking for a breakdown below 20,000, but now that we had this nice draw of liquidity, this could have been, from a technical standpoint, a stop run. And sometimes one of the hardest trades to take is when we run for stops, reversal, and we could be seeing 20,000 60s, 20,070s back to the top of this range.
Yeah, I have a little level at 43 that might take a little shot on short, but again, it's a time of day now, right? We're down 550 points. It's a time of day you do not want to get run over on the short side now. If you look at my chart, you'll see I have a little 30 EMA up at 43. That would be straight up 43 points. So we might run into a little resistance up there. My next level above that is like 50 points above, but I'll look for a different chart. See if we have. Yeah, 61. You mentioned 61 too. So if I go to my 15 chart, my trend, the actual trend all day is right around 61. So I think that would be a good spot to short a little pipe up there. If we get above 43, I'll definitely put a little bit out at 63 for a little shortsky-wartsky on our Topstep platform.
Yeah.
Isn't that so interesting how different traders could have, 2 different strategies and the same numbers? Because mine's pure technical analysis, 60s to maybe 70 is the top side of this, consolidation. And, that lines up pretty well with what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. So you see, we hit the 43 right now. I don't know if I'd be too comfortable being short here. So we'll see what the next move is. Again, 3 o'clock. This is when we can get a nice reversal. So I got something up in the 60s with you. We'll see if we can spike up another 20 points from here. And then we got, up in the 80s, we got something else. What I was looking at earlier, and what I wanted to talk about on my charts is if we look at the QQQs, and, guys, if you're trading the NQs, you got to be looking at the QQQs, right? 100%.
Why? Why, David Green?
Because it's all the NASDAQ stocks that are trading that are part of the QQQ. The QQQ is what's making all the NQ go. All right, this is the NASDAQ 100, and the NQ is the NASDAQ 100 futures. So they are directly correlated. Look at the chart. Right, if we look at the NQ and we look at the QQQ, it's an exact chart to the penny. Okay, so the QQQs is what's making the NQs move. So I was looking on a daily chart, and when things start getting blasted like we are now, right? I go to longer term frame frames. So if you look at my daily chart, and I was hoping we hit this level, maybe we still do. I have a big support level right around 481.50, which I wrote down actually this morning. So I would be an aggressive buyer in the NQs if we got down to that 481.50 level. And you can see we got to 481.94, and we've got a big bounce off that. We almost hit that 481.50 level. That's a level I'll be looking at in the NQs. But, the rejection of 43, again, it was just a hard short at this time of the day, right? But that was my 30 EMA, and it pulled back 10 points off that. The last thing you want to do is get caught in a 50 or 100-point move. We've seen it happen. We've seen it happen at 350, right, Dakota?
Yep.
We do. We have.
100-point move. But
Yeah.
technically, it could not get above that level. And there's 20 points. I was just afraid to do it, quite honestly.
You called it. You said 43, and it worked well. So that leads me to a question. Last week we were on here together, and we were beating the same drum. We're hitting all-time highs. We're hitting all-time highs in the Qs and the Nasdaq. And I believe you use RSI, where we're just really, really overbought. And we're just saying it's so hard to be buying this market when everything in our bones saying get short, get short. We're expecting some type of a pullback. We wouldn't be scared if we do get some type of a pullback. Well, we're finally getting it. And now today is a very bearish, very, down trending day. And so are you looking for only shorts as we're starting to sell off here?
No, absolutely not. I'm looking, Dakota, at what my technicals tell me to do. And, we're down, 4% in 3 days, which is not a big deal. I don't think this is the beginning of Armageddon. I think this is just a pullback that was necessary on a market that was just extremely overbought, right?
Yep.
Very rarely do we see the QQQs have an 80 RSI on a daily chart. If we go back here, this was in June, we had a beautiful pullback. Now, that's exactly what's happening right now. We got to an 80 RSI on the daily chart, and we're getting a nice big pullback. So again, I'm not going to be stubborn on the long side. I'll look to see if we hold my levels. We have 480, 150, which we talked about, and then we'll go weekly. And we got a nice gap down to, 476? So my next real support level in the QQQs, if we break this 480, 150, is 476. And we're looking at a weekly chart now, guys. That's normal. That would just be a normal pullback to our trend line, basically, that we've held for the last 6 months. So, that would be 20 points off its highs and just a normal pullback to a trend line in a market that was extremely overbought. So what I'll start looking at, again, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Besides futures, I will start looking at the NVIDIAs, the AMDs, the Teslas, all those stocks that were just way overbought, to start looking to, start nibbling them again. And I know we don't talk about that, but we could easily go down to that 476 level.
Hey, David Green, how that sell off in June? That sell off in June. How many points was that sell off in June, or percentage? Do you have that readily available? Yeah.
Yep, I do. So we made a high of 487, and we pulled back to 474. Nothing. I mean, we went down 13 points.
That's it?
Right?
That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
We're down 20 points. We're down about 20 points now. So that's when I'm looking at this 480, 150 level. And I would love to see 476. I think that'll be a great opportunity, for trades. But we'll see what happens. This is nothing. The weekly chart really shows it, because, look at a monthly chart. We're never this extended on a monthly chart, too, right?
I haven't read.
Our first support on a monthly chart is down 65 points from here. And
Does this feel?
I wouldn't think the sky was falling if we did that.
Is the reason we're reacting like this to this sell-off is just because we've making new all-time highs for like 10 days straight? Is that why we're feeling like this is just like, maybe are we getting? Is that what's going on here, David?
It's definitely part of it. I think some chip news came out yesterday or something, Korea or somewhere. So they were looking for, in my opinion, looking for an excuse to start taking some profits in this market. And, if that's what it took, that's what it took. It was going to happen. It was just a matter. Markets just don't keep going up for a long period of time. We were short some spiders. We were short some QQQs. Last week when we were talking about it, when we were here, and again, short and stuff when we were up in this. I didn't hold it for 20 points, but we would just do for a nice little pullback. And any excuse they can find now, they'll take some profits. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Plus, we don't care about it for day trading anyway. Really.
And it's about perspective, right, David? Because like you said, we're day traders here at Topstep, and we're in and out of the markets really quick. And, a lot of us are looking at these lower time frames, minute, 5 minute, and it could be very dramatic when we're looking at that perspective. But then when you zoom out, daily, weekly, and at these higher time frames, it's normal. I mean, next week, there is still always a possibility we're right back up to all-time highs.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, you just never know. Go ahead.
We have Netflix earnings tonight. Now that'll definitely affect the QQQs, right? The earnings come out right after the bell. I'm going to be hanging around. I'll check out the Netflix earnings. I'll be trading live in my trading room. That's going to affect the QQQs. If that comes out and it's not great, and these things could get absolutely crushed again, because that's a big component of the NASDAQ 100 and the QQQs and the NQs. So that'll be something to keep an eye on tonight. If you see something really crazy happening after Netflix earnings come out, you know why. And it could sometimes, big stocks like that can quote unquote save the market, and maybe mark a bottom if it's really good and we start rallying up.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've
just
been
quick
through this
correction.
before.
David Green meant Netflix is tomorrow, not today. He meant Netflix is tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. Okay. Well,
all good.
Pay
all
attention
good.
tomorrow.
Chat was all over us, David Green. Chat is always there to help correct us.
The chat is the ultimate fact checker.
Where would we be with the ultimate fact checker is right. The ultimate accountability holder. Dakota, real quick. Dakota, you have a live account now. You are back live. You went from XFA to live, and that took a day, Dakota?
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're trading, you're pulling money out of the markets. That's the beautiful thing about a prop firm. David, you can confirm this. I pulled out over $180,000 in the last few months, and then have a drawdown, and then I go back, start from square one, redo it. I'm back into a live account, and here we go again. That's the beauty of a prop account. I love this prop account. I have my own personal accounts, and they are two very different things. Even though we should be trading that with the same thing, there's a very clear difference between prop accounts, day trading, versus personal accounts, where we could have options, we could have stocks, we could have so many different things. But the overall risk management should be the same, understanding that you're not putting too much at risk.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. That's what the best thing about TopStep is. I mean, it's the greatest platform in the world, right? We're really not using our own money. I trade it like it's my own money, 100%. I don't do anything differently. I trade futures in my real account too. Most people can't. It's very expensive. To do one NQ contract requires like $17,000 worth of margin or buying power. So that's the beautiful thing about TopStep. We're opening an account for $50. Just don't treat it like candy. And you can start, making a living doing this. There's no question about it.
Yep, exactly.
Let's take a look
So
at
what
these
are you
markets,
looking at
fellas.
right now? You had that 43 level that played out beautifully, and I'm sitting here looking at the charts right now, and we're starting to find buyers, and we're not breaking down. So I'm really for seeing the top of this range, maybe seeing 60s. And then, of course, the MOC is going to be coming into play, and who knows what will happen at the end.
Yeah, my 15 was right around 56, so still right around the 60s. When we're down 400, 500 points, again, it just, you don't want to get run over on either side right now. Quite honestly, Dakota, unless something crazy happens and we get good market on closes or something, I'm probably done for the day unless we get a big move from here one way or the other. It was a very good day. Very rarely do we have trend days like this in the NQs, right? If we go back to the morning, I mean, I'm talking about from 9:45 in the morning.
Yep.
These are my lines that we hit at 5 in the morning, and we're down 250 points from there. So very rarely do you get these days.
That being said, I did just get long. I'm long from 38.5. We're starting to break out of that 5-minute little resistance area, and I'm just going to play a nice break up into the 60s.
Yeah, we got 60 and then 86. 86 is my upside. 86 upside is my 65 EMA. Yeah, I will be shorting if we get up there. And we'll see what happens.
About where I'm going to be closing it.
Yep. Into the 50s.
The 60s or the 80s.
Yeah, only one contract, so I just have to be all in and all out. I don't have that luxury of closing some profits and then closing some more. So just one contract, forcing me to be all in, all out.
I got you. I mean, 60 could be a decent target from wherever you got in, but 80 would be even better. 86 would be really nice.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Or do they want to know, how did he get back live so easily? Do they have a new parameter for him specifically? No, he made $40,000 in XFAs in one day, and it was time to take him back to live. That's go to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's
no. You're right. You're right. I had a conversation with Mick, and it was the same thing. It's like, why would you want some of the decent traders, better traders, Topstep's number one goal is to get traders to a live account, and there's no sense of having, one of the top traders sitting into a simulated environment. And yeah, I had that conversation with Mick because I was just asking, like, how does this process work? It's like, you're one of the best traders. We want you in a live account. So here's the call up to the live account.
Yeah, losing money. Perhaps maybe some of that, but honestly, yes, like Dakota said, the whole name of this game is going pro, going to the big leagues, pro ball, as Eddie likes to say. Hey, new all-time highs in the Dow. New all-time highs in the Dow. 41,524 last trade. New all-time highs. Seeing some buyers here in the ES. Magic there it is. The magnet stuck to 56.50 in the ES. Really about 3 ticks off of that. But let's watch Dakota's trade. He's long from 38, currently trading 58s in the NQ. Dakota, go ahead.
We're almost there to the 60s. Now, I have two things in my mind, David, is just closing it out. Unfortunately, I'm just in one contract, so I don't have that ability to scout, or trailing it. I'm starting to think that trailing it might be a little more attractive if we do continue to push the 60s, because like you said, we have the abilities to get to 80s. Who knows what could happen, but trailing it is now looking a lot more attractive to me if we do get another push back to the end of the day.
So Dakota, if you put up my chart for a minute, we exactly got, check this out. Yeah. I mean, to the penny.
I know what you're going to show.
Look at our 15 EMA. To the penny, it's 59. To the penny. So a little longer term. So now that's what we need to get above. Now I think if we bust above the 59.60 level, we can see the 80s. But you can see we just pulled 15 points off the 15 EMA.
It's beautiful how it works. It doesn't work all the time, but when it does, it's beautiful.
No, nothing works all the time.
70% of the time, it works 100% of the time. What's the Yogi Bear quote, Dave agrees? 70% of the time, it works all the time, or something like that?
Yeah, exactly right.
Some Yogi Bear. Anyways, we got Dave.
When you come to a fork in the road, take it.
Take it. When you come to the fork in the road, take it. Are you a Yankees fan, David Green? You Yankees or Mets? What are you out there?
Lifetime Yankee. Lifetime
Yankee. Man, it's good to be a Yankees fan.
Lifetime Yankee.
26.
Lifetime Ranger fan. Lifetime Nick fan.
You know, there is one thing that I did find. There's one thing that I did find that works 100% of the time, and that's the market humbling a trader.
No question.
Ain't nothing like it, man. Ain't nothing like it.
See, I wouldn't have shorted it there, Dakota, because you were long, so I wasn't going to go against you.
Hey, no, there's always two sides to the story.
Listen, if we can get a little consolidation here now, right, and stay above like 42, then we can be in business. We need a little consolidation. Look, on that one green bar, we went up 48 points. That's a big move. So a little consolidation here would not be surprising. And hopefully we get another run up for you. But 59 just paid 20 points.
Yes, it did. Nailing it. Hey, we quick tilt update. We got 78% long in the ES. We got 72% long in NQ. The longs in the ES have average price of 56.45. 56.45 in the ES. Average long price in the NQ is 55s. So they're taking some heat. NQ's taking some heat. ES is pretty much at the money right now, but NQ taking heat. 72% long, taking heat.
Great. I just moved my stop. My stop is just barely in the money. So worst case scenario, I make coffee. I make $5. So
you can get it. You can't get a large coffee. You can get a venti, a medium.
hey, whatever works.
This isn't bad. This is not bad action. We're hanging. We're consolidating a little. 35 would probably be my line in the sand on the downside now, and that could even be the start of a little trend for the last hour. But we're consolidating. Here we go.
Here we go. We had that rejection of 40. We're pushing back up. We just tested 60. And here's a beautiful example of trailing a trade and letting my winners run. And since I don't have that flexibility of closing some profits because I'm only in one contract, we'll see where this goes.
All right, long from 38. Long from 38, pushing into the 60 now. Last trade 62 in the NQ.
Yep.
56.50 last trade. ES.
Whose orders are filling? Is that you, Dakota?
No, nope. I'm just in this one.
All right, let's get a little rest here.
Yeah. That would have been a great opportunity to take profit if I was in multiple contracts. I would have peeled some of that off right there in the 60s.
I'll wait to see. Should get some little market on close indication at 3:30. So let's see.
Dakota, I'm sorry. We are profit price target. You're looking to get into the 80s, I believe you said. 80s. One lot you should.
Yeah, so I'm just looking to trail this into the close. Limiting risk. I'm in a risk-free trade. To where if I was in multiple contracts, yes, I would have closed one off at 60. I look to close maybe another one off in the 80s, and then trail like another one, just depending on how big of a position I'm in. But since I'm only in one contract, I don't have that flexibility. So I'm planning to just hold this one until the market gives me a reason to get out and says I entered in with a technical reason. I'm going to be getting out because of a technical reason. And so far, the market has not given me that technical reason to get out.
Which, Dakota, I mean, if that's not, once you're using some technical analysis, if that's not the most important lesson there is, then I don't know what there is, right?
Repeat that lesson.
I mean, the biggest problem that most traders have is losing too much on their losers and not getting enough out of their winning trades. You hear that from every single person, every person. So you're in for a technical reason. Now you're trailing. You can't lose money on a trade. Let's see if it works. That's all.
Yep, I did move my stop loss to 45.5. So worst case scenario, I'll make $140. Because we just made another pivot. We're holding the 146s, and if we fail the 145s, then we could see a rotation back down. And so far we're holding. So far so good. We'll just wait.
This is not bad action. Let's just see what happens in the next few minutes. We got our market on close at 350. That does anything.
When it works, technical pattern, like this technical analysis is just such a beautiful thing when it works. And it feels so good. Like I moved my stop, we went down, we rejected, double bottom, and now we're pushing back into these 60s.
So what it tells people also is to not panic out when you see these little pullbacks here. If it pulls back to where it stopped you out, you're out.
Yep.
But you don't panic out because you see, it consolidating here. That's exactly what it's doing right now. It's just consolidating.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of beginning traders are going to get shook out on this little down move there. Don't, because you have your protection already in it. There's no reason.
Yep. Now we're into the 70s. Now we're at the top of this range. And this is going to be a key area, whether we reject this range or we continue to consolidate. Maybe we have a breakout. We do have 27 minutes to the close, and that is also something to be aware of.
100%.
All right, keep
I still like to short it. I still like to short at 84 if we get there for a trade in short order. But the longer we sit in between levels, the less I like to do that. So let's see.
Sure.
Now we're in between.
Fours. Thank you. Again, I don't know if we're going to get there, but down 3% on the day, and the NQ takes us to 19,980. Yeah, 19,980 for down 3%. We're not there. It's not inconceivable. Big down day today. I think this is the worst day in the NASDAQ today, David Green. Of the year, I should say. Of the year. Yep, of the year.
Yep. Yeah, and what do you say, 19,980?
980. 980 takes us to down 3% on the day.
And exactly, check this out.
Yeah, that's one of your levels, right?
Exactly to our 30 EMA on a daily chart. The
Come on.
Same number.
Look,
it's 19,979. It's exactly the 30 EMA.
Beautiful.
I mean, that's crazy.
Dakota, did you get?
I did. I'm out.
Okay,
I'm now at $964 today.
There you go.
Back to being live. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Hey, Dakota, your new live account, are you back to essentially as if this is a fresh live account with your same risk parameters, daily loss limit, and all that stuff, size, and all that stuff?
Yep, exactly. And I'm going to do it the same exact way, but this time, Andre, I'm not taking a payout until I get to 250K. So
fine. You know what?
That's going to be the
That's
only
your prerogative.
difference is,
That is
you know,
your
how
absolute-
I'm taking my payouts and for this account.
Fair
So,
enough.
Dakota,
Don't
is
let them
that
change your
spread-
mind.
Is that spread out over multiple accounts?
That's one single account.
Okay.
Here at Topstep, because you can only have one live account, and so
Right.
one account here. The last
Oh,
one
I
I
see.
took
Right,
out
right.
the majority of it, and it didn't leave me with
I got
enough
it.
cushion to withstand a drawdown. And then I went through that again.
Question: what size account is it?
It's a 150K account, and then when it gets transferred to a live, there's $20,000 worth of a live balance.
Got it. Okay. And maximum contracts?
15. I don't know if I'll ever get to that big. I
No,
usually like to trade 1 to 5 contracts, and then as it starts to scale, I'll scale with it. My last account, I was trading 30 contracts, and I got it up to that big. So keeping the same risk parameters, but from a percentage basis, as the account grows, the percentage grows, or not the percentage grows, the dollar amount grows because it's based off of a percentage.
I got a question for you, Dakota. I don't know if we've had this conversation, at least on air. Lessons learned, thoughts after your account got canceled. Thoughts, lessons learned, humble, like anything. What was your takeaway from the overall process, start to finish?
David Green, you would appreciate this. So what happened, and my biggest lesson I've learned, I like to trade the overnight session. I'll put trades on right before I go to bed, and I'll have them run overnight. I did not wake up for an alarm, and a contract was held through the CPI. And you can imagine when you hold the position over CPI, bad stuff happens. So I took a really big hit on my Topstep account, but I had a lot of puts in my personals, and that was Thursday. And overall, it was a positive day. But of course, no one wants to have that type of a situation happen. So it's very, very important to not hold trades through the news. So making sure alarm clocks are set, making sure understanding that regardless of having a stop loss, because you can have a stop loss, but there's something called slippage when you start trading live accounts.
Yeah, that meaning it could hit your stop loss and take you out down 20 points at times from where your stop order is.
It's got to execute the trade somewhere. If you ain't in the queue, you're not getting that fill you think you're going to get.
I think now we hang until we get the walking on closes now, sitting right on the lower trend line, which is about 37. Kind of held, but we're in nowhere.
What time interval, David Green, what time intervals do you use on your charts?
Always starting on a 5-minute. If I have technicals on a 5-minute that's set up for one of my trades, I'm good. I don't have to go any further. And then if I don't, I'll start expanding 15, 30, 1 hour, 4 hour, daily, weekly, monthly. As far as that I have to go, find something that makes sense to make a trade. Technically.
Someone asks, is there slippage on a limit order? And no, there is not. But if you have a limit order, the market could still pass through it. It doesn't mean that there's going to be an execution at that price. You could get a better price, or I don't want to get too far in depth. If you're trying to play a breakout, say you have a buy stop to play a breakout to the long side, if you do like a buy limit order, the market could gap and you miss it and not even enter into that trade. So I don't want to get too far in depth, but there is something to study and understand what these different order types are, so you don't get caught off guard.
Yeah, and look at the ATR and the NQ right now. We're at 27 points, right? That's the average true range. That's the last 14 candlesticks, 5-minute charts, average move. Right? So sometimes, like Dakota just said, if you're going to put a buy stop or something in and you get a gigantic gap up, which can happen anytime in these things, you might be paying up 20 points at times. So.
Yeah, I love it, limit orders.
Yeah, me too. 99%. Well, 90% of my limit orders, unless we find a momentum trade where we just want to grab something because it's breaking above or below a certain level.
Fair enough.
Anyone still in the private trading room? Oh, yeah, there's still a bunch of you guys left. Sorry, guys.
Who's in that private trading room right now?
I can't tell you.
All right.
Ooh, here's a good question for you. This is something I've been struggling with, David, and maybe you could relate, is when you're teaching a class or you're in charge of a room, does that distract you at all? Do you have struggle managing your own account or trading your own? Because that's one of my biggest hurdles is like, hey, I have a class of thousands of traders that I do every night. And then I'm also trying to focus on my own trading, and I catch myself getting distracted.
I'll give you the God's honest truth, okay? It's much more important for me, for the people that are with me, to do well than it is for me to do well. My P&L means absolutely nothing. I'm never going to make or lose enough money with the kind of things that I trade that's going to make a difference in my life anymore. I've been there. I've done that. I love teaching, and I'm much more concerned with the people that I'm teaching than I am my own trading account. So I don't even care if I don't trade at times.
Good. No, I love that answer. That's basically that's basically what I've been saying and going through it is it's a lot more satisfying when I see a trader pass a combine and start, taking payouts here at Topstep. That started to mean more for me
100%.
Than to place a trade. And, some of the traders and people I've been talking to, it's like, oh, you're crazy. Wouldn't you rather have, a few $1,000s if you was paying attention? I'm like, oh, well, you know what? I could always be making money in the markets, and it just feels so much better. It's hard to explain that. It really is.
It is. And some people are great traders and horrible teachers, and some people are horrible traders and great teachers. It runs the gamut. You know what I'm saying? It really does.
I know. Trust me, David.
What am I
know.
about to say, Dakota? What am I about to say, Dakota?
Let's hear it. What do you have to say?
Dakota, they lit a fire under your rear end. What lit a fire under your rear end? Oh, back in February or so.
Yeah, so what happened is, and I'll just do a quick summary for you. I never traded account here at Topstep. I became a teacher for this exact reason, because I wanted to help traders, and I have a lot of my personal accounts, so I love doing this. But then, there's some talk saying, oh, teachers can't do, so they teach, or those who can do, and those who can't teach. And so I'm like, okay, you know what? Kind of a hold my beer moment. Like, hey, let me start a combine. Let me see if I could go through this and show by example, because I thought it would be fun. I'm not the best teacher, but I think it was very important to show, the traders that are following me, not only am I trying to teach and help you guys, but, let me try and show you guys by example. And I ended up doing pretty well. And I've been at number one for most of the year. I don't know, for a while. And I think it was just a great example so that traders can see and understand. There's a big difference. And I know there's a lot of traders here at Topstep that are new, that are trying to learn. And that's what the environment for Topstep is to learn in a safe place and to learn how to trade, not risk their own money, not blow their own money, and then eventually become funded. And it was great. It's been fun. It really has been.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. In my live trading room, I'm trading with my own money in a real money account. I think you have to have skin in the game if you're teaching people how to do it. Otherwise, it's easy to call out levels with nothing when there's nothing on the line. I mean, we see it a million times on TikTok and X and everything. Oh, buy this stock if it gets there. Sell this stock if it gets there. I don't believe in signal services. Yeah, I don't believe in signal services. I think that's all a bunch of crap. I think that's the easy way out. If Tesla gets below 240, short it. If it gets above 245, buy it. No. I get into a position in my real life trading account every single time that we make a trade, period. I believe that you have to have skin in the game to teach people. I really do.
I agree. Yeah, because then if not, you just call now levels, and then whichever ones work, you highlight those. And
exactly.
Yeah, it's just, how do you guide a trader? There's so much crap that's out there online to confuse so many traders.
Lambros.
And the best of the trades that are after the fact. Ooh, I'm long. I'm long the NQs at 2000 when it goes to 2060. I'm in it. I'm long. You know what? Take that shit out of here.
Yeah, tell him, David Green. Tell him, David Green.
I hate it. I'll never allow anyone in my room to post an after the fact trade. I get so pissed off with that. If you're not posting it when you're doing it, I don't give a shit. Pardon my language.
Yep. All right, we got a poll question in here. Do we finish below 20,000 NQ by 3 p.m. Central. That is in 17 minutes. Do we, yes or no? Do we finish below 20,000 in NQ by 3 p.m. Central?
The answer is yes or no.
Yeah, the answer is yes or no. I am going to vote no. We'll see what the polls.
I'm going to vote yes.
All right.
If I have to vote, I'm going to just say, why not?
Well, why not?
I'm not going to trade based off of that. That sounds like a binary option, binary zero DTE option play.
My answer to that is I have no idea.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the right answer.
Yeah, it is right. You and Peter Tuchman, wise enough to not get in the prediction game. I guess we do make predictions, but when we do make predictions, we have skin in the game. Like you said, we are either long or short based on where we think the market's going to go. We don't just spout off and do the I told you so after the fact stuff like David Green was talking about. Very, very good. We have 15 minutes left in the session. We got MOC market on close. Data coming out here in the last 15 minutes of the trading session. Taking a look at tilts, 63% long NES now. We did see up to 74%, 63%, 62% long NQ right now. Still a little bullish, but nice cover there, Dakota.
I wish we could ask him why.
Oh man!
Why
you're reading for days, reading the chat.
Yes. David Green, do you ever argue with the chat? Do you ever argue with your chat? Ever argue with people in your chat?
My chat?
Yeah.
No, I don't argue with people in my chat. Well, a couple of things. We never talk about politics. No one's allowed to talk about politics, right?
What a great policy. One. What a great policy. What a great freaking policy.
Everybody gets people that somehow sneak into somewhere and have a bunch of shit to say about something, right? We know that happens. We're doing a webinar tonight. We have 900 people registered. I can guarantee you that there'll be some people in there talking shit. I guarantee it.
Yep.
No matter, I always tell everybody, if you don't have any haters in this business, you haven't made it. It's impossible to please everybody, right? But
exactly.
Try to put on an even keel. I will yell at somebody if they're getting into trades they shouldn't be, only to try and get them straightened out, or if they post after the fact trades. That's all. And I will yell.
David Green,
literally yell.
Are you more of a someone like you give him a kick in the ass or a pat on the back? What's your teaching style? What's your coaching style? You pat him on the back or you kick him in the ass?
I kick him in the ass.
Yep.
100%. I do both. I'll kick him in the ass and I'll just say, we know what the definition of insanity is, right? So you keep doing the same thing over and over again. The thing is, there's a lot of wrong ways to do what we do, and there's not a lot of right ways to do what we do. So, most people who are struggling in this figure out all the wrong ways, and they all make the same mistakes. It's not like any of us have the holy grail to trading psychology and all that stuff. You can listen to 100 different people, all going to tell you the same thing. Stop orders, blah, 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 don't turn a winning into a lose. They're all going to trade you that, but putting that into practice is a very difficult thing to do. Let's face it, we're in a business where, truth be told, more people fail than succeed. I mean, that's just a fact. It always has been, right? So you got to try to give yourself the best edge you possibly can by following your rules and using some technical analysis. That's all.
I like that. I like that.
Keep it super simple.
David Green, real quick, you mentioned your webinar tonight. Would you like to tell us about the webinar one more time before we close out for the day?
Yeah, sure. We do it once a month. Actually, Nick is coming tonight. Nick is going to be a guest speaker tonight because Topstep is the only. Yeah, you guys are the only futures platform that we recommend. You're the only ones we talk about it. You are actually embedded in our course. I spend an hour with Nick where we go over Topstep and tell you guys how to get in and everything. But once a month we get together, we do a webinar. We talk a bit about psychology. We talk a bit about futures. We talk about options. We talk about swing trading. We talk about all the rules and just give a general overview of what it is that me and Peter do. So WSGTA.com, doesn't cost anything to be there. And we answer everybody's questions. We usually we say an hour, we usually end up being there for a couple hours.
Sweet.
And then we talk about our course and becoming part of the family.
Link is pinned to the top of the chat. Let's get back to the markets here. Dakota, we got 11 minutes, 40 seconds left in the session. I'm seeing the ES starting to creep lower, about 3 points off the lows of the day. Last trade, 56.40, call it. Low of the day. 56.33, read the wrong quote there. Back to the NQ, currently trading 20,033. We're going to try to hold these 20,000, Dakota. What do you think?
I mean, we're consolidating. I mean, if we get more movement based off of MOC, I might take a quick in and out trade. I'm not planning to do it in terms of trying to force a trade. If the market gives me something, I'll try and take advantage of it based off of technicals. But there's not much to say. I really just enjoy this power hour. I enjoy spending this time with you, David, because it's 100%. We're doing this for the traders. You have your class, and you're doing it for the traders as well. We're strongly against like the after the fact traders. We're talking about that a little bit before going on live, where where's all the people who are buying this stock and that stock and this stock. It's just weeding out the negativity, weeding out the misinformation that traders get so caught up on, and really trying to help you. And there's no way that and this is what I'm going to be doing next week. During my slow markets class, a portion of it, I'm going to be going really in depth, talking about my strategy. But I could give a very successful strategy that's worked for me to 1,000 traders, and maybe only one or two might have it work for them. It really doesn't matter whose strategy you're using. You could copy my strategy word for word. It doesn't mean that you're going to find success with it. You just need to find a way for yourself to be consistent be consistent in trading and keeping it super simple.
Perfect timing. We got our MOCs here. Looking at the S&P 257 million to the buy side. NASDAQ 597 million to the buy side. Strong. Dow 187 to the buy side. And the Meg 7 finally seeing some green here. Not David Green, but green here in the positive. 215 million to the buy side. And there you have it. And once again, these fluctuate. My eyes on the prize. Any big changes here, I will tap it back in. Back to you guys.
Well done, Eddie. Well done.
What you were just talking about, Dakota, is extremely important, because even using technical analysis, like my technical, no matter whose you use, I have a level up here at 20680, whatever it is. Let's say we got into that trade and 20 different people got into that trade. We could get 20 different results on whether it worked, whether it didn't work, who made a little money, who made a little more money, because they're all going to get out of trades once they get in them differently.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's not just interpreting whatever technical analysis you use. It's also interpreting, having a plan when you get into that trade. So I've seen it.
It's interesting, right? Because you could say my level is 19,979 and I'm looking to buy this. And thousands of traders will do the exact same thing, and you'll have 1,000 different results.
That's right. 100%. That's why we're getting a little bop off the market on close. I mean, we were so oversold. Not surprising. Got a little resistance at 80. We'll see what reacts if we get up to 80.
All right. Before we get up to
this
80s.
is probably
real quick.
Short covering.
A little short covering, yes. Before we get that, we got some submissions for hashtag power. Let's get to those because we got the close coming up here in the next 8 minutes. We're keeping an eye and see if we can push up into those 80s in the NQ last trade, 20,066. Keep an eye on those. But James, what do you have for hashtag power hour?
Yeah, we got a couple of good stuff today. We'll go ahead and start with Mass Trader. Talking about got this funded account 6 days ago. Already requested a $1,750. There we go. Payout and up 1,440 on another combine I started today as they wait for the payout to reflect on the dashboard. LFG indeed.
LFG indeed.
Moving on.
Let's go.
Carl Hungus. Pops a shot after MP suspends fire drills.
JT, MP. Yep. A very sobering moment for those and some people in chat. JT indeed not sober in that picture. Not sober at all. In that picture. Yes.
And it's this is a moment a lot of you remember to put to work. Lost Trader with his interpretation.
Is that Pablo Escobar?
Yeah. Good
I think I did business with him in the early 80s.
The good old days, David. The good old days.
We can edit that out here.
Yeah.
Everybody's okay now.
One last one to close it all out.
Oh,
Dave
yes.
sent this over.
Yes. What's going on?
It's the semiconductors, Jerry.
It's the semiconductors.
There's always a bull market somewhere.
That's for sure.
Lot of ride.
Thank you,
thank you
for
guys.
your power hour submissions.
Thank you, James. All right, back to these markets. Let's see if we can get these 80s.
Would have been nice
So
if
we
we spiked
rejected
right up.
the top of that range. We rejected the top of that range, and we're headed right back down into the middle of it.
Sellers coming in.
So to me, I don't see anything else to do for the rest of today. I had a little order up at 80 if we got that. Cancel that for now.
I think that's it. I think like there's no
Looks
sense
like
of
it.
forcing anything.
No.
All right, well, that's it, Dakota. I know we got David Green's webinar tonight. Dakota, we got
Thank
slow
you,
markets.
guys.
Tell us about. Oh, we got some sellers coming in here real quick. Dakota, tell us about slow markets this evening.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Coach Jay joining me. It's gonna be a regular session. It's good and fun. Next week, what I'm gonna do is do my regular slow markets, and then the last 15 to 30 minutes, I'm gonna be diving more in depth about my trading strategy and answering questions. And then I've been working with the team to see if I could get a more beginners level class, because I've noticed we have a lot more traders, asking questions like, what is a candlestick? What is a 3-bar reversal? And it's not fair, because this has always been my challenge. We have traders from around the world, and we have traders with so many different levels of skill sets, some advanced, some intermediate, some beginning, and trying to find a way to, help those very, very beginning traders who is trying to learn what a candlestick chart is, and some of those very basic questions, which they might be a little too scared to ask in the chat.
Yep. I like that, man.
That's great, Dakota.
Yep.
And I'll say in closing that we kind of cater to beginning traders more so than anything else. People who are just looking to get involved in trading. It's either that or people who are doing it for a long time and are really struggling and are ready to give it up to the higher power and say, okay, so show me the way. But I love teaching the beginning traders.
Love that. I love that.
And that's most of what we get. Either people who are beginning traders or people who have just been doing it and can't get a handle on it.
Yeah, makes sense. And do you just do futures,
or
or
do you call here, real quick
a bunch of stuff?
Thank you, Ryan. We've got the MOC and balance all to the sell now. We got the S&P 1,364,000,000 to the sell side. We got the NASDAQ 1,114,000,000 sell side. Dow 338 million sell side, and the Mag 7 164 million sell side. Wow, big change. And thanks, Ryan, for pointing that out.
Change. Yeah, we just
Eddie,
got a
great
40-point drop too.
All right, we got some sellers coming in here. We're going to see if we're going to defend this 20,000 level in the NQ. About 16 points off of that. ES last trade 56.40. That magical number of 56.50. 10 points beneath that. Let's watch how we go into the close. Dakota, talk to us. 3 minutes. Would you be dare to take a trade at this late in the session?
I just got short from 17.
Hell yes. That's a hell yes.
I mean,
There's your answer.
Does that answer your question? Just the market's going to give it. I'm going to try. This is a really quick one, just like I did last time. See if we could get a breakdown and touch to 20,000, because we were breaking down, and I'm getting in for a specific reason, and that was a break of that pivot of 17. I'm looking at that as a nice little pivot point where we break down. We could see a run lower. I was looking for 20,000. If we do decide to break, we could just run those stops again.
And I will be buyer in the last couple of minutes if we get that to 19,978.
There you go.
For a trade. Right. But see, this is the market on close, guys. Right? You got that big reversal in the market on close orders, and they usually it's never a good idea to buy into this when it starts happening in the last 10 minutes of the day.
Runaway train.
Yeah, I'm just out. A quick $200 on that one, and I'm just gonna call it good. I didn't get that momentum I wanted. When I seen that break, I just want it to be fast, really quick. A technical break, gain of momentum. We had a little bit of hesitation there for a moment, and I just closed it out.
Okay. Couple tickies on the close. Beautiful thing to see. 90 seconds left in the session. So see if we get to these 20,000s. Last trade, 20,009. 20,009. Low of the day, 19,997. I should call it 998. 19,998 in Q. David Green looking to buy if we do dip beneath there, but we got 70 seconds left here. Great job all around to the Topstep TV team today. We had some issues this morning with charting. We were able to resolve those. Do we have any further updates for now? Do we, Danielle? We do. I think we'll throw those over to Eddie. Eddie's got the bell here in 50 seconds. Great job today, Eddie. Eddie, you're cracking me up all day today. Sharp with the news. Fed speakers. What Michael said in a split second, you said, well, that just passed. Here we go, 20,000s. 20,000s. We are into the 19,000s. They're coming. Buyer stepping in. 30 seconds left.
Well, let's see what that poll is. That poll where traders were guessing above or below 20,000.
Yeah, good call. Dolby, if you got that poll, fire it over to me. Okay. All right, you guys are really quick on the chart.
A double
on the
zero
charting
and we
issues, real quick.
at 20,000.
Real quick, I think
everyone's wrong.
We're still waiting for more information from our partners.
Exactly that.
Yeah, then everybody's wrong.
Then everyone's
that's an option.
Sellers. We're going to wait for more information about what happened this morning. We don't have any update as of now. Please stay patient with us. You know we're going to make you whole if we feel it's necessary and the right thing to do. For the time being, we got the close. Eddie, David Green, Dakota, thank you guys so much. I'm going to pass it over to my man, Eddie. Eddie, take it away.
Oh, wow. What a great segment. Completely. Appreciate you guys getting together, and I really hope that we can do this again very soon. Take a look at tomorrow. Tomorrow, the breakfast buffet. We've got some meat on the bones. More than just pancakes. We got some good numbers coming out here. Initial jobless claims at 7:30. We also do have Philadelphia Fed manufacturing. Looking down a little bit, Philly Fed employment. 7:45 ECB. I'm sorry. That is the European one. We've got here it is. 9 o'clock, U.S. leading index, month over month for June. Natural gas storage at 9:30. Also 10:30, we got a 4-week bill, 8-week bill auction. And 12 o'clock here, let's see here, we got a 10-year tips auction. We did see that these auctions here at noon sometimes do turn the blender on, not lately, but you never know when. 12:45, Fed Logan will be speaking. And we do have our TIC net long numbers. Fed balance sheet a little later on in the afternoon. And Daly is going to be speaking here tomorrow evening. So that's what we've got so far. As far as our menu for tomorrow, we got an all-star crew here. You know what? I saw 2 names here, and I was like, oh, boy, this is going to be fun. Well, be here at 8 o'clock Central Time when Hogue and myself fire up the machine. We'll get the party started. Coming in for Fast Markets, Andre, MP, Hogan, and Marie. All right. Flyer Jim's going to join Dolby and Hogue for Power Players, our good old friend here in the chat. Flyer Jim 57. Coming in at 12 o'clock, Jack and Ben for Shoulder Tap, JD and Hogue. We also do have Gabe's Road to Funding with special guest True. You know, True with the entourage. Good friend of ours here at Topstep and a fantastic trader. So Gabe, Andre, and True. And to close the day out, we're going to get our dynamic duo back together again, Andre and Dolby. And yes, Max Maserati. So big day tomorrow, having some fun. Don't forget, too, 8 o'clock tonight, we do have Slow Markets with, Coach Dakota. We also do have it right now. We've got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul here in our Discord channel. Also, a little later on, Coach Vince at 6. I'm sorry, Coach Ray at 6, Coach Vince at 7. And once again, that 8 o'clock Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Don't forget also that we have added an early session, the London Open with Deanna. For our friends across the globe and from across the pond, our very own superstar Deanna is hosting the London Open. And this happens every Monday through Thursday at 3:30 a.m. Central. 3:30 a.m. Central. And I'm getting a lot of comments here in chat that people are just loving it. And I'm really happy. We're really happy. Topstep is really happy to see that it is beneficial for a lot of people. So we love having you here. I love having you here. All of us love having you here. Hopefully you enjoyed today. Hopefully you learned something. Lots of good stuff that we put out here. And we don't throw things out here. We meticulously pick the best. It's like when you go to the grocery store and you're in the meat section or the fruit section, vegetables, you're always looking for the best of the best. And that's what we bring you here each and every day here at Top Step Trader. So right now, log off, turn it off, but not yet, not yet. Wait till I'm done. It's family time right now, okay? Time to get some love from those that are closest to you. So get some rest, re-energize, stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Central Time, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.